including lots of events there that I don't really understand because I'm not American. But there you go. We'll bring them all to you, and they'll be enjoyable to see.
Yeah, no, we will enjoy bringing you some of that stuff, but we can bring you along for the ride. You've been commentating on some short course racing, so who knows, maybe we'll get you out there to Crandon. Let's talk about BOP though, because let's be honest, it's always the hot button talking point, especially when we've got the, 9 different manufacturers. Every single one of them has been hit in one way, shape or form, the Ferrari being hit the most with a 3.25% hit in power and the 2% reduction in fuel. Why is the fuel so important? Well, because we often talk about trying to extend the stints as far as possible, maybe trying to go beyond an hour. If you can go 65 minutes plus every stint, you can cut out a pit stop over 24 hours.
Yeah, I remember last year when I raced the iRacing Spa 24 hours in not top split, as you might be able to imagine. I couldn't make an hour, nobody could, in fact, and so I wonder whether that's going to be the case this year as well, whether we're going to be seeing more than 23 pit stops, which is what you usually want to see, really, 60-minute stints and 23 pit stops throughout 24 hours. I don't know if that's going to be the case again here or whether we are going to make it an hour this year around, but it is so interesting that every car has been pulled back in some way, because often the way that you do it, I suppose, is by sort of marking them all against the slowest car in that sense. But no, we've got every car with some form of adjustment, and that for sure has influenced the car decisions that these teams have made as well.
Oh, absolutely. I'm guessing for some, decisions right up to the wire as well. Let's talk about, history of this race, because it's one of these unique ones that, over the course of the 5-year stretch from 2016 to 2020, we saw 5 different teams come out on top. And the real question, I think, in many ways is going to be the battle at the top. There's no VRS Kawanda in the field today, so it's the likes of the Team BMW Bank, powered by BS Competition last year, of course, or Team Redline, maybe someone else trying to rise their way to the top. And don't forget, it's a team event. You need a minimum of 2 drivers. If you do it by yourself, which there may be some people doing, not likely in this top split, you'll cross the line after 24 hours and instantly get disqualified for all of your effort. Let's talk about the track itself though, because let's be honest, it's one of the most famous in all of global motorsport, and its challenges are known by all the drivers. Of course, our Rouge and Radion will take center stage, but in these GT3 cars, you've got to assume that, the run through Blanchimont and those changing conditions expected during the night, that's going to be pretty sketchy as well.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we know this circuit so well. It's not going to throw up any surprises in terms of you don't know what corner's coming next exactly, because Spa is so well used throughout the world of sim racing, throughout the world of motorsport, but it doesn't make it any less challenging that the changes that we've seen over at Eau Rouge in real life these days, obviously not here yet, but it doesn't make it any less of a challenging corner there either. It's a very, very interesting circuit indeed, and so a very familiar one, but still a difficult one. A good one for racing though, and that's what we're hoping for primarily.
Yes, but right now, focus on track in qualifying. And if there was any expectation that we might get to at least see the Ford Mustang racing up towards the front here today, Team Redline have elected to put one of their cars out in that particular manufacturer, and so, maybe expecting them to very much be pushing. They have 4 laps in qualifying, 15 minutes. They're on the 2nd of their attempts right now. And that is Bosch Thompson, who's cooking at the top right now with a 2:16.269. Now, he is only around, half a tenth quicker than his teammate in the BMW M Team Redline entry. Diogo Pinto going to be in that second second entry for Redline in the BMW. Then Marla Racing, also BMW. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, also BMW. And BMW M Team BS Competition. There's a lot of BMWs right now at the front.
It certainly is, and that's been probably the most selected manufacturer as well, if you're looking at the field as an entirety. To be honest, we've got plenty of them up towards the front now, and maybe that explains just why it's been selected so much. To be honest with you, I thought Redline sort of had to select BMWs in these events, but clearly I've got that wrong, and they've gone for a Ford on this occasion with that as well. But a slightly different look to their cars this time round. Normally we're used to seeing the black Redline cars with the red stripes down them. Well, they've gone for a sort of silvery look to their cars this time round, but I've got to say I'm a bit of a fan of it. It looks quite nice.
Yep, I've got to say, they teased this on social media with a picture of a GTP machine initially, which got me confused. Did they forget which race they were coming to Spa for? But it's nice to see, of course, a little bit of change up, although I do get the feeling all the Team Redline entries probably going to look pretty similar. So hopefully, if they've got more entries, I'm not 100% sure, just looking down through the list, hopefully it's not just the manufacturers that will differentiate them. 7 minutes to go, 1 second covers 31 cars. On a track like this, 7 kilometers in length, it's a long lap. 1 second is a lot less of a margin than it would be at a track like a Lime Rock Park, for example. Down the hill through Pouhon, we ride with Pinto's obviously now in third. Car's looking very, very stable as he washes out as wide as he can.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of picking the BMW. That's why we chose it as a team last year. It's just so stable. Maybe you won't see the benefits of that throughout qualifying. It's not on pole at the moment, for example, although it is in the position, all the other positions down to 7th after that. It's very stable in the race, though. That's why you'd want to pick it, really. You know that realistically you are going to get this car to the end of the race without hitting the wall, unless your name's Lewis McGlade.
You just had to throw that one in there. You were waiting, haven't you?
It's taken 9 minutes.
You've got plenty of hours as well to throw that one back in there as many times as possible. And he's off in London, not able to defend himself, so no complaints there. Here comes Pinto to the line, though. Just this final chicane to run. Look how he opens up the corner. Just really trying to maximize his entry and then switch it back. You can't run wide. Remember a couple of years ago in the real world, there was drivers running all the way up to the wall. Not here. Straight line yourself to the timing beam, and it's a 2.63. It's by 7 thousandths that Pinto goes to pole.
And it's a red line lockout at the moment with just 7 thousandths between them. Ford and BMW on the front row, but red line together. Now, can Felix Kernbach disrupt that a little bit in the BMW? If there's ever a team that will be experienced in the, or a driver, I should say, experienced in the BMW, Felix Kernbach will be one of them with the Marla Racing team. He does move up, but not onto the front row.
And here comes Sota Muto in what is a new coloured, a new sponsored Williams Esports Racing Prodigy entry. We'll be talking more about the variety of Williams Esports cars that we've got out in the field, and they do make it nice and easy with the different front ends for the commentators to pick them apart. You'll see why that's going to become important when we have 50 of these machines running down into Eau Rouge for the opening corner. Yes, you heard me right. Opening corner for this race is not the climb up towards La Source, the right-hand hairpin. Instead, the cars shuffle out of there at pacing speed and then go racing down into one of the most famous corners in all of motorsport. Here comes Muto, though. Right now, as it sits right now, it's only Team Redline's number 21 that's broken up the BMW party at the very front of the field. Here comes the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car to the line. It's a 5.25. It's no improvement from Sota Muto, who stays in 5th spot.
Yep, so that is probably going to be the best placed Williams Esports car, I would say, as well, after this qualifying session. Although, having said that, we have still got the number 150 out on the circuit. That's Parker White in 10th place. Not sure whether he will be able to improve any further from where he is at the moment. But we've got all the big names at the front, all of the ones you'd expect to see up towards the front. Trying to look down to see if there's anyone you'd expect to see near the front who are not there at the moment. Can't really spot any of them, to be honest. So it's all of those you would expect to see there up there, and Redline principal among them on the front row together, sharing with 2 different manufacturers the front row.
Now there's what the BMW M Team Redline car that sits in pit lane right now. Diogo Pinto not going to head back out there, you'd think, with the time remaining. Not going to be able to run back around and start a lap and finish it before the clock strikes 0. We did see Max Verstappen race in a Formula 1 race and an iRacing 24-hour special event on the same weekend. Don't believe he is due to do so this weekend. We wish him the best of luck at the Hungarian Grand Prix. Of course, he'll probably still be watching along and cheering on his teammates. Hugh Barter in the Apex Racing number 99. He's just jumped his way forward into 8th. And so the top 10 covered by a quite remarkable 0.3 of a second as Bosch Thompson pushes out wide down towards Pouhon, or the double gauche as it's now referred to. We're going to have an argument at some point about corner names, aren't we, Ewan, today?
I don't know about argument, but they do keep changing them.
That's what I mean by argument. It's going to be oh wait,
okay.
When did you change that corner name on me?
Well, also partly because Double Gauche is literally the most uninventive corner name there's ever been. So I don't know why. Maybe Pouon means something in French as well, but that just doesn't make sense to me at all. That change.
Yeah. So for those who don't know what Ewan is referring to, double gauche translates into English as literally the double left. So it's quite reductive, name for Pouon. Now, I don't think I'm allowed to say what the translation is from Finnish Pouon into English, but the wonders that is Google Translate, no, there is no translation for Pouon, unfortunately, at least in French. Here comes Thompson to the line. Now, can he spring a surprise? Redline looking strong. If they control from the front, it's an ominous sign for those behind. And wow, a 2:16, 2:10, Bosch Thompson on top.
Well, I didn't think there was enough time remaining for him to produce something like that, to be honest, but he certainly does have enough time, and Josh Thompson sets the best time for Team Redline. I wonder whether that will be the pole-sitting lap in the end. The Ford Mustang on its Spa 24 Hours debut here in iRacing looks to have taken pole.
And the best of the Chevy Corvettes is 15th with Altitude Esports by Freem. We do have two of the Mustangs in the top 10, but it's a sea of BMWs amongst them, a couple of Porsches scattered in the field as well. And I think the only reason really we don't have a Porsche right towards the top is Tristan Iglesias has left Simify Esports. He's now, of course, with Coanda's joined up with the purple and orange, and I don't think he's racing here today. Here comes Loic Rabier in the Team PGZ 119, currently down in 26th position, but the margins we're talking, he finds 2:10s. He could jump himself up into the top 15. 2:17.009 though. That's about a couple of hundred slower than the best lap, and he goes nowhere on the board. 30 seconds left to go. There's only Reino Talvar and Dino Lombardi still running out on track. Everybody else has called it a session. And wow, what a qualifying session that was. But Ewan, 24 hours of racing still lie ahead.
Yeah, we always talk about this, don't we, in 24-hour racing, whether it's in sim racing or in real life. How much does it matter? I would say actually quite a lot. I'm always a believer that it does actually matter, not least because it just shows where you are in terms of how speedy you are, but also it just keeps you out of a bit of trouble. And the Spa 24 Hours on the start certainly can produce this, especially in iRacing. It's quite a narrow run up the Kemmel Straight, and if there's an incident in front of you, just up ahead, then you can't really go anywhere to avoid it. So I would definitely want to be in that front 10 or so, maybe further forward, just to increase the chances if you make it through the opening lap.
Well, there is a chance of rain in the forecast, not on the horizon just yet, but it's a great day here in the Ardennes to kick off the 24 hours of running, the Falken Tyre Spa 24 hours on the horizon. Let's look at the starting grid where Team Redline lock out the front row, and Josh Thompson puts it on pole with a 2:16.205, really flying in that Ford Mustang. Diogo Pinto alongside in that BMW M Team Redline entry, and Max Verstappen will be entered in that car as well, doing the double F1 and this iRacing special event. Marla Racing Team and Falken Sim Racing share row 2 with Williams Esports Racing Prodigy and Virtual Coach GG by Grid and Go, 5th and 6th positions. BMW M Team BS Plus competition alongside of the Apex Racing Team. Again, plenty of BMWs up toward the front before the second of the Ford Mustangs in the hand of Corentin Gunes for Sim RC. Parker White for Williams Esports Pit Fit rounds out the top 10 with the Williams Gaming Club and Falken Sim Racing Team sharing row number 6. 13th and hopefully not unlucky 13th for BS Plus Turner as the split livery entry tries to work forward alongside Dino Lombardi for the second of the Virtual Coach entries. James Bauming in the first of the Chevy Corvettes is alongside Gonzalo Vergara in that Simify Esports entry. A little bit weird to see it down in the pack in qualifying. David Boska for the third of the Virtual Coach entries is alongside Lassie Urinen for Team PGZ, while rounding out the top 20 in 19th Maniti, in 20th Apex Racing Academy. World Sim Racing Esports and the number 23 inside of the Team Hoisingveld and Jan Sentikowski. Pablo Arujo is going to be taking the start for Team PGZ back in 23rd alongside of Mac Performance, the best of the Audis. We're about halfway through the field as we find Shara Esports and Team PGZ, Maniti Racing, Valkyrie Competition, Impulse Racing and the Apex Racing Academy cars, the rest of the top 30, and still within a second of your pole sitter. Again, the margins in qualifying ever so fine. Apex 1, only frauds. Impulse Racing, Sim Spirit, Fiercely Forward Pink and Fiercely Forward Yellow, the top 36. They're rolling on their formation lap. We'll just scroll through the rest of the names in the field. Ewan, how excited are you? How nervous are you? You talked about the stress of the start. What are you expecting as we fall down to Rouge and Radion for the very first time?
Well, expecting and hoping for a clean start. I'm not sure if it was last year or the year before, but there was a very big crash on the start and it caught up a lot of big names, a lot of teams. So hope we alleviate that sort of chaos this time and we get off to a good start with every big name still in contention and ready to go racing for 24 hours.
Yeah, the Max Verstappen news, by the way, kind of sprung on the commentators, wasn't announced on social media, something that we picked up on in sim. Kudos to Will Chadwick for sending that over. Pace car off and away, but we're not racing just yet, and it's time still for me to put Ewan on the spot. Ewan, who comes out on top 24 hours from now?
That is an impossible question that I'm just going to have to purely guess the answer to. I'm going to go for Williams Esports. I've got no idea why.
There you go. I'll go Team Redline. Hard to count against them, given how 24-hour races have already gone for them this year. But here we go. Out of last source, and with the threat of rain on the horizon for the very first time, let's go racing for the 2024 Falken Tyre iRacing Spa 24 hours. And what a sight it is as we single file ourselves out down to Eau Rouge and climbing up over the crest of Radion. It's a moment of side-by-side for the Williams Gaming Club and Daniel Lafuente, who holds on to the spot in front of Alexander Thieber. But we continue to climb up through the Kemmel, the draft being fed out amongst the drivers. No one inside of the top 10 really looking for any moves. They're 3 wide behind and 1 driver with a slowdown. Oh, Hugh Barter in the Apex Racing 99's gonna feel the pain as we work our way now down through Malmedy and through the middle sector of the lap. But I can't quite believe I'm saying this. Out of Laycom, all of our GT3 machines still running in a straight line.
Well, it was into Malmedy where we saw the first crashes previously, so hopefully they get through there too. But a very good start indeed by everybody. The early jump from Redline there out of La Source was probably a good thing for the field. It just kept us all single file really on the way up through Eau Rouge as we're 3 wide into Pouon.
That's the Altitude Esports car in the middle, and Virtual Coach by Grin and Go really taking 2 for 1 there. David Bosga slips up the inside, and now watch Danny Lorenzo. We're more used to seeing him in a prototype entry, but in a GT3 machine, he's pretty handy as well. Finding alongside of James Baume, wheel to wheel through the pit path. This on the run towards the crucial corner that sweeps your momentum all the way back towards Blanchimont, and that's why Baume gives up the position. Danny Lorenzo's now going to try and hold on as they sweep their way out of Stavolo. But up towards Blanchimont, this is where the further back in line you are, the more dirty air you're dealing with, the more unsettled your car is going to be. And we're already cresting speeds of 270 kilometers an hour as we rise through this fast left-hander for the first time.
And also, when you're further back in the pack as well, you're in more danger of sort of losing the group, if you like. The pace at the front has been very quick on this opening lap, but you absolutely want to be within that front group to sort of stay in the draft and stay up in contention with the leaders. It seems that at the moment pretty much everybody has done that, although they are jostling for position further back, and that could make some groups. I'm pretty sure I just saw cars spinning around at the final turn.
I think you are correct. I see WSR Esports, Buck Kicker, Energy, SimSport and SimSpirit. A handful of cars involved, in SimSpirit down to pit lane instantly on the flatbed. That was a look to the inside from Diego Pinto though on Josh Thompson. Here we go, back up through Rouge and Radion for the second time of asking with the Mahler Racing Team car. Of course, powered by BS Competition, winners last year in that Team BMW bank entry, trying to look strong as well. But teammates up front swapping back and forth. Pinto up the inside, and it's BMW and Team Redline that canter to the lead.
Now, is that going to be a recurring strategy, or is that a one-off? Will Pinto and Thompson just exchange positions every time, or will they run in this order with the BMW ahead and then the Ford Mustang? Very interesting to find out when we go through the Kemmel Straight next time round, as we have a look at what happened in the final corner.
Oh, that's the Impulse Ferrari that really just gives a bit of a send to the factory livery BMW, and then bang, 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 bang. No one lifting, bit of arca brakes in a couple of occasions there. And I just can tell you that Pablo Arujo, the 12014 PGZ car, he's also been involved in something. So opening lap was clean for the most part. And then, through Lecombe, big stack up. And I think that was the Apex Racing Academy car.
Yeah, it's... So that explains that for PGZ. Well, there must be one of the few Mercedes actually in the field, isn't they? Not seen too many of them in the entry list actually for this race, but pretty awkward. Yeah, I mean, overall it's been a pretty good start. I'm just comparing it to previous years really, whereby this time we've already got 10 damaged cars or something, but compared to that, it's been a very good start. Only a couple having to come in after a lap.
Hey, and the other thing that we don't have is drivers running off the track too much, at least at the early stages right now. That incident limit, remember, something they do have to keep in mind. Track limits at Spa, always a hot button topic. We'll see how these drivers fare over the course of the 24 hours with just 100 allotments off the track allowed. Back up towards the line, still with Diogo Pinto leading from his teammate, then Marla, Falken Sim Racing, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, Virtual Coach Grid and Go, BMW M Team BS Competition, Williams Esports Pitfit, Sim RC and the Williams Gaming Club. The rest of the top 10. Fuel saving, I think we'll find out in about, 15 minutes time, Ewan, if they can make it to the top of the hour.
Yeah, we certainly will. As I said before the race started, it wasn't possible when I did this race last year to make it an hour without fuel saving. Although, you know, we were only a lap or so short, so I can't imagine it's impossible, even around a 7-kilometre circuit like this one. Let's just have a look here. Alessandro Pico on the way in, and there you go. Look at the amount of time that revs were dipping there before he actually had to hit the brakes for Lecombe. There is for sure a lot of fuel saving going on right here, and that may be a theme of this opening hour. Just to go back to the instant limit you were talking about earlier on, people sort of dismiss it a little bit these days because the off-track thing round here is not as severe as it used to be on iRacing, and while that is still true, 100 is still something you have to manage. There is a certain amount that you can afford for an hour or something like that, if my maths is correct. And so when you just have to keep that in mind. But when you consider that a bit of contact is 4 incidents, you start to realise that maybe it is a difficult task, especially early on. If you don't get it under control relatively early, before nightfall, let's say, you could be in trouble and you could be taking a drive-through by the morning.
And this is maybe going to sound a little bit harsh to the drivers, but at the end of the day, it's not like the track limits are moving around, right? It's not like you can say that white line moved. The track limits are what they are, so at least they have that benefit of knowing that. Here's the onboard look with Parker White in the Williams Esport Pitfit 150. That currently sits in 8th position as he just sits and does his fuel saving. As mentioned, a couple of new sponsors for the Williams Esports team. They've also got their Williams Gaming Club car that's down in 10th position, so we're not seeing their traditional sponsors, but you know, Williams Esports partnered up with Racing Prodigy to enter the Williams Esports Prodigy Racing team, which is a mouthful, into the Prodigy 3 Racing Championship. They've got 4 sim racers, Ciro Zambra, David Dalton Jr. Wow, my memory at this time in the morning is being tested, and I really should know this stuff. 2 other very fantastic drivers who excuse me, forgive me. But the cool thing about this is Williams Esports are going to, their Williams fan zones, Ewan, in the future have opportunities for everyone, even if you don't have a sim rig, to go in, try and prove that you're pretty quick, pretty fast, and get a chance to go racing in the Prodigy Racing League in the future.
Exactly. Very good to see an increased accessibility in that sense from sort of provided for by them or whatever. By the way, in terms of competitively, by the way, not really sure why Parker White is being used at this stage in the race. I know he's quick, but I would have thought they'd be saving him back for the European night when maybe he's a bit more alert than people on this side or this continent of the world.
Not a bad point, actually. Sami Matti Trogan and Ante Kauppinen going to share that Williams Esport Pitfit car. Pitfit being a performance and fitness focused body for motorsport athletes based out of Indianapolis with office in Charlotte as well. That's going to be helping a lot of the racing prodigy and indeed people in IndyCar, NASCAR and around the world of motorsports get prepared for the challenges of actual racing. as they run their way back down towards the Piff Path. Just want to go back to my lack of memory. Ciro Zambra, Nathan Saxon, Camden Hibbett, and David Dalton Jr., the 4 drivers racing for Williams Esports in the Prodigy 3 Championship later this year. I see a question, why lots of BMWs? Now, it is good that we've got, 2 Ford Mustangs in the top 10. I see a Porsche, a Chevy, and another Ford and Audi inside of the top 25, but the way that it kind of works on iRacing, Ewan, is outside of teams like the BMW and Team Redline up front who are contracted to run the BMW, everyone kind of figures out what car is best based on the BOP, and then they race what they think is the best.
Yeah, a little bit. And if you think this is a lot of BMWs, by the way, you should go back and watch the 2021 race. That was was it 2021 or 22? I think it was 21. It was like maybe 22 actually, but the first year this car came out in iRacing, it was like a BMW race. Apart from Coanda, who were causing a bit of a nuisance in their Porsche as they normally do, but other than that, there were BMWs absolutely everywhere. So I think compared to, maybe this is just me making it worse in my memory than what it was actually at the time, but there was a lot of BMWs that year as well. And indeed, outside of the top 20 or so, there is actually good variety with lots of different manufacturers, but they're just not at the pointy end like these guys, as we see bump drafting instead of passing here between the 2 red lines. Yeah, there are a lot of BMWs, but as you say, all the best teams have chosen it, so it's always going to look like this car is by far and away the best, but it isn't. The Ford is right there with them.
And remember, I guess, outside of Redline, who have split their manufacturer choices, Ford and BMW, for the rest of the teams, Williams Esports, all 3 of their cars in the BMW, you kind of tend to stick with what works for you, so you're sharing the setup work. As can tell you, Altitude Esports have lost a whole bunch of positions. They've just dropped outside of the top 30 in what was the best running Chevy Corvette, and in fact the only Chevy Corvette in the field. So, from mixing it up inside of the top 15 to, well, now we'll find out what the actual damage is to the car, but they're in 40th position on the timing screen and a full 21 seconds off of the leader.
Yeah, I'm not sure again what happened there, but they've made a great start in the Corvette, I've got to say, really mixing it up with teams they don't normally mix it up with. Now let's have a look at what happened exactly. PGZ are going to get into trouble for that one, I would say, because they've driven straight into the back of the Corvette there, sending it wildly into a spin and into the wall.
And so that would have been Lasse Urinen in the 114 that will be getting something, I'm sure, post-race from Nim Cross. That's something as well that's slightly changed, not just the rain for 2024, but the fact that, some of these results are very much still provisional at the end of the day. And we will end up seeing a couple of maybe post-race decisions that impact the final results. Hopefully nothing too much untoward at the front. And, oh, don't tell me again, in the midst of oncoming traffic running through them, that would have been... couldn't quite tell exactly which of the black and green entries it was, but there was definite trouble that saw Baumi spun around again. And now Pro Sports number 17 stricken at the final corner as the Audi in the shot runs down the lengthy pit lane. That's something for us to touch on by the time we get to the end of the hour and to the start of the pit stop cycle. But yes, tidy opening lap. It's devolving a bit more since, and now this fight for 15th, almost losing track of those in front.
Yeah, exactly. This is again is why I go back to the fact that qualifying is indeed important, because you can get caught behind brakes like this, even if it's not your fault. You can get caught behind brakes like this and you can lose the front of the race. There go PGZ into another position, and Apex following through as well. They're going to be really ruining that slowdown at the start of the race, Apex, because that has effectively taken them out the front group as well.
Yeah, that is also so much more painful on the opening lap when you have the slowdown, because there is not really a comparison lap time to work against, and that makes it even more painful. Been more issues down at Malmedy, by the way. I think poor Pablo Arujo and Only Frauds getting tangled up with one another. Not the first time in iRacing history that corner has seen its fair share of issues. This is what happened down at the final corner. Ooh, as Pro Sport just... that corner does tighten up, let's not forget. You've really got to try and set it up on the right, but at least fortunately not going to get stricken on the inside curb and not unsafely rejoining either. Check and check.
Yeah, checking again, and now going. Finally, so good to see rejoining properly, but not a nice bit of contact there, really. Just awkward, to be honest, through the final chicane. Cars getting connected together in that situation. It's very rare that at least one of them doesn't get sent around, so that's a shame to see, but it won't be the last time we get that kind of contact down there at the final corner as these cars try and run as close together as possible. It's just not possible sometimes.
We have Will Chadwick, who's going to be jumping into the next part of the broadcast. It's going to be great to have his perspective as someone who's very capable of racing at this level. Would be curious to hear his thoughts on the BOP as well. Mag Performance in the Audi. No, BOP is going to help you when you're pointed in the wrong direction. You can see Sherritt Esports have lost some time on the timing screen, so I'm going to put 2 and 2 together and assume that Matej Kolinahi was tangled up with Luca Alpert. Now, fortunately, that Audi's still looking very square, and indeed, it was the Sherritt car that drives through the rear end. It's a couple of people just being a bit too impatient with the right foot right now. Yeah, exactly. Much like PGZ with the Corvette earlier on out of Malmedy, that Sherritt Esport Mercedes will be getting caught up in similar trouble for not really taking care of those in front of them in the same way. Speaking of that PGZ car, they've just been overtaken by fellow BMW the Apex Racing team. Hugh Barter at the wheel of that one, but yeah, you're right, it just people not taking enough care with the right foot, and it's, you know, I don't say it's the easiest thing to do, because, you know, but it's not difficult, is it? Just you know, lifting off a little bit and you can alleviate a whole load of problems for not least yourself, but especially for the car in front of you. You know, it's not difficult to achieve. And yeah, pedal works in both directions, so no excuses, really, right? If you're capable of lifting off the throttle to save some fuel, you're also capable of lifting off the throttle to avoid running into the back of anyone. Now, remember, it was really close in qualifying. 30-something GT3 machines split by just under a second. Well, now 10 seconds covers that top 15 or so. As Ewan mentioned, you do want to start as close to the front as possible, and Hugh Barter, the one that we're going to keep an eye on over the course of the 23 hours and 40-odd minutes remaining to see where, at number 99, after the slowdown penalty, can potentially slide its way back up the running order. Time right now in sim has just gone, of course, past around 5:15 virtual standard time, so a couple of hours away, Ewan, from getting into the beginning of the nighttime running. It's very, very early, isn't it, to be seeing darkness, but that's what happens in 24-hour races these days. I'm not sure why the trend recently has been going later and later starts, but it has been in real life, and seemingly will continue to do so as well. I personally think they should all start at 1 PM local time, and that would just be done with it, but anyway, that's just me. We will be seeing darkness very, very early on, and because of that, we'll be seeing the sunrise again very, very early on. I think even by sort of midnight here in Europe, or in the UK anyway, we'll be starting to see sunrise in sim. It'd be very weird. Which I don't think, you know, it's a bad thing. Now, that's the just fact of 24-hour races. You know, some races have more darkness than others. You remember back in 2020 when so many races got shifted around, and you had the Bathurst 12-hour, for example, that instead of having the opening like 15-30 minutes be pitch black, you had the opening pit stops an hour in being still in pitch black conditions. Race started at the same time. It was just, you know, by virtue of the time of the year, the Earth slightly shifting around the sun, there was just less sunlight for the drivers, and did impact the race itself, of course, how you plan it out, and, you know, when you put your drivers in, etc. So one of those things where less nighttime running, maybe more golden hour running in many ways if you get those cool conditions, especially since track temperature by no means scorching, at least right now. The weather forecast, it's intriguing, isn't it? Because there's this brief blip in the morning around 8 AM virtual standard time when there's like a 60% chance of rain. There's also like a 20% chance of rain at 8 PM. Basically, we're not guaranteed rain for this special event. Well, yeah, if I'm being honest with you, I don't really understand the weather forecast that you can see in iRacing. I don't. But what I can say, agree on, is yes, it does dip up and down
multiple times. So while I don't quite understand what the figures actually really mean, yeah, it's sort of one of those races where you're not entirely sure about. Kind of feels like a real Spa 24 hours in that sense. You never truly know what the weather's going to do when you start one of these in real life.
What we need is for drivers to... So right now they can see the weather forecast. I think it's like a week before. What we need is for that weather forecast to get scrambled 10 minutes before the session goes up, so no one has any idea. That would be great. Anyway, down towards the opening corner, the battle for... What will this be? Share Esports and their Mercedes are working here. So this would be just around 24th position. If you want to find your particular team and driver, the live timing link is posted on the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat. Unfortunately, we don't really have access to post it anywhere else, so you'll have to come and go to that specific page just to go to visit the link. But I promise you, if you want to find your team, it's worth it. For example, Simify just been passed by Team Hoisingveld and Jan Senterkowski in one of the Ford Mustangs. Team PGZ holding on, and the Apex Racing Academy car in front of Luca Alper in that share number 88.
Yeah, we don't often see, speaking of that Hoisingveld car, we don't often see them outside of the Mercedes, to be honest, but they've gone for, maybe more so in recent times, but they've gone for the Ford Mustang this time around. A lot of big teams back here, I've got to say, outside of the top 20 or so. Share Esport have probably been the best Porsche Cup team in endurance racing anyway for the last 9 months or so, maybe a year. It's been a very impressive time for them, but in the GT3, outside the top 20 here against all of the other big teams that are in this race as well. It really is a who's who of sports car racing. Again, the Spa 24 hours, maybe a little bit less so than some of the others, especially Daytona at the start of the year when everyone's really ambitious for the year and really excited about endurance racing in January. Maybe that tails off a little bit by the summer, but it doesn't mean that the names on this list are any less big by any means. We've got a fantastic entry, and that speaks to just who we've got outside the top 20, to be honest. Some very big teams indeed.
Yeah, Team Hoisingveld, you mentioned, them. They usually, when we were back in the GTE days, the Corvette staples. So I'm a bit surprised that they haven't immediately gone and picked up the new Corvette in GT3 as Simify just in front, I think that is. Fighting wheel to wheel. That's one of potentially the lapped cars as they just shuffle for position. No, excuse me, that's Gonzalo Vergara.
Is it Apex Racing Academy, or are they lap down?
No, that is Lorenzo Manfredotti, who slips his way up the inside. Gets the move done nicely. You can see on the GT3 cars, the front windshield has the position board that gets updated across the line, so it makes it somewhat easier to try and figure out where exactly they were at the start of the lap relative to each other. Now 20 in front of 19, but draft being fed back, and you've got that second Porsche in line. That's the big green machine with Tim Matzka at the wheel. Don't think any of them are going to get close enough at the top of the Camel to make a move. Live timing link, by the way, at the bottom of your screen right now if you want to type it in and get to the timing before it disappears.
Yes. If you got fast enough fingers there and a good enough memory, so there you go. It is a great page, though. You can see a lot of information from it, and I believe we get even more these days than we used to, actually. You've got positions gained and lost on mine at the moment, which is something I haven't always had, and you can see just who's been moving on forward early on in this race, especially up towards the front, because you always get those who qualify at the back and move through the field very quickly, but those who start at the front and then move forward again are the ones that very much impress me, like Grid and Go, who've gone up 4 places to 13th at the moment. So, guys like them, but haven't been too many changes inside the top 10.
Now, right now, they are all just very content to ride as they are, and outside of Diogo Pinto, that one move that we thought was indicating we were going to get swapped, drafting back and forth at the front. No, it's been Team Redline's second entry, that Ford Mustang just tucked in behind, and at sometimes just being content to do a bit of bump drafting. And It's going to be the end of the 10th lap this time by. Let's jump on board with one of these cars and listen in for some fuel saving, because, you know, now that we're, 20 minutes into this race, that gap has opened up to BS plus Turner, so it's, really a 13-car train. Daniel Lafuente still technically within drafting range of those in front. You know, by the time you get to the top of the Kemmel here, how much saving is Felix Kornbach going to be doing? Let's try and figure it out. Obviously no saving there. You'd hope so.
No, you wouldn't hope so. I'm waiting for it all the way down here at the end of the Kemmel Straight, where I'm expecting quite a lot, to be honest.
Yeah, Oru should be flat, by the way, in a GT3 car. You know, that's less than I was expecting.
I think that's because he's slightly further forward in the train than who we were on board with earlier. I can't remember who it was, but they were about 8th in the train, whoever it was, and there was a lot of lifting going on. So I think, yeah, that is a legacy of being third rather than not speaking to the desire they don't want to save fuel, just they can't quite do as much with only 2 cars in front of them.
Yeah, I think it was Parker White that we were riding on board with slightly earlier in that Williams Esport Pit Fit 150. And so he would have been, 8th or so that's a lot deeper in the field. And I guess as well, it's that margin between the cars that's important. So in, Kornbach's case right now, he's leaving a couple of car lengths between him and those 2 cars in front. So that's something else that definitely needs to be factored in. It's very smooth, though, as ever, with these drivers.
Well, as ever with this BMW, to be honest, this car really facilitates smooth driving. Doesn't really like being... and you can't really rag it around too much. You've just got to slowly turn in, slowly release steering lock, slowly get on the brake, slowly get on the power. Everything's got to be done fairly smoothly and slowly. But that's the way that you get to the end of the 24 hours, to be honest. You're not going to get to the end by being on the ragged edge all the time. There's a reason why the Audis in iRacing haven't seen or didn't see very much success, even when they were some of the fastest cars. It's very difficult to keep them under control for the length of an endurance race, but that's really not the case for these BMWs. It's nearly impossible to crash.
And well, I guess that sometimes now gets into our next talking point, right? Which is, do you do the 3 or the 4 driver lineup for the course of this race? Now, we'll go through some of the cars inside the top 4. Team Redline leading with Diogo Pinto. Now, Chris Lullum, Max Verstappen, and Florian Lebiga are going to be the other 3 drivers sharing the load with Pinto. For Josh Thompson behind, it's Sam Coitet, Ollie Steinbraten, and Gustavo Ariel that will share the load. So a couple of 4 driver lineups. Same for Marla. They've got 4 drivers, including, by the way, real world driver in that camp, Sebastian Weldon. Going to be very exciting to see him get back into the sim world, where he's continuing to shine. Saw him in the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series over the course of last winter, getting his first forays into top-level esports competition with this BS competition squad. Falken Sim Racing, they're another 4-driver lineup. Williams Esports back in 5th position. That's the first of the 3-driver lineups. That's an interesting one to see. 4 and 3. We always talk about how much practice you want to do for some of these events. I've always said if you're doing 20 hours of practice, you want to try and do as much racing as well.
I suppose so, but in the same way, you don't want to be overly tired or susceptible to making mistakes. So I actually don't think there's that much difference in terms of whether you do 3 or 4 drivers. Now, I haven't done both. I've only done one as a 4-driver team. However, realistically, if you're thinking about dividing up exactly equally, 3-driver team would do 8 hours each, 4-driver team would do 6 hours each. Now, that's only a couple of hours difference. So for me, that's not too much. And considering that most of these drivers, not all of them, of course, but most of these drivers will have this as their primary focus for the weekend, never mind the day, I don't think it personally makes too much difference. They'll be around anyway.
That is true. You do have to stick around in case someone's internet, for example, has issues. I kept scrolling through, and so the top 4 are all 4-driver lineups, but then 5th through 11th are all 3-driver lineups. You get to 12th, that's a 5-driver lineup. So in that car, they've got Falken Sim Racing, Alexander Thieber, Lucas Muller, Jonas Wanner, Paul Lang, and Jesse Jones. So it goes to show, however you want to make it work, make it work. Up the inside for the big green machine, what can Tim Matska do to try and slip his way past the Apex Racing Academy car? Now, it's a good thing there's not gravel out there in the virtual world like there is in the real world, because that 97 would have got bogged down. Shara Esports says thank you very much, and Luca Alpert up to 20 seconds.
Yeah, I said earlier that that contact at the bus stop wasn't going to be the final time we see the awkward sort of connected contact, if you like, and there you go again at La Source. Very awkward indeed, and they both did well actually to make sure they didn't spin around. However, you do lose a lot of time, you do lose positions, and that's where Maniti have found themselves in this situation. Share the beneficiaries from all of that, which is great news for them, but just another one of those awkward incidents that you could do without at this very early stage in the race. Just going back to driver numbers again, there's no 16 driver teams in this split, are there?
Oh, you know what? I'm probably going to have to keep scrolling
or any
to make
split,
sure.
For that matter.
No, there's definitely a split where there is going to be a team with 16 drivers.
You think?
Oh, I promise you.
Oh, okay.
Because I know at least of... here we go from up above. This will give us a much better look at what actually happens off the corner here. So watch Matska. I mean, they're already kind of locked in together before they really even are fully powered down. Yeah, good thing, again, there's no gravel on the outside.
Yeah. Was he ever... I mean, obviously we didn't get to find out because they were making contact. Was he going to actually leave the space there for the BMW? Was the BMW not just holding its ground there, and Tim Matska was maybe trying to edge him out of the way? I'm not entirely sure. We'll not find out because they made contact, but I think the BMW maybe was just standing its ground here. Oh, that's hard to tell.
Yeah, hard to tell with all the contacts. That's really, I guess, just too early, unfortunately, to be able to tell too much more from that. But again, could have been worse, and no grab. Again, this track's gone through quite a few changes since it was, you know, scanned by the team at iRacing. Gravel curbs and a couple of corners getting, you know, completely repaved as well. Not the entire track being repaved, though. It's going to be interesting when iRacing do get a new scan, what that actually looks like. They did announce it, what was it, about 6 months ago or something. Who knows? But the way, of course, the iRacing curse works, by the time that we've got our new scan, they'll have done something at the track to completely change it, you know?
Yeah, they'll start going around it the opposite way or something to do something weird. But no, I know what you mean. Oh dear, that looked close on the way towards Lecom there. A couple of drivers, but yeah, it has certainly undergone a lot of recent changes. I think mostly for the better, actually. I think Spa have done their changes very well in the real world. When we're in an age of obviously talking about safety and trying to keep tracks as safe as possible, but I think at a certain stage in the last decade, we were getting to a stage where tarmac was just everywhere, even off the circuit, and that just makes not very characterful, if you like. But if we can get that mix of safety and also enforcing track limits and characterful circuits as well, then we're certainly winning. And I think it's Spa especially is certainly starting to become like that. You know, there's plenty of track limits enforcing grass and gravel, but safe tarmac just on the other side of that as well.
Yeah, but I guess let's not forget the changes really more meant to bring two-wheelers back to this track, which is a really interesting proposition. The idea of motorcycles going up Eau Rouge and Radion cars scares me. That sounds even more terrifying. We have officially, though, crossed 30 minutes complete. We're about to close the 14th lap of the race here in the Falken Tyre iRacing Spa 24 Hours. And it is still Diogo Pinto that leads from Josh Thompson. It's Team Redline 1 and 2. BMW M entry leading the Ford Mustang. But it is very much BMW domination in terms of the manufacturer counts. It's good to see the Ford Mustang poking its head with 3 of them inside of the top 20. A couple of Porsches, some Mercedes, a Lamborghini in the mix as well. But as the field begins to stretch itself on out, nearing that first round of pit stops, it does seem as though it's come down to those at the front starting to break away. But we know there's a long way to go. And there's been a lot that we haven't really talked about. It's been pretty smooth sailing, and that goes back to the bump drafting that Josh Thompson helping his teammate up the top of the Camel as they continue just to work in tow.
Yeah, I said earlier in the race that after they exchanged positions on lap 2, whether that was going to become a recurring theme, but they haven't changed again for the next half an hour, so it's clearly about the Ford pushing the BMW at this stage. Not sure why they've decided to reverse the cars in this way, and what is better about this way than the opposite way round, but they clearly have elected for this choice, and you know, they seem fine with it. I can't give a reason why, though.
Yeah, remember Ford Mustang had the 2% reduction in fuel from the BOP. BMW's got a percent reduction on power and a percentage reduction on fuel, so maybe it's just sipping the fuel a little bit lighter and able to help punch the hole in the air in this first stint where everyone else is saving fuel off of them as well. Williams Gaming Club have lost about 2 seconds to the back, though, of the Williams Esport Pit Fit 150, so 8th and 9th getting stretched out, starting to see some separation. I see Parker White's mum in the house saying she's watching on from America. Let us know where you're watching on from around the world and who you're cheering for on RaceSpotTV and the iRacing Esports Network. Parker White looking very, very calm, and like you mentioned, it is a bit weird, Ewan, to have him start this race off, not because he's slow by any means, but because Sami-Matti Trojan and Ate Kalpinen in Europe, you'd think he'd want to maximize their running during the European daylight hours.
Yeah, especially since it's actually getting towards the evening. Are they both in Finland, by the way, or am I mistaken there? I probably am, actually, aren't I?
Well, Sammy might actually be based in Germany now, of course, racing Falkenhorse, but you know, could be in Finland. Not a bad shout.
To be fair, it doesn't really matter because it's only an hour or two here or there. But it's getting towards the evening already over there at the moment. I know we're still early afternoon here in the UK, but over in Europe, certainly some parts of the further east you go, getting towards almost 5 o'clock already, 3:30 already. So it's, you know, getting to that stage where actually maybe it's going to be relatively easy to sleep, shall we say, in a few hours' time. So again, I just question that a little bit. Of course, they'll all be sort of awake for a long period of time overnight wherever they are in the world, and that's just to give it in a 24-hour race. But again, I'm just confused. Why wouldn't you get those 2 Europeans to start the race, and then when it starts to get dark over in Europe, you can take turns sleeping, while Parker White is doing the majority, maybe, of the driving while it's night time in Europe.
You said it. On board with Corentin Gunes in the Ford Mustang GT3. Great to see him. Usually, of course, we've seen him be very, very quick in a TCR, a touring car. Of late, also been branching out into a couple more prototypey and GT3 sort of endeavors, and nice to see him flying the flag for the Bumblebees, sharing this number 76 alongside of Jürgen Frank and Daniel Sommer in what is now car that's quite solidly nestled behind Daniel Lafuente in the fuel-saving games.
Here's a question for you. Oldest team in this race?
Ooh, in this race?
Yeah.
Well, okay, that depends. Now, how old do you think Team Redline is?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, so...
Under this name, not as old as SimRC.
So, I think Team Redline are 24 years old.
Right, okay.
So I know SimRC is old, but I don't think they're 24 years old. Because I think, like, 24 is getting to NetRex, like, sort of an age, you know?
It's certainly above my age. Sorry.
Oh, you just had to.
Yeah, I know.
Just had to. No, I had dinner with Dom Duhan recently, who's, of course, you know, founder and I guess still team owner and whatever, team manager, principal at Team Redline, and he was telling me it was 24 years, and I was going, what? Excuse me? He was also very modest, you know. He couldn't say that Team Redline's the best team in all of sim racing, so I had to say it for him, to the people that we were with. Do you disagree with me on that one right now, though, Ewan?
Not right now, no. I would throughout all of time, maybe, but difficult to argue right now, I think, with that statement. We've had the founding date for you, by the way, 2000, says Hugo Luis.
but is that for Sim RC or for?
I think for Redline.
Yeah, no, for Redline it was definitely 2000.
Okay.
It's Sim RC we've got to figure out. So I'm hoping that Hugo can dive into his encyclopedia of knowledge and get us the answer on there. If you know in chat as well. Well, you see, the thing is, should we ask ChatGPT?
Oh dear.
You knew where I was going with that as soon as I got to say it.
Has ChatGPT heard of sim racing?
Well, it's heard
before,
of Google.
Not well. That's true. Not before you'd actually infiltrated it with poems that you did at Nürburgring. Was it there or something like that?
Okay, so I've just put it into ChatGPT. ChatGPT has said RC, the sim racing team, was founded in 2018. Hugo Luis has just said 2015. Which one is right? I'm going with Hugo.
It's definitely not 2018. That's for sure.
No, it's definitely not 2018. That is for sure.
That's a guess, isn't it? Really. But there you go. Yeah, to be honest, I'm surprised it's that recent. I say recent. That is 9 years ago. But yeah, that seems later to me than I would have thought.
You're saying that you think of Jürgen Frank as the old grandpa sitting by the fireplace?
Well, I didn't put it in those terms, but
yes, is what you're saying.
No, well, he's been around for a while, put it that way.
This is where we get, what's the other AI product that does images, and we get a SimRC grandpa sitting by the fireplace, and we post on social media. That's a job for our producer Hugo Luis to do, though. We will leave the AI image generation to people who are more creative than me. Because have you ever played around with that, Ewan?
No.
Like, you can tell it what type of I know you're not into cameras, but you can tell it like what sort of f-stop and aperture and everything that you want. It's really weird.
That is very weird. And stuff, again, I don't understand, to be honest with you, because, as you say, I don't know the first thing about cameras, other than which button to take a picture with.
There you go.
Or zoom. I know how to zoom.
There's two ways. There's either the one where you just move the thing to side by side, or if you've got the old school camera, you actually... Have you ever had to move a lens to zoom in, Ewan?
What, like move the circular thing, you mean?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Circular.
I don't know what it's called.
You probably never even controlled focus manually before. No, there you go.
I wouldn't be able to tell you whether that's true, whether I have or not.
Hugo says SimRC champions in the Neo Endurance Series back in 2015. Back with the venerable old Ford GT, which finally now has a successor 9 years down the line. So maybe it is fitting in some ways that they're back in the Ford Mustang.
I think that's the Ford GT2, by the way, not even the Ford GT3 that we used to have. I'm still sad it's left. I know you're not sad, but I'm quite
Ford
sad.
GT3, that's why.
Well, I know, but it's a bit of fun, isn't it?
No, it's not. The new Ford Mustang is a bit of fun.
Oh, I keep them both.
No, absolutely not. Oh, the horror. Ethan Bass somewhere is very happy with that suggestion from poor Ewan O'Leary, who, by the way, Ethan Bass is one of those drivers that still to this day, if he had the choice of running that old Ford GT, you bet your bottom dollar he would.
In this race?
In this race, absolutely. They did it last year in Top Split, didn't they? I distinctly remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember it last year. I remember it previous years to that. I didn't think they made Top Split one of the recent years.
No, they were definitely Top Split last year. I have a good memory of that.
Okay. Yeah. No, I believe it because they always used to run a Ford GT in this race, and it used to be woefully uncompetitive. They actually used to have very clean, good races, but purely performance-wise. But the Ford was just rubbish.
Here we go, a bit of a drag race brewing as Matteo Victorino and Gonzalo Vergara. It's Valkyrie Esports on the outside up towards Blanchimont. Oh, they're given the spot, and now washing out wide. Vergara going to feel the pressure from Leif Sebastian in that number 97 Apex Academy car. Now remember, the Academy car got a shove wide from Tim Matska slightly earlier. It goes deep into the corner. Oh, but how did it get it slowed down and wound down in time? Gets to 25th position. Tell you what, there's some good racing back in the pack.
There certainly is. While they're all following each other at the front of the field, there is some good racing further down the field, but it's all at the expense of Gonzalo Vergara, it feels, at the moment. That Simify car is dropping place after place after place. They're one of the few Porsches. Maybe we're finding out why.
Where's the next Porsche up the road? That's Maniti down the road, fiercely forward. No, excuse me, the second Maniti car, the 78. So, we are seeing them just outside of the top 20 right now. Porsche's had just the 1% of power reduction in the BOP. That gonna stall Gonzalo out here. Yep, he's not going to be able to get to the inside of Leaf Sebastian. Further back in the pack, that looked like Impulse alongside of Team PGZ. So again, when you leave the confines of the fuel-saving train up front, our driver's trying to jockey for some track position, and for the most part, still with some very clean race cars. There's been 2 retirements, World Sim Racing and the number 16 Ferrari, Sim Spirit and the number 6 BMW. Had 2 cars down to pit lane, the Altitude Esports 111, the sole Chevy Corvette in the field. They're 1 lap down, 4 laps down for Energy Sim Sport, but still 45 GT3 cars running around the track.
Yeah, it's a very busy racetrack as well, and good to see that we've only had a few retirements so far compared to other years where we've had plenty more than that at this stage in the race. In terms of what we're seeing back here, by the way, in terms of battling compared to that train at the front of the field that's still got 8 cars right now, I just feel like track position is a bit more important around here, or back here, I should say, to be honest, because out front, if you go from 6th to 5th, let's say, you know, it doesn't really change anything. You're still in the front group, you're still running in the fuel-saving train, but if you're a bit further back, you're probably behind someone who is a bit slower than you, statistically, so you've got to sort of battle your way through past them and try and move through the field as quickly as possible to get where you need to be, and so that's why you're seeing a bit more battling back here.
And this is where, as well, for some of these teams, not all of them, I think, expecting to be in this top split. I saw a couple of posts on social media from drivers going, whoa, we're in top split? Let's ride. It's a wild ride, that's for sure, but just getting to the end of this race is an achievement in and of itself. You best believe that. And hopefully get to the end with a relatively, I was going to say clean race car, undamaged race car, dirty from all the rubber and stuff that accumulates over 24 hours of racing and makes a race car field lived in. Back down to Eau Rouge for what is the 20th lap of these drivers' race. Still, though, no change up front with BMW M Team Redline leading the way from the sister team Redline Ford Mustang. Felix Kornbach for Mahler Racing Team sat behind. And then those distinctive Falken Sim Racing colors now on a BMW. They always mix it up in terms of the manufacturers. We've seen them in a Porsche, where they normally are in the real world, Mercedes as well. But here in the BMW, running very strongly, of course, powered by Door Esports. Yeah,
absolutely. So, good to see one of the many BMWs indeed in the in this race. Very, very, very numerous manufacturer, to be honest, in terms of how that's been selected today. Not many of them running towards the back either, which again, as you were saying earlier, sort of speaks to who has chosen this car and who has not, as opposed to you know, those who are at the front of the field. The best teams have chosen it, and that's why they are all at the front at the moment with 45 minutes gone, and we are getting to that stage now where we're probably quite close to finding out whether they will make the hour or not. Considering they've been so single file and saving so much fuel, you would have thought they can make it to an hour.
You know, one thing that I've just been thinking about is you see the different proportions of the various GT3. I thought for a second Josh Thompson about to run into the back of his teammate for a second. See the different proportions though of these GT3 cars. The Ford Mustang actually sits relatively high, you know, compared to some of the other cars. It doesn't look abnormal compared to the BMW, but you know, you go and compare it to like the Audi, for example, which sits a lot lower to the ground. I'm just going to say it as a tall person, but you know, are there certain GT3 cars that are better for people who are too tall for their own good?
I mean, logically, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Right.
Really. But then again, I mean, is ever a problem that your head is touching the top of a car?
Ooh, well, so if it's touching the top, the problem becomes safety. Because if, you know...
Oh, I see.
The roll cage is there to help protect the people inside of the roll cage, but if the body panels get deformed... But basically what I'm saying here is, at 6'5", should I give up my dreams of being a race car driver?
I don't think the 6'5" part's the problem. I think that...
I don't know what you're talking about. I've got no other issues.
I think one of your other measurements is a slight problem.
Hey, I'm not that round.
Yeah, no, I didn't. No, I didn't mean that. Never mind. Anyway,
I take as a formerly fat kid. I take exception to that.
no, you're not at all. You're as thin as me.
So what are you saying, Ewan? Well, why can't I fit in a? I've really painted you into a corner here.
Not that you can't fit in. I'm just saying, there's a difference between fitting in a racing car and then being a racing driver. There you go. There's a stark difference, in fact.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a racing driver. I put my racing suit on. I did my Porsche round of the All Stars. Finished inside of the top 10. I'm a racing driver, mate.
I mean, everyone says that in sim racing now, don't they? I suppose now it's accessible to everyone.
No, that is true. But again, it's all of these skills. That's, at the end of the day, they do translate over, and that's why Max Verstappen, just to be clear, is in this split. We haven't seen too many of those questions in the chat just yet, but he's going to go from racing a Formula One car in the real world, the sensations given to him from the seat of the pant feeling, over here into the sim world where he's got the sim rig set up in the motorhome, which I'm sure it's a great sim rig, yes, but it's not the same by any means. Meanwhile, that second group, the chasing peloton, well, they have been dropped. It's 4.3 seconds up to the leading cars that have now broken away.
Yeah, and they're not going to get back, are they? Not in this first stint. Anyway, they're going to need a good pit stop and a good start to the second stint as well. But the demoralising thing for them is that even by the time that they've done that, if they can achieve it, they will still be not in the front group, I would imagine, because on the exit of these first pit stops, plural, I wouldn't have thought the top 8 will all still be together. I mean, I'll be impressed if they are.
What's the virtual standard time in sim right now? It's probably going on...
R5?
Just past R5, I would have assumed, right?
Yeah.
When was the first chance of rain?
8, I think.
Well, that was the 20% chance, right? So probably like 30 minutes before that. So we're only 2 hours away from seeing that potentially. And I just saw a question in chat. Be interesting to see the Ford in the rain, because in practice, this particular commenter said that they didn't think it was doing particularly well. Might get our answer, although that seems like it's going to be a sprinkle, a dusting of rain. It seems like we might get a little bit more rain later on, I believe.
In the morning, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. So, to be honest, selfishly, I'm just hoping it's on when I'm on commentary.
Oh, look at you, selfish guy.
I'm being very selfish. I'm sorry, but yeah, I mean, yeah, but rain any time would be great, because I missed most of the rain at Watkins Glen, and I still enjoyed that race. So there you go. Not all selfish, you see, but yeah, I wonder how much that will be a factor in their minds at the moment. It does just add that extra element to iRacing special events these days that we just didn't have in the past, and it's really refreshing to see that we've got, even the fact that even if it is a dry race in the end, it's that prospect and that worry that it might rain at some point that really just change things a little bit, just keep us interested for that little bit longer, because we just don't know quite what the weather is going to do. Compared to before, when you absolutely knew the race was going to be dry the whole way, it's going to feel different to when it is dry the whole way, but we don't know it from the start.
Yeah, and Spa's the... compare it to a Watkins Glen as, the most recent special event with the rain as well. It's a much smaller track, and, as much as you did have varying levels of rain at different corners of the racetrack, assuming that's going to be exacerbated even more. Now, by the way, race leaders would have been bump drafting again, because I saw their gap basically go down to absolutely zero. So they're sticking very close as we enter into the pit stop cycle. Meanwhile, that was a spin as the rear end stepped around for that Valkyrie competition 777, which is now down in 35th position. Another look at just the replay and all of the chaos that then the car drops into in the battle pack that it's now a part of. But you can see that the gaps are opening up even amongst all of these drivers at the front. I think we're into the business end of this hour. It's ready to see who's going to head off to pit lane and who's been doing the most saving and able to extend their stint a little bit further.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're probably 3 laps away, sort of at minimum, from pit stops here. Then we're really getting to the business end and really going to find out quite who has done enough here. And I reckon that Team Redline have sort of saved all the fuel they need to, in a sense, and have started to just push on the pace a little bit here. 0.6 of a second back to Marla Racing Team, and the advantage for Redline, of course, is that they are in the lead, so they know that it's sort of, they're dictating everyone else's fuel saving, if you like, and if they begin to push, well, Marla Racing Team are not quite ready to just yet, then they can start to create a gap, and that's certainly what they've started to do now.
And so, 23 laps about to be in the books. Fuel window expected anywhere between 25 to 27, depending on how light on the right foot you've been over the course of the preceding 50-odd minutes so far. That Williams Gaming Club car bleeding time right now. And at the line, just did a 2:17.499. Now that's a good 0.4 slower than Diogo Pinto. That's just done a 2:17.103. Not the fastest lap of the race. No, that's just gone to Marla Racing Team and Felix Quirnbach. 2:17.041. Pace picking up, intensity picking up. Now what do the teammates do? Josh Thompson has been just tucked in behind and doing bump drafting for 50-odd minutes and counting. I'm going to continue to do so at the top of the Camel for the 24th lap counting as they just continue to ride in line, and Redline controlling that tempo up front. 5 seconds the gap between 8th and 9th positions right now heading into this pit stop window.
Do you know how I can tell we all watch too much sim racing? Because me, you and Will Chadwick all fought Redline trying to break away at exactly the same time. Because they've just started to create the gap and it just looked a little bit different. So we really need to get alive, first of all. But second of all, they really are trying to make the difference before the pit stops. The difficulty always is at Spa is the fact that you've got the draft, and that makes it so much more difficult. Felix Quirnbach doesn't even have to be as quick as the two in front of him to stay with them because of the way that the draft works. But what it is making a difference for is those at the back. You always get this whiplash effect in a big group like this, where those at the back are especially susceptible to a change in pace. And it looks like Alessandro Bico is the first one not able to go with it at the moment. He's gone 0.8 of a second behind Leandro Andarucci at the moment, who's doing a pretty good job of staying with Quirnbach, actually. But that gap between 4th and 5th is large.
Yeah, very cool as well, just to see, right, that we've had all that fuel saving and these drivers didn't lull themselves into a false sense of security and were able to pick up the pace without starting to run off the track too much, accumulate those incident points, or, you know, just even make more mistakes at this point as well. So 24 laps about to be complete. It would be early to come in now, but maybe if you've not been so efficient with the fuel saving, you might be forced to. None of these leaders, though, going to be heading off to what is a long pit lane, and let's talk about that now, Ewan, because it wraps around from the entirety of that final corner out through La Source, down in towards Eau Rouge, and only then do you release yourself from the limiter. A trip down pit lane here, a drive-through penalty, it's going to cost you a minimum of 60 seconds.
Exactly, to fit everybody in to the pit boxes, you've got to use all of them, and so it is the longest pit lane in any iRacing special event that or certainly 24-hour special event that we have, and so you really want to avoid, as we were talking about earlier, the incident limit. Absolutely have to avoid that. It costs you so much around here, but also makes pit entry and the actual pit lane quite difficult, because that corner on the inside of La Source is tighter than you think.
Valkyrie competition. Valkyrie competition, the 777. Matteo Victorino, first driver to come down to pit lane for what seems to be a scheduled stop. Sun sprung itself back out from the clouds as we dive our way down through this long right-hand sweeping hairpin, flick it back to the left, bring the cars towards Spuon, this middle sector of the lap, and definitely see that pace has picked up in terms of your race leading consistency. It's quite scary what they're doing right now and how close to the target lap times that they're being able to hit. For Diogo Pinto, it's been, I'm just looking through the timing sheets right now, 10 consecutive laps, all within around 0.2 of a second. It's been quite remarkable how up front he's just continued to be metronomic in hitting his marks. Full service as well for these GT3 cars. Let's not forget, they do tires and fuel at the same time.
Yeah, sadly. So we'll be seeing that again and again throughout this race. I think this next lap here for the leaders is a really crucial one. If you can go one more than this, then you're basically at an hour. So I think this next one here is the really key one, but I think we're going to see some of these 8s coming in at the end of this lap, because with no fuel saving, based on last year's numbers anyway, this is where you would be pitting. Let's see how many come in this time round. The top 4 have all made it. What about those 4 in this sort of second group, we can call it now? Yes, they've all made it, so they will all make an hour pretty much, and in fact a lot of the teams are making it.
Haven't seen anyone inside of the top 15 or so yet. Excuse me. Right in 15th spot, Danny Lorenzo brings in the BS Plus Turner car, and that's just shy of the top of the hour. Even with the lengthy time down pit lane, they are going to be back out on track before 60 minutes has officially been complete, followed in by Lucas Prada in the number 23 World Sim Racing car, and the klaxon goes off for Apex 1 as well. Now, side by side for the lead, and Josh Thompson's had enough. He'll bosh his way to the inside and slide that Ford Mustang back to the point of the field. Diogo Pinto's been riding, saving his fuel and punching the hole in the air, and I think that's the guarantee. Down to pit lane this time by for Josh Thompson.
Yeah, and probably for Pinto as well, because now they're ordered the right way in the boxes. Now, obviously, iRacing, you can go through people in the actual boxes themselves, but it is always awkward when you're the following car and your pit box is right behind the person who's coming in ahead of you. It's very difficult to spot the box that you're actually trying to stop in, and so this way they can just make it easier for the both of them, and it's a very minor difference, but it hasn't cost them anything to do so.
Might still have the chance to go one lap longer. That's a look at everything happening out on track. A rather quiet pit lane, let's not forget. Only around 7 cars or so make their way in. Only frauds and fiercely forward Zenith Gas Knock all included in the pit-taking machines. And as out of Stavelot and through the curve Paul Frere, Josh Thompson leads the field back up towards Blanchimont. We saw some of the other groupings as well. Mid-pack, top 20. Are they all coming down to the lane this time by? Lucas Prada's got the jump on Danny Lorenzo in pit lane as well, with a much more efficient time in the box. And so don't forget, it's a long pit lane. These drivers can make a very definite impact. Who hooks it to the right? Who's down on pit lane at the end of lap 26? Here comes the Mustang, and did Pinto follow? Yes, so Pinto in, but Falken Sim Racing, Marla go one lap longer. Biko's gonna make his way into the lane with Cody Deeth following him in as well. We got split calls though as we reach the top of the first hour.
Now that's surprising. That is going a long way on fuel there for the likes of Marla and Falken and BS Competition as well. Very good fuel saving from those guys to make it not only just about to the hour, like Redline and the others have managed, but comfortably over the hour, so they can afford to maybe even lose a lap later on in the race. And don't forget as well, especially for Marla and Falken, who were 3rd and 4th before Redline pitted there, it's not cost them anything to save this extra lap of fuel. So just in case you didn't think the sort of double slipstream made any difference compared to just one slipstream, it absolutely does, because they've been able to get a whole lap out of it.
And so as now the rest of the field is down on pit lane, it is just 3 teams, Marla, Falken and BS Competition. Now remember, Marla powered of course by BS Competition, so clearly they have figured out something. Up onto the jacks, it's going to be a fresh set of Pirelli tires and a full tank of fuel for the field in unison as they now just wait, and a lengthy wait. It's around 40 seconds for a full service here. Not expecting of course any sort of battles on the pit merge. On that exit blend at the top of the hill at Radion, it's just going to be all of these GT3 machines storming up and trying to build their speed up. No driver changes. I think that's what we're also expecting across the board.
I think this time next hour we'll be seeing the first driver changes, but yeah, not yet. Not quite yet required for everybody. Look at that, very full on pit lane. And out first, Grid and Go, who have made the front group. That's exactly what you have to do. If you're in that second group, take a short stop and get yourself back in contention.
And it's a good 2 seconds short fill for them. It gains them the track position. They'll lead Josh Thompson up the top of the hill with Diogo Pinto and then Alessandro Biko in that Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car, latching onto these 2 Redline machines. So this has really changed the game, and let's not forget those 3 that are still out on track. They may actually have longer to spend in the box, Ewan, because they've got more fuel to put into the car.
They will have an in-lap with less fuel on board, so maybe it'll even itself out, but don't forget that's a shorter stop for Biko Nico too, because that front group of 8 was just starting to split apart before the stops there, and so he's just short-fielded slightly to get himself back on turn. But I think it's absolutely worth it if you're not in front in that front group, excuse me, at the end of this pit stop cycle. You're going to find it very difficult to win the race.
And here they come, Quirmbach, Anderuti and Talvar. Now, this is all where they're trying to avoid making mistakes on that very tight right-hander. We've seen cars flip in that short run down before you rejoin the rest of the pit stalls. You and Snickers, it's funny for us in the booth. It's not funny for the driver behind the wheel.
I'm only laughing because I've done it. I didn't roll over, but I did nearly damage our car last year by hitting that wall. After if I say so myself, very smooth and uneventful stint. It was quite an eventful stop. Let's see what happens here for the leaders.
I totally believe that your stint was uneventful. Up on the jack. Remember, 40 seconds. That's the time that we're expecting them to sit already at virtual coach by grid and go entry at the front of the field. Not where it wants to be, I think. If it's, you know, short field slightly, it wants to be saving some fuel behind the rest of the contenders.
Yeah, so they've got to get this right. The only disadvantage with them doing this is the fact that they can't quite judge it based on what the others are doing in their pit stop. They're sort of doing it blind, and if you get it wrong, you could be out the front group and out of contention. So there is risk attached with this, but it could well be worth the trouble if it goes well. Out they go now, 41.6, 41.9, 41.6 for the three of them. I think the front two of Quirmbach and Anderuti will be in the front group. The
problem here is going to be that speed, right, already builds up, and so as much as they do emerge at the top of the crest, now where do those behind filter on through? Deep fires past Anderuti, so does Josh Thompson, but has Quirmbach been able to jump his way to the front? I think he will. Onto the brakes at the end of the Kemmel Straight. It's new race leader, the Mahler Racing Team, and Felix Quirmbach in front of Cody Deeth with now Redline, previously first and second, now third and fourth.
So mostly because Cody Deeth actually lifted off a lot on the way towards Les Combes there. If that was the last hour, if there was 55 minutes left rather than 22 hours and 55, then Cody Deeth would have overtaken him there. I'm absolutely convinced of that, but he didn't need to because there's so much time remaining, and it's actually beneficial for him now to have a drafting partner. But the difference this stint is that it's not two teammates, first and second, who are not worried about being overtaken. It's two different teams, in fact 3 different teams in the top 3 this time round. That could really unsettle the group in a sense, and it could create some tension really where it's not really required with this amount of time remaining.
The Mahler Racing Team car looking sharing that silver speck look from Team Redline. Apparently there's a memo that we didn't get as we ride with Diego Pinto in that BMW M Team Redline car. It's a long way to go in this race. Let's not get too excited about anything, but still very much have got these 6 cars, I'd say, in the line. I think Parker White very much in danger of being dropped in that Williams Esport Pit Fit 150. Same could be said for Rainer Talvar. We saw the word in chat. As soon as that gap grows to around 0.7 of a second, you can start to struggle to gain the advantage of the draft. Plenty of fuel saving though down into the chicane. Instantly we're back on to the fuel strategy and the fuel target. All these drivers being told by their engineers.
Yep, it is all very, very interesting indeed. After an hour of following one another and it not being very exciting, it was a very exciting pit stop cycle. So I am going to get excited about it, even with the amount of time we have remaining. I am going to get very excited about it. And one more thing as well. I said just before the pit stops I didn't think the front 8 would remain together. I actually thought that that would just be because someone would have an accidentally too long pit stop and you know, just one of those things, they just fall off the back of the train. But actually it just seems that the pace for the back 4 has really prevented them from really being involved in this front group again. Although I've got to say Parker White is doing a pretty amazing job at the moment of maybe getting back on terms here. He might just have the pace to catch the front 6 here. While they're fuel saving, he might just be going flat out trying to catch them again.
Yeah. It's a busy day, by the way, in sim racing and in real motorsports as well. Later today, it's the second round of the Porsche qualifying series for the 2025 edition of the Porsche Esports Super Cup. On VCO Esports, we'll have coverage with RaceSpot of the second round of the VCO IndyCar Challenge, where we will have some of those Coanda Esports drivers that aren't unfortunately racing here in the 24 Hours of Spa. One thing of note, though, not sure if you caught this one either. Ewan, have you seen some of the drivers racing in this Porsche qualifying series in 2024?
I didn't even notice that he was on today, so no.
Well, there you go. Well, a couple of years ago, certain world champion took a step back when he signed as an official Porsche Works driver. Josh Rogers is back in the qualifying series alongside a Mitchell de Jong, Dane Warren, and a handful of those other Coanda drivers. So, you know, it's going to be an interesting ride on the roll to 2025.
That is very interesting indeed.
Yeah.
But we've said for a long time, haven't we, that we'd always like to see Josh Rogers driving a little bit more, and
Yes.
indeed lots of the Coanda drivers actually, but especially those at the very top of the team, like Josh Rogers, who is arguably the best sim racer, one of the best sim racers of all time, and we'd like to see him drive a little bit more, to be honest. So if we could get him in that series, get him in some others, it'd be great. And while we're on the subject of Josh Rogers, by the way, congratulations on his engagement that he's just had the other day. Congratulations to him.
They didn't even realise. To be fair, I've been spending too much time off social media recently.
It's normally for the best, but
yeah,
I was glad to see that.
No, I was going to say for the best, but you know, sometimes there's some happy news on social media. So congratulations to Josh. There's plenty of sim racers settling down as well. Kamil Pawlowski got married recently, and now training for is it a half Ironman or something? That doesn't seem very sim racery though, you know, to go out and do physical fitness. The reason I bring that up is, doesn't Josh Rogers and those Coanda guys, don't they go off and do the same thing? I think they do.
What do you mean, like half Ironmans and stuff?
Yes. Oh, I know Mitchell loves a good Ironman.
Yeah, and Mac Backham does as well.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure about the others, to be honest.
Well, do you remember the April Fool's joke from, was it last year or the year before, which was Coanda Zwift Sport?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you not? Oh, that was great.
Oh, okay.
You would.
No, I try to stay off social media on April Fool's because it really drives me up the wall.
No, okay, that is fair, but I promise you, Coanda genuinely are the one esports outfit that I've actually, you know, they make me chuckle. And I'm going to go find this because I know you like some cycling, Ewan, and I think you will very much enjoy Coanda Zwift Sport.
Okay, I'll have a look after this, but yeah, that's something I've not said. Yeah, I don't find it's going to have to be good because April Fool's jokes don't normally make me laugh. It just annoys me.
Well, you can't go in with high expectations, right?
Okay.
It's an April Fool's joke, but I promise you, Joachim did a great job. Where are you on Discord? There you go. I've sent the video over to you. You can watch it in 50 minutes time when you're off the broadcast.
Okay.
Okay? Don't click on the link now.
Okay. Okay.
We're going to lose Ewan for the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds as he watches that video. No. We watched the fight for 32nd position, the Voracious racing team. Is that how we say that one?
Voracious? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know if that's a word really, or what that means, but I'm going to go with that as well. It's a very big group though, this back here, outside the top 30. And again, we were talking about it earlier, this is kind of what we get outside the top 10 or so.
And how many retirements? Still sitting at just the 2, although 3 cars off the lead lap. Altitude Esports, Zenith Gasnock, so Jaume Torres joining them. That was a lengthy pit stop for them, 2 minutes and 11 seconds. And then the Energy Simsport, number 72, so Eduardo Borgert, 3 laps down from the race leader. Only an hour in. Here we go. Let's ascend to the inside from Simeon Lynch and the Only Frauds machine. That's not a fraud of a pass. That's a pretty beautiful one. Delatraz Automotive behind. It's Hydroratio Desigan Impulse wheel to wheel off the corner as Antonio Reger gets in front of Adrian Fruworth. And now going on the defensive is that bright red Ferrari, just trying to cover off any move from behind by Magma Forward. Like you say, the bigger these packs are, the more intense the battles tend to be.
Absolutely. And by the way, I think it was Impulse trying to make a move there on the BMW rather than the other way round, but could be wrong, into the final chicane there. So that's pretty interesting to see. But it didn't work, and they're back to single file again. down the Kemmel Straight, or up the Kemmel Straight now. They look like they're actually going to stay in the same positions for the first time since we pretty much joined them here. But I went and Googled voracious, by the way. Apparently it does mean something in English. It's wanting or devouring great quantities of food. So there you go.
Okay. So within the context of motorsport, they want to gather up as many positions as they can?
I guess so, or something like that. Yeah, I'm not really sure if they're a recognised team or whether they've just made up a name for this event.
Now, I'm trying to look through their driver roster. They've got a 3-driver lineup here. Juan Cruz, Nick Sick, I've never seen him before. David Gomez, don't think I've seen him. I have seen Fernando Borda in Dallara IR18s in IndyCars before, so yeah, maybe a relatively new up-and-coming esports team. And sometimes in these bigger, singles class special events, we often get to see some of these teams make their presence known instead of just the big names, and so that is a good thing to see. Speaking of the IndyCars, by the way, not just qualifiers for the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup kicking off, but on Thursday, the first round of the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing qualifying series got underway as well. 7 rounds, first ever iRacing IndyCar Championship Series later this year, and Luke McEwen winning the first race from Long Beach. Very exciting, Ewan, to finally get that underway.
Yeah, it's a lot going on at the moment, isn't there?
It's a lot.
Feels like in the last couple of months there's not really been a lot, especially the last month or so, not really been a lot happening. And now all of a sudden there's about four things going on in one day. So that's typical, isn't it, of just any, especially sport seems to do that just generally. But anyway, it's good to see, and I can imagine you're very pleased about more IndyCar in iRacing.
More IndyCar? Yes, please. We don't have enough iRacing special events in the IndyCar. We need one every month in the IndyCar.
Crikey. Don't we have that? Or really?
Oh, no, I'm just joking at this point, just to be clear.
Okay.
No, nothing serious about that comment. There is plenty. I feel as though if you are just a casual iRacer who just wants to enjoy your racing, there's something every weekend at this point, between iRacing special events, NASCAR iRacing series, iRacing IndyCar series, regular weekly official races that you may want to do. Then maybe there's like some league events. The Williams Gaming Club, for example, they host a bunch of different things for their own community to go and do, some 6-hour races and stuff. You can never not race if you want to.
And again, that's the beauty of iRacing as well. We've got the officials going on literally 24/7, pretty much, and it means that you can literally just race whenever, and it's a fantastic thing. It does mean that you can spend too much time doing it, but that's okay. It gets pretty addictive, to be honest. Sometimes when you're really in the zone and you're doing well, it gets pretty addictive. So there is so much to participate in, so much to watch as well on all of the different iRacing and RaceSpot channels, etc. It's a wonderful time, and there's so much in terms of variety too, in terms of different types of racing.
15 minutes into yet another hour, and this lead group has, accordioned up once again. 8 cars strong, and then 9 seconds back to that second peloton, chasing them down from behind as we work our way towards the evening hours. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Ewan O'Leary, ready to hand the microphones over to Paul Smith and to Will Chadwick in around 40 minutes time, right as we get to that next pit stop phase of the race. Again, remember, timing is available at RaceSpot.tv/pages/timing, and not just timing, but if you want to go and look through the spotter's guide and all the different liveries on display, you can also go there and check out what a good-looking field of cars that we do have. Now, I've got to say, those red line special silver entries, they're great. I love them.
Yeah, I think they look better than the normal car, to be honest with you. I think they look fantastic. So maybe they'll bring it back a little bit more often, but maybe not. It's great to have them here for now, though. They're not quite chromish, are they? It's not quite reflective, but definitely sort of I wonder what to compare it to, really. It's just sort of a nice silvery sort of colour, if you like.
At least we can both agree that's silver, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, what else would it be?
Well, I don't know. Lewis McLeod's not here, so he could tell us as gold, bronze. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I just asked whether it's chrome or not. It's not quite, is it? But there you go. Yeah, definitely silver. I've no arguments about colours today.
Yeah, we managed to throw Lewis under the bus for crashing a car at Spa. Now we've thrown him under the bus for not being able to identify orange from brown. That was the Altitude Chevy down to pit lane. Remember, they are already 1 lap down. They are in for what is a scheduled stop at the end of a 26-lap stint as race leaders once again out of last source and running down in towards turn number 1 with the Mahler Racing team number 10, Felix Kornbach, in control and in the lead of this race. And you did mention it as well, and the fact that these 3 teams, Mahler, Falken and BS Competition, went 1 lap longer is going to mean that maybe later in this race they can afford to go 1 lap shorter and fill up a little less fuel.
Yeah, maybe, but I'm always hesitant to sort of work forward that way, that far forward at the moment, because of the threat of rain that we've got and the fact we're still thinking about rain here as a possibility later on in the day. If that comes, then we are going to see a very, very different day in terms of fuel. If that comes on a half hour, for example, people are going to have to pit sort of halfway through a stint to put on wet tyres and so on. So I'm not going to give too much credit at the moment to having that extra lap. But if indeed we do get away without rain throughout this race and we do get a fully dry race, we are indeed going to see that become a benefit, but that's a long way off for the moment.
And that, by the way, is the Apex Racing team car. Remember, slow down over the top of Eau Rouge and Radion at the I was going to say opening lap. That was effectively the opening corner. Let's not forget, Hugh Barter instantly drops back in the pack. They're in 13th right now, only 15 seconds off the lead. Question is going to be how this gap evolves, if they're going to be able to be the car maybe bringing everyone with them to those leading cars, or if the leaders can continue to metronomically chip away at the gap that they've got. And of course, we mentioned that the weather on the horizon, potential rain in a couple of hours time. Not seeing anything on the radar just yet though, so as it strikes 6:20 p.m. virtual standard time. Remember, 8 p.m. and that's when we're expecting potential rain.
Yes, that's less than a couple of hours away, and when darkness is beginning to maybe loom a little bit, maybe the rain will accelerate the darkening period, to be honest, because that's what it can sometimes do. But we'll see when we get there, if indeed we do get that rain at all, because as you say, it's actually quite a low percentage chance. So how much are we actually going to be relying on that actually coming? I'm not entirely sure. It's a pretty low chance.
Williams Gaming Club just in front of Corentin Gunes for Sim RC, with Alexander Thieber behind in the second of the Falken Sim Racing entries. Run down towards Eau Rouge. Again, foot to the floor, it's flat out, that steep climb with the amount of downforce that these GT3 have, even in these racing conditions. Now, does Gunes shape to try and make the move here at the end of the straight? No, he holds back, continues to sit in line. Now, these drivers, last lap alone, ended up losing around 3/10 to your race leaders. So, every lap that goes by, the gap's only opening up, so they're going to have to try and find something, try and work together to try and close the margin if that's what they really want to do.
I mean, the damage is done almost at this stage for these guys. They're not going to win from here, I wouldn't have thought, but it's probably too early to say something like that. 10 seconds is the margin for now, and the reason I say it's such a lost hope for them is because you can't sort of pit stop your way there. That's awkward. Down into turn 1. It's one of the Mercedes hitting the Ferrari. We're seeing that very big group just outside the top 30 earlier on. Greico Motorsport, the Ferrari car that actually went around in the end in that very big group. Yeah, I really don't see it happening for these guys. It's way too big of a gap to cross.
I can tell you that that weather radar, by the way, not only showing no rain at all, but the prediction, which does go forward around 4 hours, not showing any signs of rain either. But fingers crossed, never say never, it would not be atypical for the Ardennes to suddenly start springing up some rain here and there. Should be fun though to see if we get the rain later on in the morning, where drivers may be a bit tired, trying to fight their way through the fatigue as fighting their way on forward. That was the Apex Racing car up to 12th position. Meanwhile, in front of them, out of turn 1, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy had just gone forward to 5th. So there are starting to be some moves. Leandro Andrewudi's just lost another spot now. Very slow run off of turn 1. Tries to slot into line just in front of Reino Tavar and able to hold on to 7th.
That'd be frustrating for him, because I thought he was one of the fastest cars in that first stint, actually, even though he was mired down in 4th place anyway. This could be real danger for him. We have seen the 89 PS competition car get back in contact with this group, so he's not going to overtake the Falken BMW now, but even so, that was very awkward. Whoa. And it was Williams down the inside to create it. So, well, it certainly punched a hole for the second Williams car to go straight through, but it was aggressive into La Source.
Nim Cross might get a report about that one. Sure, there might be some words exchanged between the teams and the drivers as well, but at least doesn't seem to be any lasting damage on the 44 of Andretti as it sits right now. This is what happened to the big green machine. Contacts with the 46 BMW that just then gets nosed into the wall. That's the Hydra Race Geodesic car. Now down in 41st position after it tried to spin around, but yeah, turn the steering the other way. Yeah, there you go. Got the traction control off as well. Nice tidy move to avoid having to back up into the racing line itself. Another incident though, 90 minutes or so into the race.
Yep, we've seen plenty of those sort of innocuous almost incidents, and for a few retirements to go along with them, which is great to see. But those are always expected, really, these sort of one-off incidents that generally happen throughout 24 hours. They generally come most regularly at the start, and that's what we're seeing a little bit of here early on as well. So thankfully we've seen most continue from them, even that which I noticed, by the way, with the 8 leaders early on, even that Corvette we saw in the wall at the hands of PGZ early on in the race is still running as well, albeit laps down now.
Yeah, again, spirit of endurance racing. Only those 2 retirements early to speak of. 42 cars still left on the leading lap, but now what will be 37 in the books as they continue just to work across the line. Now Hugh Barter at the front of this pack, about 3 seconds behind Alexander Thieber. David Bosca, Dino Lombardi, and the pair of virtual coach by Grid and Go entries are directly behind. Now, those cars are identical, aren't they, in terms of the livery as well?
I'm trying to spot a difference. Red wing mirrors on the second one, I think. Is that how we're supposed to tell them?
That's not even a red wing mirror. That's a red highlight at the top of the wing mirror.
Oh, it's not even the whole wing mirror. That's good.
Yeah, that's why I didn't spot it the first time.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've almost got my nose on the screen trying to see it. Yeah. It might even be orange, but anyway, let's not get an argument about that. There is literally no difference. There you go. That makes it look more obvious, I suppose.
Please keep zooming in, Mr. Producer. There you go. That's how close we need to be to the car to really make sure we know what colour it is.
There's some vents there. There's a couple of vents that are orange too. Some bonnet vents.
But are those orange on the other car, or are those... See, this is now the question. So the question, you see, commentators are dumb. We need our lives to be made easy. Those 2 cars are too similar. You know, I'll give this to at least Team Redline. Those 2 silver cars are identical, but there's no mistaking a BMW for a Ford Mustang.
No. So we can get away with that. That's fine. But it is quite rare to see the same team going for 2 different manufacturers in the same race. Can't remember the last time I saw any team do that. Never mind Redline, who are so used to driving the BMW, to be honest. They've won special events in that car this season.
True. I just got word, by the way, from Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Alessandro Pico did not mean to go for the move into turn 1. Apparently had a slightly stuck throttle, which either gets you very scared that he's still got to do still got to do 13 laps of his 24-lap stint before he can come back into pit lane, or that is the best excuse a racing driver has ever given in the sim racing world.
That was my first thought, but you can never prove these things. Particularly, they might be able to prove it to us and send it to us, but I can't possibly comment at the moment. It did look strange. I mean, it's probably a good thing in a sense for them, if indeed it was a technical problem, because it didn't look like a good move anyway, and they certainly didn't win any favours with Falken for making it.
Yes. You know what it makes me think of, though? Pedal issues, 24 hours of Spa. Go back to 2019 when a certain Max Verstappen's leading with, 90 minutes to go, and his brake pedal literally falls apart.
I don't really remember it, to be honest.
Do you not remember this? I bring it up basically every special event.
No, I don't remember it. I wasn't an iRacing commentator back then.
And neither was I, to be fair. Okay,
yeah.
You know, there is a more famous moment with Max Verstappen here at Spa with us commentating on it. That did go viral. That's beside the point. No. Okay.
Oh dear, yeah. That
you just remembered what it is. Wow, Ewan. I've just sent you this link. It's actually on the iRacing YouTube channel. The clip from the broadcast back in 2019, it was Max Verstappen, Max Benneker, Max Weinig, and Lando Norris. What a four-driver lineup that was back in the day. Yeah. Max Verstappen's brake pedal comes apart, and guess who jumps in? It was 10 minutes left in the race. I'd forgotten. Lando Norris to save the day.
Wow. No, I really do not remember this at all. I was doing my GCSEs at the time, so...
How did you do on the GCSEs?
A complicated story, but I got all of them, so
there
it's
you
okay.
Go.
But I was not watching iRacing at the time for that reason.
Unacceptable. You should have scrapped your GCSE.
Forget education.
For those who are in the US or out around the world, that's like grade 10 sort of a level. Yeah, as BS Turner, it's a bit of a cent. But year 11's grade 10. It's a difference. BS Turner makes the move on WSR Esports butt kicker. That's for 15th position. But yeah, we highly advocate for 14 and 15-year-olds to focus on your education and not just spend all your time sim racing.
Although a lot of the drivers we meet nowadays don't do that. Because it's becoming very popular to get very good at sim racing for a very young age.
Yeah, there's some 13-year-olds. Yeah, in racing prodigy, racing in the Prodigy Racing League later this year. There's going to be Julian Klaffenbach, who's 15 years young. Eduardo Leo, he's an iRacer who's going to be competing there as well. He doesn't even have a driver's license yet. The first time he ever got behind the wheel of a car was at Prodigy Week.
Yeah, I heard you tell a story the other week about that. That's quite crazy, isn't it? But I guess that in some ways, it's not quite like getting behind the car at the wheel of a car on the road, is it? Where I think that would be a little bit more rash to just send him out into the world. But on a racetrack where it's already done sim racing, it's surprising how much you can sort of pick up through that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that part. I don't know if I agree with you so much about the. It's safer to put them behind the wheel of a car and say you can go on a racetrack and go as fast as you want as long as you don't crash.
Yeah, I mean, he's got no other general public to crash into. It's only got himself to damage.
Yeah, but you see, I guess when you're on the road, you're not telling the kid to go more than like 30 miles an hour. He was doing 120 into turn one.
But that's all right. He's got a steering wheel and a brake pedal.
Big brake pedal that works in both directions, we've learned as well. In chat, I see a question. Yes, this is a real 24-hour race. You have to use a minimum of 2 drivers over the course of the race. In some teams, there's 3 drivers, some teams 4, a couple of teams 5. And in the car that we ride on board with, Josh Thompson sits in 21st for Team Redline. In his teammate's car, the BMW M Team Redline car that sits behind. Let's get back on focus for the race for just a moment here. Speaking of Max Verstappen, he will be in that race. And in that car in this race. And do you remember the last time that Max Verstappen did both a sim race and a real race on the same weekend?
Well, I don't remember the last time. Unless there's been a time previous to the one I'm remembering as the last time. Nürburgring, when he won that, and then Imola?
Yes.
That was the last time. Okay.
Well, okay, I see what you're saying. We don't know if in the intervening races since then, if he's been doing more racing, sim racing during the Grand Prix weekends. But yes, the last time he did a 24-hour iRacing special event and a Formula One Grand Prix, that being very specific now, he won both of them. So keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to clarify. You might have been thinking of something different to me. So anyway, it was quite a spectacular weekend, and a thought popped into our head about an hour ago when we started to realise this. I wonder whether he's been keeping it on the low a little bit, just
so people don't report
so that people don't ask him so much about it. Yeah, because he was asked relentlessly whether he should be doing it or not last time.
That happened after one of the races in the Middle East because the timing, right? He was up at like 2 in the morning on Twitch or something. Keep it on the DL, Max. Although it's hard to keep it on the DL when he goes on the Twitch stream with Team Redline, Luke Crane, the rest of the drivers. You know, he's having a blast.
Yeah, but that's unavoidable. I agree, but he could keep it on the low until today.
Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't put it on social media that he was racing.
Exactly, yeah.
We got totally surprised when we saw the name in the sim, but we know how dedicated, how committed he is, and curious that he's in the BMW and not the Ford Mustang, though, especially given, Red Bull and Ford, there's some ties there.
Yeah, is there?
Well, from 2026, it'll be Red Bull Ford.
I see, okay. Yeah, you're thinking ahead, fine. So you think that's the reason why they've gone for it here?
No, definitely not. I just find it funny that, Max had the choice of which car to be in, probably. Yeah. You're not telling Max, no, you can't be in the car that you want to be in. And he's technically, in this race, going to drive for the official BMW M Team Redline car. So Max Verstappen, Red Bull driver, competing for BMW today. At least it's not a Mercedes.
Exactly, yeah, a bit of a conflict of interest, but there you go. I mean, if they were in the Mercedes, I don't think they'd be in the top 10 at the moment, although there is one in 19th, I suppose. It's not been the most popular car of the day. I mean, they don't seem to have any problem with him doing it, not even whether it's in a BMW or whether it's in whatever. There doesn't seem to be any problem with him racing, so fair play to him for doing it again. And we'll see if he can do the double again.
What a double it would be, especially with all the stories and history with this race. Here's the move potentially from Corentin Gudes. Nope, stays in 10th. Ford Mustang rumbles on past. I believe that's Calla, by the way, commenting under the Grid and Go account on YouTube, says, well, maybe worryingly, next time they're going to hide a little Arjuna on the car. That's scary. But also says that the probability that you make money out of sim racing with the things that you learn from it rather from the actual driving is more likely. And I think that's something that a lot of people do recognize nowadays. Let's not forget that these quote-unquote full-time sim races, a lot more of them make their money from coaching, building setups, everything outside of the actual competition, as much as there are a couple of them that do get paid to drive. It's not necessarily the fun life, is it, Ewan? Because we are literally talking, though, about driving in the sim for like 6 or 7 or 8 hours a day.
Yeah, it could be quite a long time. Although, to be fair, when I went to the Apex Racing facility in the Midlands of the UK not so long ago to talk to them a little bit about how much driving they actually do a day, they were telling me the importance of actually not doing too much, like you say there, and not sort of burning yourself out, because it's all well and good doing all this practice, but if you're completely burnt out by the time your actual event rolls around, what's the point of any of it? So they were expressing to me the real importance of that and keeping it at 4 or 5 hours a day instead of going up to 8 or 10 or so, which some of them said to me they've never done before, because that's, unless they're in a race, because that's just too much.
Think of what the most that I've ever done in a single 24-hour race. I think it might have been one of the 24 hours through the French countryside that I did back in the day. Now, did I do 10 or 14 hours? It was one of the two. I did 2 quadruple stints. So that's about like 8 hours there in the HPD it would have been. Yeah, I don't think I would have ever wanted to do more than 12 hours already sounds crazy.
I wouldn't be greatly satisfied with more than 8, really. I only ended up doing with about 5 hours or so.
And that was enough for you?
Well, bit of a story that is I'll tell quickly. I was meant to do the sort of 3 hours to go, 2 hours to go, if you see what I mean, right to 1 hour to go, so the penultimate and third last stints of the race, if you see what I mean. But after my third last stint, I needed a wee, so I didn't do the second stint, and I just got someone else to do the second last and the last stint as well. So I didn't even do 6 hours of that race, just did 5.
Oh. And this is how in the real world. But whether it's in real-world racing or in sim racing, sometimes the calls of nature adjust strategies. Thank you for sharing, Ewan.
Sorry.
No. Maybe giggle at least. Ewan, we have a lot of commentary today as well, so it's a good thing that we're having a fun time, at least to start the day off. Might not enjoy it so much at the end of the day, I think, at least for you. The reason why I'm laughing so much as well is I just went over to look at Laurens Vanthoor. It's a 24 Hours of Le Mans in the real world this year. RaceSpot was actually helping with Porsche's live stream, so it was cool watching some of the onboard cameras and just, fatigue through some of those long safety car periods and whatnot. Laurens Vanthoor did 11 hours and 45 minutes of driving in this year's 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Is that allowed?
Yes, apparently. That's the first question I had to ask as well.
Yeah, I would have thought they had a... maybe they don't have limits when there's all pro drivers in the...
well, I think the limits are more
12 hours, apparently.
Yeah, I think it's only you're allowed to do, 6 hours in an 8-hour block. They do, restrictions like that, more around how much... how many stints you can do in a block of time so that you get adequate rest as well. But 11 hours and 45 minutes, a lot of that race spent under safety car as well. I mean, that which is more tiring than being at racing speed. I will maintain that.
Yeah, you start to actually think about how tired you are instead of being focused on going quickly. You start to think about just how tired you are and indeed how bored you are.
Exactly.
If you're being behind the wheel under a safety car as well. So yeah, I feel for any of those who were behind the wheel at the time of those safety cars, especially in those pro categories where it actually doesn't matter who's in really,
right? Because
there is no minimum. If you're in a pro-am car for one of the other categories, it's a bit of a dream really. If you stick your am in for 3 hours, it's great.
So Dion Fiallo says in chat, max is 14 hours at Le Mans. Paul says 12. I don't know who to believe. Dion also says that 4 hours in a 6-hour block is the rule, which makes more sense than 6 and 8, just thinking about it logically. Yeah. But apparently Andre Lauderer only did 3.5 hours, while Laurens Vanthoor did almost 12. What? Right.
That doesn't make any sense. Unless there's some sort of illness or injury.
And I mean, we're talking about Andre Lauderer here. We're not talking about me. If it's
3
me... 3
times Le Mans winner, I think.
At least 3, surely.
I think he's won it 3 times. I thought that was fact, but it might not be.
No, you're right. It is 3 times.
Okay, well, look at the knowledge there from me. I can't explain that really. I don't know why they did that. That just seems like Paul's strategy.
Best part is I just got on Andre Lauderer's Twitter, X, whatever I'm meant to call it now, and the most recent thing he's retweeted was legitimately from March, where he says, not too bad for past prime Estra, 80-year-old Lauderer, and the second best Vanthoor brother.
Wow.
Oh, the self-deprecation is real. But that's why Andre Lauderer he's one of my goats. I don't know how you view him.
I never got with him greatly because I wasn't a fan of the Audi teams. I just wanted them to lose all the time when I was getting into endurance racing.
But you watched Truth in 24, right?
No, I haven't actually. No.
You never watched Truth in 24?
No.
You never had Jason Statham talk to you in his, unique voice about the joys of racing at Le Mans?
Why would I want that?
Oh, you want that, trust me. No, you really do. Truth in 24 is one of those must-watches for any motorsports fan. Genuinely, it's on YouTube, both the first and the second one. As
Williams. I think Williams has just swapped places, yeah. Although it's a strange place to do it.
Yeah, is that maybe just more continued issues for Alessandro Bico with the pedals?
Could be. Not entirely sure. Because at the time, these guys were just coming into Le Combe. I reckon the leaders were maybe Bruxelles or maybe Pouhon, I'm not sure, but very weird.
Yeah, again, we're going off and talking about drive times and what, because it is getting rather boring up towards the front. So I think Bico may be very much struggling with that technical issue, which is going to mean want to get that car in as soon as possible to get the driver change done.
Yeah, and they can't really afford to do that before the hour. It's very difficult to change that around, really, and then all of a sudden they'd be relying on rain to save them. You never want to be relying on that at all. It's like relying on a safety car. You never really want that, and so they've got to stick it out for the moment. If he is indeed having the problems that they say he is, which is becoming more believable, to be honest, he's doing a good job with it, but it's not making for good viewing for Williams at the moment. Although, again, we don't know what the cause of the swap of position was yet.
Still a long way to go as well. As long as you're in this leading group, to be honest, as long as you're on the leading lap in this race heading into the final 4 hours, you still will feel relatively confident. Of course, as mentioned, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, that partnership that's also seen the Williams Esport PitFit car directly in front. PitFit, a motorsports training organization based in Indianapolis with an office out in Charlotte as well, covering, of course, most of the IndyCar and NASCAR athletes as they get ready to go. And they'll be helping out some of the sim racers jumping into real-world racing cars over the course of the next couple of months as well. To take a look on my end, by the way, and it was down at Bruxelles where Bico had his little bit of a slip-up. And, yeah, it doesn't look normal. Like, it just seems as though there was a hesitation, as though Bico just wants to get out of the way and he's not sure if that car is going to even be allowed to roll off the corner in a free and flowing fashion. So that's gonna put some doubt into the mind.
It will, for sure, but, you know, it looks all right for me at the moment. Whether it's sort of intermittent and it's popping in and out, I'm not entirely sure really what's going on, and what he's having to do to manage this, if anything at all. It will certainly be playing tricks with the mind, that's for sure. That might be the most significant thing that's going on at the moment. But the question that it comes down to for me after all of this, though, is what happens after this for the next 22 hours? Does he drive again? Can he drive again? If not, it's a real disaster.
You'd hope.
He won't even be able to they won't even be able to settle the drive time requirements, will they?
I'm pretty sure that a double stint fulfills the drive time requirement.
Even with 3 drivers?
Even with 3 drivers, I'm pretty sure. But even then, even if it is the case, 22 hours with just 2 drivers would be a long old slog. Yeah. So, yeah, you hope that he's not racing from, the Williams Esports facility at Grove. So, he's back at home. He's rather limited on his options, but hoping that they can get it figured out in time. Otherwise, poor Sotomuto and Beckham Desir, it's going to be a lot of lifting for them to do as virtual coach swap around. And this is down for 13th position as Dino Lombardi gets in front of David Bosga.
Yep, so a rather unimportant change, really, and in a sense of I'm not entirely sure what this is going to change for the second group as they continue their chase to the groups up ahead. Somewhat surprised they haven't been able to catch the group for 9th place, actually, but anyway, they're still making hard work of that, and they're still a long way off of the leading 8 at the moment, who are still 10 seconds at least ahead of the nearest group, and even further ahead of this second group. We're 3.5 seconds off the back of that trio for 9th.
And we're 15 minutes away from the top of the hour, and therefore swing us back around into the next phase of pit stops. You can see that the cars in the mid-pack starting to be separated out a little bit more as well. Hugh Barter has not made those inroads into the gap up front that he would have been wanting to. He's now down 17.5 seconds off of the race lead. Behind them is a 6 or so car train before you get into the no man's land of cars just kind of scattered in and amongst themselves. Impulse, one of their Ferraris, onto the back of a Mercedes as they climb the top of the track once again. That's Norbert Leitner, the Hungarian, who's going to look to the inside on Pedro Valencia. The fiercely forward Mercedes holds on. And what is one of the best running Mercedes left in the field.
Yep, and one of the most easily spotted from the moon, I would say. It's very bright indeed, as they try and hold back the Impulse Ferrari. Clearly deciding to choose a Ferrari almost through thick and thin here, because they are one of the few on the grid, and it's not been well favoured by any of the teams, really. Some teams maybe expect to select it, certainly haven't, and Impulse struggling with it a little bit, really, finding it a lot further down the back of the field, but they're still going, still inside the top 30, and you'd imagine a team like that will generally sort of ghost their way up the field as the day goes on.
And just staying out of trouble maybe can help them in that one, so we'll keep an eye on progress from those down the back and keeping themselves out of trouble. It's a long race at the end of the day. 24 hours. It's our third special event, 24-hour special event of the year as well. Of course, Daytona, the Nürburgring, 24 hours preceding this. It's unique in its own way, right? Because single class race, there's 50-odd GT3 machines, as opposed to, you know, Daytona, we've got 3 classes, 2 of them being prototypes, GTP, LMP2, and GTD. Nürburgring 24, we've got the 4 to 5 different classes and different manufacturers all mixed up in and amongst them as well. So again, we talked about seeing some of the different teams that maybe we traditionally wouldn't get to see. Also means traffic is very different over the course of the race.
Certainly is. Normally we do talk about traffic more, but that's because it's sort of a thing to get through, a recognised part of the race. But at Spa, it is still part of the race, but not really talked about quite as much, and it does require sometimes a bit of cooperation from the car going a lap down as well, and sometimes you get it too. It'll be interesting to see what kind of race we get today in terms of how people are willing to jump out the way, or how they're not willing to do so. Find that very interesting when we get to it, but we're not quite there just yet. The sort of back end of those who have not
just rolling their way through the piff path as we sit on board with SimRC. Just thinking as well about the fact that the track's starting to darken. That weather radar, I've been keeping an eye on it, and at least right now not seeing anything inside of the next 4 hours. So it seems as though that first chance of rain, Ewan, if you gambled on your setup maybe being more set up for the dry, remember, there's limited setup adjustments that you can make in the pit stops, but for the most part, you've got to set your car up initially the way you need it and want it to be. So if you've compromised, gone for a bit more of a dry setup, you'll be feeling pretty confident about these next couple of hours.
You certainly will, and that's another one of the interesting things that we'll start to see if indeed we get rain later on in the race, but it does look like it is going to be later on in the race. And in terms of setups as well, I think all of the teams, upon seeing the weather forecast, will have gone for a wetter setup, a drier setup last time around, because it is one of those days where you're likely to see not a lot of rain, to be honest, so you sort of want to gamble in that sense. You just got to sort of get through the wet period on a dry setup and think, well, I'll take the pain through this bit, because throughout the rest of the race, throughout most of the race, we'll be on a dry circuit anyway.
A dry circuit as well, where the rubber being laid down is not going to get washed away too much as well. Something else just to factor in mind, how the surface actually interacts with all the laps the drivers are doing now and the moisture that maybe will be sprinkled down in the future. We've got 10 minutes to go to the top of the hour. On to lap 21 for your race leaders. Well, 21 and 20 respectively, depending on whether you went the extra lap or not. So we're probably at most 4 laps away from starting to see drivers dive their way down on in. And probably going to start off, let's not forget, with the virtual coach by Grid and Go machine. Team Redline's 2 cars behind. Surely Marla along with Falken and the BMW M Team BS competition, Ewan, after going one lap long in the first stint of the race, even though Marla's led the second stint, they'll be trying to do the same this time by.
I'm not sure. I think they might get themselves back onto strategy with everybody else because they've been leading around. Because if they try and save 2 laps of fuel again, then they will be so slow that compared to the others, they will be backing up the field a lot. So everybody else will be able to do at least the same, if not more. So I think that's going to be really difficult for them to achieve or even maintain throughout this stint here. But what they have been able to do here is push on the pace a little bit more, and what it might do is just put some of these teams under pressure for saving the amount of fuel that they need to throughout this stint. And again, we're in the final 10 minutes and the front driver or team in the group beginning to apply the pressure, and you can see that with the sort of last 3 cars in the train.
Yeah, those last 3 cars. Remember that we did see the BMW M Team BS competition number 89 just kind of sit at the back in the first stint as well. Let's see what's going to happen on the merge on the track position blend at the top of the track next time by. Lights flash from the Mustang of Josh Thompson. He jinks to the inside. Is he going to make the move now on Cody Deeth with some assistance? Yes, that BMW doesn't put up much of a fight, but once again, right as we get up towards the pit stop window, the red line car is starting to slice their way on forward. Yeah,
and I think you can see the danger here that Marla Racing Team could have been afforded a bit of a margin there by Cody Deeth, who maybe just couldn't quite stay with them. Don't forget that Deeth needs to do the maximum amount of fuel saving throughout this stint, because not only did he that's quite an extent, not only did he not quite make it as far as the Marla Racing Team last time, but he didn't even stay in the pit lane for as long. He hasn't got as much fuel on board as anybody here. He absolutely does need to fuel save a lot here, Cody Deeth, and so that's why Josh Thompson realised he needed to get through. Otherwise, Felix Quirnbach would be allowed to get away into the lead completely on his own.
One thing I guess as well is I saw speculation in chat that maybe Cody Deeth was quite close to extending the stint to do the extra lap in the first part of the race, and that's why he had a slightly short fill. Other thing to keep in mind is fuel fill times. That Ford Mustang maybe does have a slight advantage compared to the BMWs. Here we go though, back up towards Blanchimont, and just watch the hands here for Cody Deeth as well. Haven't talked too much about this corner outside with inside camera shots. We've looked at it from the off-board, but just look how little movement they want to put into the car. If you ever see side by side and you ever see cars looking a lot more nervous, it's because the hands are having to be a lot quicker and a lot more responsive to everything that's happening behind. It's Alessandro Bico, Leandro Andrerucci, 6th and 7th position squabble out of the chicane as we come back to the line. 23rd lap of the stint for some of these drivers.
Yeah, Andrerucci seeing the danger as well, actually, in that second group, and it will become a second group if they're not too careful here. There's a notable gap between 5th and 6th, and Parker White, by the way, has done a spectacular job to get on the right side of that equation, if you like. There's the flash of the lights from Andrerucci. He realises what an important moment this is. Bico is limping to the end of his stint here. He is not getting the pace that he needs out of that BMW at the moment, out of his own pedals maybe, if those rumours are to be believed. Andrerucci needs to get down the inside and through here, and he does finally do that on the way towards Les Combes.
It's not ideal though. They've dropped out of draft from those in front. Remember that buffer about 7/10 that you really need to enjoy that maximum benefit. We ride with the Zebra back in 8th position, the number 89 machine. As it sits right now though, inside of this leading 8-car train, Redline have got 2 cars. BS Competition have got 2 cars. Williams Esports have the 2 cars as well. Falken Sim Racing, as well as Virtual Coach by Grid and Go, just 1 car respectively. Is that going to be something to keep in mind when it comes to strategy, when it comes to bump drafting as well? You and I go back to Daytona at the start of the year. Remember, Redline were running 1 and 2 in the GT3 class until they had one of their cars disconnected. It dropped down 1 lap, but what did it do? Went right back to the same position, working with its sister car all the way to the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly. We can see that kind of thing again, although it is a different equation around this circuit. The principles does still sort of apply that kind of thing can happen again. And speaking of teammates, by the way, Grid and Go are getting separated as teammates here. I think that the second car in this line was having to defend from BS Turner on the way towards Puon there, which was very unusual.
not a passing opportunity, but I guess if you're Daniel Lorenzo, you're more used to being in a prototype, so maybe it is a passing opportunity. Great to see the split-liveried BS Turner car back out on the track. And again, getting ready for driver changes, you'd assume. Did not see any from what we believe in the first cycle of the race. Your leaders have just broken the timing beam yet again, though, so they go past the line once more. That's a throw to the inside from Lasse Urinen from Team PGZ's 114. Lucas Prada trying to hold on in the World Sim Racing Esports butt kicker number 23. It's two BMWs off the corner on the outside. Should see the white and black 23 hold on initially, but up to last source. Here comes Urinen once again, deep onto the brakes, trying to hold the tighter line. Now you can run wide and put your foot to the floor. It's not going to matter. Team PGZ grabs 16th.
Yeah, and they're starting to make progress through this group now as well. How much that pass will actually matter in the grand scheme of things after these pit stops are made is still to be seen, really, because everything can change very, very quickly indeed. But it's a good start for them as long as they can hang on to this place. You would imagine that WSO will just push them into line now, and they will indeed do that. But you can start to see it always gets like this in the final 10 minutes. Everyone just starts to move a little bit after an hour of fuel saving, after 50 minutes, I should say, of fuel saving or so. Everyone just starts to move when the pit stops are on the horizon, and so here we are again. Pit stops have started, overtakes happening on the circuit, and the prospect of missing the group and getting shot out the back of the group is once again going to be a fear for a lot of these teams.
It does seem as though that is a full stint for the drivers that have just come down onto the lane, so as expected for them, but 24 laps and counting for the Ford Mustang for Team Redline, and a couple of those drivers directly behind. It's the 23rd lap of the stint for the Mahler Racing team. We're expecting them to be able to go at least one lap longer than the rest of the field, even if they've been running up front. Have they still continued just to save the fuel? Our times have dropped from low 17s, 2:17s at the end of the stint. We're still doing 2:17.5s right now. Does not seem to be the same level of urgency from the body language of the car. But as the temperature drops, it becomes that much more difficult to save fuel. There's more grip, more access to the loud pedal. And off to pit lane, virtual coach indeed. Cody Deeth was needing to do a bit more fuel saving. He'll blink at the end of lap 24, but the rest of that group staying out there. It's just one peeling off to the box. Yeah,
that's no surprise at all, the fact that he's not made it, but it's okay in a sense. He's in the middle of the group. He can take a full pit stop here with no fear of getting dropped out the back of it, in my opinion, and next time round he can save fuel just as much as he has this time to get himself back to the hour again, because in my opinion he still needs another lap before the end of the race. Thankfully he's got 22 hours to sort that out, but he's back to where he needs to be. The most important thing throughout that stint was get back in the leading group, and Grin and Go have achieved that.
Right, so 60 seconds left to go. And next time by, I'm expecting that Mustang for Redline and maybe a handful of others to make their way down onto the box. But Ewan, it's 2 hours that have flown on by. It's time for you and I to say goodbye. You're going to be back in a couple of hours, as am I, to work through the night back towards the morning. What are we expecting, though, given what we've seen to open this race up?
Well, eventually the field just spread apart. I think the key is going to be who is at the front when that happens, because sometimes you're not always dictating when it does. You can be caught behind a brake even at this time in the race. We're seeing that with Williams Esports Racing Prodigy at the moment. So I think this is still a very open race indeed. Any of those top 8 teams can definitely still win it, but I'm none the wiser as to who it's going to be.
Now, you said Williams, right? I said Redline.
I said Williams thinking of the number 1, but now I've cursed him clearly because Biko's pedals don't work anymore.
Yes, but okay, we're still establishing our predictions. You and I will be back at the end and we will circle back to them, but it's time for us to step aside 2 hours into this 24 hours of Spa, powered by Falken Tyres, the third 24-hour race in the iRacing special events. Arjuna Kankipati, Ewan O'Leary saying goodbye, and Paul Smith and Will Chadwick ready to walk you through the next couple of hours.
Thank you very much, chaps. Yes, hello everybody, welcome along. We are 22 hours remaining here in this race, and it has been a bit of a slow burner, I think it's safe to say, here in this one. Myself, Paul Smith, Will Chadwick here alongside me, and Will, for the start of a 24-hour race, it has actually been rather unspectacular, but to be honest, a lot of these teams will want them spectacular, won't they?
Absolutely, and I must say it's a pleasure to be here commentating on such a great race alongside you and the many other various good commentators that we'll be seeing across the course of the 24 hours. Spa is, like you say, a very interesting race. All the teams will be planning their perfect strategies out to have, well, I guess, a kind of a perfect plan of doing the stints, doing the bump drafting, but I expected it to be this way. But I think it does say for how good the driving standards have been so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's not actually been that many incidents involved in this race. We'll go through that, what has happened in this race in just a short time. But right now we have got pit stops going on. Williams Esports with Alessandro Bico, Daniel Lafuente in the Williams Gaming Club car, Sim RC, Apex Racing Team, Virtual Coach GG by G&G, both of their number 02 and 03 car, Team PGZ. It's a veritable pit party down there in the pit lane, in the endurance end of the pit lane. Of course, this venue, this race, uses both the old pit straight, which you see there on the screen, and of course the Grand Prix pit lane as well. Just don't flip your car on the inside of La Source like my teammate once did in an endurance race.
Incredibly tight pit lane, like you say. The turnaround, I know, is quite a challenging. Some cars, especially the Ford Mustang, struggles to get through that corner, and it's an 85.5 second full pit lane delta for these guys. That'll be fuel and tyres, fueling up to something around 100 litres or maybe a little bit above, with a set of tyres as well. Noting from the first stint, as the track rubbers in, iRacing's got a very dynamic and very detailed rubber line data that gets set down, and I know a lot of the teams were actually maybe changing the front ARBs in the first stop to slightly adapt the balance from that first hour where the track's quite green to when we're getting the rubber down onto the circuit. So that's important to mention, those stops being, those changes being allowed now in the new patch of iRacing this season, and pretty much being free as long as you're fueling somewhat above 80 litres.
Now, Marla Racing Team onto pit road after 26 lap stint. They weren't able to go that lap longer because they were at the front of the field for that stint, so they were forging a path and just using that little bit more fuel. Team Redline, they were able to go 27 laps with both the 21 and the 20 car, along with the Williams Esports Pit Fit car and the Falken Sim Racing Team car as well. They've been able to go 27 laps. Falken Sim Racing, Leandro Anderuti in the number 44, and the BMW M Team BS Plus competition, they have stayed out for their 27th lap of their stint. So some driver changes going on here. I will say 2 hours, it's a good stint length around here, isn't it? You can go a triple or quadruple stint around here, but you start feeling it after a while, don't you?
Absolutely. I think that something that, you know, I don't think that maybe the viewers at home maybe get an idea of is how much mental strength and how concentrated you have to be for the length of these stints. Of course, these drivers have done 2 hours already. The sort of acceptable normal stint is around about 2 hours to 3 hours, and I certainly know that Redline are planning to do more of a 3-hour stint for their drivers, whereas some of them, like the BS competition car, we have seen make a driver change already after 2.
Elias Raka into that car, down in 4th. They'll drop down even more because there comes the Grid and Go car and up towards the front again. So remember, the 001 car did come in. It's now on to lap 3 of its stint for Nicolas Rubler. So they are in 5th place right now, but they have been working their way forward, but not as long on the pit cycle. So it's going to be interesting to see how the strategy pans out for them, whether they can do a bit more fuel saving this stint. The 2 leaders that are due their pit stop, they are onto pit road right now. And so the final lot of our second pit stop's underway, and we'll see where those two BMW M4 GT3s come out of pit road compared to this gaggle of cars led by Josh Thompson in that Team Redline 21.
Yeah, be interesting to see that. They've obviously been able to extend that extra lap on fuel across these 2 hours, which is useful. And I know last year we saw quite a slow-paced race. It was very slow, very fuel-saving, dynamic. And I think the teams this year are kind of encouraging themselves not to do that in that sort of way this year. I think we've seen a much higher pace in the opening stages, people running much closer to the maximum and less fuel saving taking place, although we have seen a little bit of fuel saving. But I think last year a lot of cars got kept in that lead fight due to the pace that was ran, whereas this year I think we're trying to see a bit more separation from these lead packs who know they've got the pace to open up a little bit of a gap.
What a driver you can have to jump into your car in that BMW M Team BS Plus competition car. Phil Denez, I mean, my goodness, he can pedal a car, that is for sure. So a quick driver, well, they're all quick drivers compared to me, jumping into the car as there goes Diogo Pinto on a move on Parker White. Here comes the pit stoppers up out of Eau Rouge into Radion. And they'll be suffering. You feel that slower pace all the way up to the top of the hill here, don't you?
Absolutely, you do have to make awareness in your mind to make sure you're not covering off the pit exit. You don't want to have a clumsy crash that, you know, I'm sure you may have seen if you've ever raced at Spa, just someone coming out the pit lane and you just being a little bit too tight to the line. So some quite heads-up driving needed from the drivers in this leading pack. And yeah, that looks like a good stop from the number 44 Falken Sim Racing team. And yeah, Damon Woods leading the way as things stand at the moment.
So yeah, let's just quickly get you up to speed with where people are then. So it is the number 44 Falken Sim Racing team, Damon Woods, as Will mentioned there, in the lead of this race, ahead of the Team Redline 21 car of Josh Thompson. He stayed in the car, so he's going to triple stint here at the start. Marla Racing Team, the number 10 car, is in third. Then it's the virtual coach G&G car of the 001 in fourth, ahead of BMW M Team BS Plus competition. And then it's the BMW M Team Redline car of Diogo Pinto, who of course did lead earlier on in this race. He's in sixth place right now, ahead of Williams Esports Pitfit. Then it's the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy team, ahead of Williams Gaming Club, and SimRC round out the top 10. One thing I did note before we even started this race, at the end of qualifying, we were supposed to have 49 cars start this race. 2 didn't take the start. So out of 47 cars, 41 of them were all within a second of each other. That just shows how competitive now this race, and this top split in particular, has become. Well,
exceptionally close, like you say, and the teams put extensive effort into preparing for these races. You may think they pick a car based on the BOP and develop just that car, but in fact I know across many teams they're developing every car. Every driver, or most the top teams in this race, will have had a setup ready for literally every car, because you never know what can happen with how iRacing are delivering the BOP later on these days than they used to. Being more like the Wednesday they do an update, and all these teams have to be ready for all certain circumstances.
So, as we are 10 minutes into this latest hour, the race did start nice and clean, no crashes at the start, although the Apex number 99 did end up with a slowdown penalty through Eau Rouge Radion, which they had to serve all the way up to Le Combe. There was a big stack up then at the end of that lap into the bus stop with Impulse Ferrari into the SimSpirit car. The SimSpirit car has since retired from this race. Team BGZ, the 124, spun at Le Combe by the Apex Academy car then just a couple of minutes later after that. Altitude Esports had an incident up at Malmedy after 10 minutes of the race. Then things settled down. The Mahala, Falken and BMW M-Tim BS competition cars all went one lap longer at the first pit stops. And then the Williams Racing Prodigy car, after about an hour and 24 minutes, forced the Falken number 44 wide at turn 1 to get into P5. So a little bit of shenanigans between them in this front group. And then, as we saw with the pit stops, the 001 Grid and Go car did come onto pit lane a lap earlier than the leaders. So interested to see how these early stages have been going here in this race, and how good it feels for me as a lead commentator to not have to be talking about people doing shenanigans and pushing the limits of the simulator. It feels nice because that's the last time I commentated on the 24 Hours of Spa.
I think it's a testament to the work that iRacing have put in to not only proof their simulator from being slightly exploited by these teams and individuals, but also the efforts they put into the tyre model. I think a lot of people in the community are happy with the GT3 tyre model at the moment. It has no particular way of having a perfect warm-up. It's pretty robust, and unlike the GT3 tyre models of old, it doesn't react that badly to sliding the tyre. You can slide it a little bit and get completely away with it, although it's optimal to minimise sliding at all times just for general tread depth purposes. The tyre in GT3 at the moment has come leaps and bounds among the last 2-3 years, and I think we've got this class in probably one of the best places it's ever been on this simulator.
Do you know what I would secretly want to have here in iRacing with these 24-hour races? And I know they've got it for the NASCAR side of things, limiting the number of tyre sets, just to make teams have to think about where and when they want to double stint tyres, for example. I would like that to come in.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting dynamic, obviously removed since the fact that we now do tyres and fuel at the same time for, I think, the last 3 seasons now at least. Potentially it's more than that, and my mind's just blurring everything together. But yeah, it would be an interesting point, but I think obviously iRacing always want to cater to the larger sim racing community, and I think that when you think about what can be challenging and what can be race ending in a GT3 category, managing tyres that are getting down to the carcass because maybe you've only got 16 sets for the race and you're really trying to push it, may be capable for these top teams who are more than capable, with more the drivers possible to handle a car that's maybe not handling perfectly. But I think that maybe when you get into lower splits, potentially that could cause some issues. But I think there's a good dynamic either way, no matter how you do it.
Well, I mean, one dynamic that has come on this year, and we keep on talking about it, is of course rain coming in to mix things up. We saw how that affected Sebring. We didn't see that at the Nürburgring, of course, but we did get that at the Watkins, the 6 Hours of Watkins Glen race. So you're seeing how that can then mix up strategies, because for too long, for me, Will, is that teams have had it a bit easy. It's a case of, right, we've got to make it to the hour or just past the hour, fuel up, and it's all just going towards that last pit stop. That's how it always has been here on these special events. But now they've just got to think about things as to if rain is forecast. When's that rain coming in? Are we near a pit stop cycle that we can maybe get the tyre at the right time? Or have we just taken a pit stop? We would have liked to have gone onto a wet, but we can't because it's too dry. It mixes things up, which I like with these endurance events.
Certainly adds the factor of changeability into these races, and I think what's really important to touch on, which you maybe don't see as a viewer, especially right now, is how different the BOP would look if we were bopping for wet weather. And that's something I've had extensive chats with across teams across the last few days. This BMW and Ford are the 2 slowest cars in the wet weather, and that's what makes me so interested to see when we go and look at some wet running later on, what the dynamic is. If this was a wetter race, I don't see the possibility of the BMW even being competitive, despite it being within half a tenth, I think, of the Ford in the dry. When you look towards the wet weather, the BMW is miles off in comparison to something like the Corvette, Audi or Ferrari.
And here's something that I want to throw in the mix of the talk about with the wet weather as well, is that this morning in one of the earliest split races, which if you're new to iRacing special events and you've never known iRacing special events, they can have different timed starts for this race for different time zones, so it can suit the Australian market, for example, for the US market, and this is what people like to call the main slot, the main race. For this time slot, this is where you do end up with the most. Oh, it's the grid and go-kart spun in the background, a shot there. I believe that was the 003. Which has got René Lenz behind the wheel, and that will allow the BS Plus Turner car of Jonas Vollmeyer to go past it. But yeah, it's in the earlier races, in the earlier time slots, somebody was mentioning, Sean Campbell was mentioning in one of the YouTube chat, that there was rain at this point of the race in some of those earlier races, but here we've not got the rain, so the teams can't just be watching those earlier races and go, right, rain's at this time. It is truly dynamic.
Yeah, and I know actually this morning, last night, when we were seeing those first splits go up, people were quite concerned because, of course, there is a lot of drivers running in these BMWs and running in these Fords, and when we look at a race which is going to be predicted around about 610 laps long, we only expected 70 to 80 laps of those laps to be wet. Now, if that dramatically changes and the shift is huge, you know, we're talking of a delta of plus 1 second for both the Ford and the BMW per lap to something like the Corvette or an Audi.
Oh, and that is what happened to that virtual coach.gg by G&G car. And around it went at La Source. Really tricky corner at La Source because if you go too close to that inside wall, it can kick the car around. If you take a different line in, say take a little bit of a wider entry in to get the run out of the corner, somebody may dive down the inside and try and make a move on you there. It is one of those corners where you can get multiple lines meeting each other, and unfortunately then contact happens. We're looking at the race leaders though. It is still the Falken Sim Racing Team Teal who lead this one. Damon Woods behind the wheel of his BMW M4 GT3. And Josh Thompson, I mean, we've pretty much seen this all race, haven't we, Will? That Josh is quite content to be just sat behind people doing fuel saving.
Yeah, and something I'd just like to bring up is how great of a race Josh is having so far. I mean, pole position, having great opening stints for Josh, and I know that obviously the last year or so, sometimes the results hasn't come his way, but I think if you know Josh, you know he's one of the hardest working people in the entirety of sim racing, and to see him going so well at Spa today is really nice to see.
Josh Thompson is one of those people who if he doesn't have bad luck, he doesn't have any luck at all. It's just one of those people who, I mean, I've commentated him in multiple private leagues. I've raced against him well, I say raced against him. I've raced in same races as Josh Thompson as well, and whenever we have sort of been racing together, we both know each other, that we can trust each other to give each other racing room, and so you can have some great battles with Josh. If he knows how you are and you're okay with him, he'll be okay with you and give you just that limit. But when it came to, say, like the Porsche Esports Super Cup, for example, didn't have the greatest luck in that series the times that he's been in there. So he's one of those confidence drivers, I feel, and when he's on a good day, he is very difficult to beat.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, I think it must be going to say that not only Josh, but every driver in this field, especially so far, has held great driving standards. You know, we've seen very little incidents, and the amount of hours of preparation that these teams and these drivers have put into this event, you know, boggles the mind. I can imagine plus 20 hours, so 20 hours of driving time on track, purely on track, 20 hours for every driver that's in one of these cars at the front of the field, and in some cases will be double that.
Yeah, when I was hearing Ewan and Arjuna talking about practice times and things like that, I think the most practice I ever did for a 24-hour race, and I think that says a lot about why I'm sat this side of the commentary microphone. I think the most practice I ever did was about 6 hours for one of these things. Get to a stage where I feel comfortable that I'm not going to throw it into the wall, and you know, and I could do a full stint without, you know, accumulating an exorbitant amount of off tracks. Then I was happy with that. But these drivers, they're all at the limit, pushing themselves. But it was very notable that a few of the, it was mentioned by Ewan, you can't get to the point where you're burning yourself out, can you? You've got to manage it. It's so tempting. Your equipment's there all the time to just, I'll just jump on and do you know, a couple of hours. You can't burn yourself out, can you, Will? It's a very balanced thing to do.
There's definitely the possibility of running so much that you end up getting to the race and all of a sudden you're dropping kind of off your peak, and I've seen that happen many a time. It's happened to me as well. But what I will mention is it's quite an interesting dynamic coming from yesterday, when Friday is often one of the busiest days of the year, busiest days of the week, when you're preparing for a 24-hour or 12-hour, 6-hour special event. And iRacing was down for a large majority of the time due to external factors, and that really was an interesting fact to see kind of how the drivers dealt with themselves and prepared for this race. And I actually think that will have had a profound effect on not only the drivers but how the preparations have gone into things, because so much free time on your hands. Maybe they've looked a little bit more into strategy, all the weather forecast, and maybe made some slightly different decisions that they may have initially made, because you know, that amount of time to think just before the start of a race, and yeah, it certainly changes the dynamic up a little bit.
I remember talking to Kevin Ellis Jr. down at the Porsche Experience Centre at Silverstone. It would have been, last year now, I think it was. Or would it have been the year before? My goodness, this is all just coming into one thing. This is what happens, Will, I'll warn you now. Once you reach 40, you start thinking, was that last year or was it the year before? I can't remember. But I was talking to him, and I was saying about, you know, because we, for certain series, you know, we'll have the webcams of the drivers there, and I said, Kevin, you never really sort of celebrate a win. You just come across the line and you sort of like give a wee sort of satisfied smile, and that's about it. And he goes, well, I've been doing that many laps that by the time it gets to the race, it's a case of, well, I've done my job.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at a top-level sim racer, some of the ways to control your performances is trying to take the emotion out of it. Because I think that emotion can cause a lot of rash decisions, and these races are incredibly calculated. A number of these teams have engineers working behind the scenes, coming up with strategy, kind of assessing how the race has gone so far, fuel numbers, etc. That if you just throw that all away by being a little bit too annoyed at something which may not even matter in the grand scheme of things, you might have just had someone be a little bit rude and cut your nose off or something, just like you've had in a piece of traffic in real life, and it may have caused you no damage, but it could cause you to make a silly error or something like this. And I think a lot of these guys focus a lot on kind of removing the emotion, but keeping that desire deep down to really push and fight for the victories.
Yeah, Jackie Stewart used to say, you know, when he was racing back in the 60s and start of the 70s, that he very much, and you touched on it there, he took the emotion out of the driving. He made sure he did not let emotion take over his driving and his performance there, and that he attributed to being able to perform at such a high level for what was then a very long career. I mean, you think now, look at Fernando Alonso, Lewis Hamilton, their careers, that's a long career now, whereas back in those days, if you got a 10-year Formula One career, your look's been very good indeed. That was something that Jackie Stewart used to bring up, of just taking that emotion out of his driving, and it showed with his performances. And you see a lot of the drivers now taking that approach, and you're absolutely right. If you're very emotional, you're going to make a mistake, and you're going to do something silly, and then you'll be thinking, why is that always happening to me?
Yeah, talking about potentially silly actions, having a little bit of a fight there between the 001 of Nicolas Rubelar and the 20 of Diogo Pinto. Noting that Rubelar had a few small connection issues over the last I'd say couple minutes, potentially Diogo not being happy with the pace, and looking at how big that gap is ahead of the number 20 car to the 10 of Elias Riker. Time to get a little bit of a move on to make sure he doesn't lose that leading train.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that gap has just built up that little bit between third and fourth place. It's 1.6 seconds at the moment between them. Rubelar, his connection was that bad that he didn't actually register a lap time that last lap, so it seems to have settled itself down now, does that connection here. But yeah, Pinto feeling the need to get a shift on here, because I could tell you the average lap times for the leader and for the leading three are all 18.1s, 18.1, 18.2 over a 5-lap average. And this group, they're kind of matching that performance, but right now they're not really gaining that gap back up, and that's what Pinto is trying to do now. Maybe use just a little bit of fuel now, get back up to that group so they can then do that more fuel saving.
Yeah, and I think like you say, if you look across the last few laps for the likes of Pinto, but also what they were doing earlier in the race, you can clearly tell that that 20 car has a lot more pace than it's been showing at the moment. And I think that can be said for the front pack in general, still saving a vast amount of fuel. I do imagine the 44 Falken sim racing car has actually took a little bit of an underfuel in that last stop. And now really for Diogo, it's time to get a little bit of a move on, close that gap by about 0.6, 0.7 of a second, and then start to wean that fuel saving back in a little bit. But certainly not ideal for the 20 BMW Team Redline car, and be interesting to see how they manage this situation.
Pildenez making the move up the Kemmel Straight into Lecom, and making the move up into 5th place. So Rubelar just moving down a little bit there in the field, and just maybe just a little bit off the pace right now. And if you get out of a rhythm, if something maybe distracts you, you can get out of the rhythm of the track, and it takes you a few laps to then get that back up again. And it's really tricky to do that as well. But Rubelar, you've got to remember, this is the 13th lap of their stint. The car behind them, the Williams Esports Pit Fit, is on lap 11 of their stint. So they pitted that little bit earlier, and maybe they're just finding now that the pace just isn't quite there for them. And we're talking tenths here, Will, aren't we? It's not like it's seconds of difference. It's tenths of a second difference.
Yeah, and I think what a lot of teams generally look into is a stint average time, and how many tenths of a second you are off per lap on average across the course of a stint. And for some people, they just miss that 1, 2, 3 tenths of a second per lap, which ultimately towards the end of the stint can add up to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds, something around that sort of region. And you know, Rubelar fresh in the car, it can be quite nerve-wracking. I know the feeling of taking over a car in a very good position in one of these races, and those first few laps can be quite tentative because you almost drive within yourself. And I think what a lot of the top drivers really do super well is that they enter a mode where they're just driving freely. They're not thinking about that. They're not racing the occasion. And I think that sometimes people race the occasion rather than racing it just for another few laps around Spa, for example.
You are watching the iRacing Falken Tyre 24 Hours of Spa, right across the iRacing network of channels here on RaceSpotTV and the iRacing channels as well. Paul Smith, Will Chadwick here with all of the action here. And it's been half an hour into this stint, and we have got that gap. It's still pretty much staying as it was between third and fourth place, so we're getting distinct gaps. Oh, Pinto completely out towards the barrier there in that BMW M Team Redline car, the number 20 at No Name Corner. My goodness, he really is pushing the limits of that car. He's trying to get caught up to that Marla Racing Team car.
Yeah, and I think it's a case of when you use your off-tracks, use them wisely. At this circuit, it can be quite a tricky circuit to manage and maintain off-tracks. There's a lot of areas where you can go off the side of the track pretty easily and get a 1x. So if you're going to go off, maybe he entered the corner a little bit too fast, had a bit of understeer in the mid-corner and thought, oh, I'm going to go off here. Because once you've done a lot of hours around here, you do realise when that's going to happen, and you just think, right, I'll open steering up and take as much of an advantage as I can. Which is funny because I was speaking with some real-life stewards 2 weeks ago now when I was at my real-life racing round, and they actually said that the real drivers do the exact same thing, and they don't like to give out anything in terms of when track limits penalties are allowed or disallowed, but you know, they all use them again to their advantage. And again, another bit of esports and racing driver mentality of just trying to take that little inconvenience or something that they can just use to gain that little bit of a tiny advantage when they do have a small mistake or something.
So what you're saying is, Will, is that you fitted right in then?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, a lot of drivers, they're all very smart and they've all got great teams behind them. They're going to take every little advantage they can, and it goes down to as small margins as the route that they take to the next corner down this straight. You know, it's a little bit of a kink, but you're not going to go straight to the left line as soon as possible because that would be scrubbing unnecessary speed. And there will be minute, fine details that these drivers are driving and doing throughout this race that to the untrained eye you don't notice, but to these teams, those thousandths of a second mean everything.
I've only ever done 2 legitimately competitive races in my life, and they were both karting, and it was, you know, your rental kart sort of stuff, but they were actual proper competition, and we did one race which was a it was an endurance race, multi-driver event, and we finished 3 places above last. That's about the height of it. And then the other one was the 2019 24 Hours of Milton Keynes. I'm sure you know the event. I didn't end up taking part in that race. I did not drive a single lap. I did the practice, I did the mandatory practice, I did some practice, private practice on the Friday evening, and then I became incredibly ill to the point that it would have been dangerous to put me in the cart.
That's really unfortunate. I think that those races are such a great opportunity to be able to take part in, and I hope you get a chance in the future to do so, because those sorts of... I think when you think about a 24-hour race, it's even for these teams, even the completely well-oiled machines of BS Competition or Team Redline, it is a bit of still a friendly event. You're a team across this 24-hour period. You all rely on each other waking up, hitting your stint times. Everyone that gets in the car makes a big difference and matters. And I think that it really brings a strong sense of camaraderie and stuff like that to these events. And it's always great to see that replicated on the sim, but also in real life across these 24-hour races. And I really don't think there's a better place to do these sorts of races other than iRacing.
I will say I am glad that iRacing doesn't ask you to put your weight in. I really am glad that it doesn't ask you to put your weight in, because there's a reason why I don't do real racing anymore in karting, because I'm of a particular weight that would just make me completely uncompetitive. So I am glad that iRacing have never introduced that feature into these cars. Looking a little bit towards the back of this leading group, the second part of that leading group, this is Beckham Chassia in that Williams Esport Racing Prodigy car. And when we covered it would have been the Watkins 6 hours, I was really impressed with Beckham Chassia. He put in a tremendous performance in that race, and I think Williams Esports have got a really, really good driver in their team right now.
Yeah, I think when you look at the upcoming drivers throughout iRacing, Beckham obviously has had a really good run through recently, a lot of iRacing, and I think, but when you look across this field, honestly, all these cars, there's so many good drivers. It's impossible to pick between them. Honestly, between these top drivers, there's a few tenths of a second in lap time, and really everyone here is such a great, well-oiled driver and just doing such a good job that you have to give credit to everyone, I think.
And I mean, you're looking through this field. I mean, I'm looking down the order. Apex Racing Team, they're in 12. You wouldn't expect to necessarily see them there. Of course, they did get that slowdown right at the start of the race. Team Hersinveld, they're a team I'm used to seeing a little bit further up the field than down in 20th place there as well. So there are some big teams there that have maybe not got things quite hooked up quite as much as they would like to have here for this race. And again, it shows that level of performance that we've got here. Somebody was asking earlier on, what's the strength of field? And again, if you're new to iRacing has a way of ranking its drivers, as we see Beckham Chassia just moving ahead of Nicholas Rubler. So that's down to the back of that second group, the leading group for Rubler there. I think could be a little bit concerned about that pace. But somebody was asking about the strength of field. So iRacing has a way of ranking drivers called iRating, and depending on your performances in races, you either gain or lose iRating. And right now, in this race, the strength of field, so that's the average iRating right across this race, is 8,020. I can remember that when top split, you were talking, it's a strong top split with 5K, 6K. It has come on leaps and bounds. I know there has been a little bit of a iRating inflation, hasn't there? And a lot of people have been getting really high iRatings, but that just goes to show how strong the field is here in this race today.
Yeah, and across the sim in general, a lot of iRating is about, and I think it's really interesting when we came to the Porsche Esports Tyre qualifying series last week. I was in second split, and there was a 9K in second split of that first round at Hockenheim, and you see likes of people like Dane Warren, who was the number 22 car in second split, and you think of someone like Dane Warren, who's competing in all these other sim championships across iRacing, to be the 22nd highest car in the second split. It shows the change that we've had across the last few years and how people have been able to get a little bit more iRating as we constantly see that little bit of progression from everyone's side.
I mean, I'm just thinking of Dane Warren there. When you think he's been very much focused with that Porsche outfit, the Porsche Coanda team, he's been very much focused on one series and one series only, and that's not on iRacing. So pretty much for the last year and a half now, he's been in that full worked Porsche team. He's not really been doing that much top level of iRacing, so he's not gaining that iRating up, is he?
No, and I think it's interesting because I feel like if you'd spoken to anyone 2 years ago, they'd say, well, what you need is probably just above just above 8,000 iRating will have you available to do any top split now. But I think that you look today and what you kind of expect from a high-level driver who wants to do top split racing, despite how fast you may or may not be, you need 9,500, because when we get to these grids of GT3s, when we've got a 3-class race and you've only got 14 GT3s getting in, that strength of field of the average iRating of that field is so astronomically high that you have to have that level of iRating.
Well, we are seeing a separation at the front. The top 3 have got their own little split away from the second group, although Pinto and Dinez are trying their best to catch up to the back of that. We're looking at the race for 12th place. Luca Kita in the Apex Racing team. Oh my goodness, the virtual coach GG by G&G, Dino Lombardi. My goodness, what on earth? That's got to be a hardware failure.
It has to be. There's no question. That's so unfortunate for Dino Lombardi in that grid and go car. That is really, really unfortunate. I'm not sure what happened there, but like you say, it has to be a hardware failure. And judging by the fact the car's almost still not moving, I really sympathise with them, because I've been in that situation and it is, it's horrible.
As that car then, huge issue. For it to suddenly just move like that has got to be a hardware issue. To come around like that, because it is the telltale sign. Here's the replay. Watch the steering wheel suddenly just go, something's quickly disconnected there, hasn't it?
You know what that reminds me of? I'm not sure if you commentated on the round, but do you remember Porsche Esports Crow in Great Britain this year and my issue at Knockhill?
Knockhill, yes.
I think that looks like the same thing to me. It's like a game freeze, maybe from a USB disconnect or something like this, and then when you pick the steering wheel back up again after it's frozen and locked in that position, you're suddenly pointing a different direction on the steering wheel, because you've almost instinctively tried to correct the car from pulling to the right, so you've turned left. It's just instinct, and now when it snaps back, you end up losing control.
You certainly do. So that was Dino Lombardi then, and down the field he goes for the 002. That car's taking a tour back to pit road. In fact, he's even now connection dropped due to upload packet loss. So it could even be a connection issue.
Yeah, I think something to do with latency and connection is what I had, but I don't really know what happened on my side, but it certainly looks like something like that, and that's a real shame for them, because I know it's so devastating when something like that happens. The only consolation, I guess, for all the drivers in the team is that it's 2.5 hours in. Simone Maria Marciano jump into the car now in pit lane, but of course needs to recover that car, and they will have lost a lot of time. You're looking at the Scherer Esports car on your screen right now, the number 88. I can only assume in my honour of why they're running that number, but they're a great bunch of guys, and I'm sure they're doing quite well at the moment, and it'll be interesting again to see what the dynamics like when we switch to wet conditions with these Mercedes, these Lamborghinis, which we know are going to be faster than the BMWs and Fords in the rain.
As we'll look a little bit further back to the Team PGZ 124, Pablo Arujo at the wheel ahead of Michael Rack in the Apex 1 car, and it's good to see Mercedes versus Lamborghini there. But we do have to move forward, because Dino Lombardi has caught up to the back of the Marla Racing team, Ellis Riker, and that is for 3rd place. And they have dropped back. Elias has dropped back from the 2 race leaders here.
Yeah, so I think that gives you an idea of what the turn of pace is currently at. You're looking at the number 10 Marla Racing car, which is being run by BS Competition, and is, I think, all the time now these days. Long gone the days of it being split between Williams and BS Competition. Diogo needs to get a move on here. It's 2 seconds and growing that gap. Last time around, almost half a second delta between the number 10 of Elias Riker and the 21 of Josh Thompson. So, you know, Diogo Pinto needs to get a move on here. He already knows he's going to lose a little bit of time anyway in the stops of the Ford Mustang due to its shorter pit stop time, due to it taking a little bit less time to fuel up. Yeah, he really needs to get a move on.
Yeah, Pinto, you don't accidentally become a Porsche Super Cup Esports champion. I said that in the wrong order then. Porsche Esports Super Cup. I've got no excuse. I'm the lead commentator for the series. So, yeah, he is. You don't accidentally become a champion in that series by being slow. He is a rapid driver. And from when I first saw him, when I first saw Dino, it was a bit wild. As soon as he calmed down and he challenged that speed, he unbelievable driver, incredible consistency, and it shows why he is a champion driver. But he's got a bit of a challenge in front of him. He'll wait until the Kemel's straight, use the slipstream of the car in front to move through.
Yeah, and this is interesting because I really do think that your race here this evening is between the BS cars and the Redline cars. I'm not so sure about Falken. Clearly Diogo's needing to save a little bit of fuel here because he's sitting back behind that Marla car to try and get a fuel number. Yeah, the race this evening I think is between those guys, and it'd be interesting to see what we see from the Ford Mustang of Redline and how much of an advantage that car can get. You're looking at your screen, Pablo Araro versus Michael Rack. A little bit further down, of course, Pablo, an incredibly successful streamer. Well, the most successful iRacing streamer, I think, aside of someone maybe a bit more broad like Jimmy Broadbent. Yeah, again, kind of suffering a little bit from the BOP. These cars, you know, I think on average about 0.2 seconds off per lap. Maybe the Mercedes being a tiny bit better than the Lamborghini, but just watch that dynamic once we see a bit of rain, hopefully later on in the race, and I think you'll be seeing that sort of speed delta change quite a lot.
Norbert Leitner for Impulse Racing in the car 66 has got a mechanical meatball warning flag. That's a black and orange flag, and has been on pit road for 4 minutes now. So something's happened to Impulse Racing, number 66, in the last 5 minutes or so. So I'm sure our producer Hugo Luis will be looking through the tapes and again showing my age there, tapes, looking through the replay and seeing what happened to them, as the two leaders have been keeping that pace up. Now across the line they go, and I'm just looking because I've got average lap times here for the last 5 laps, and 18.1. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong car there. It is a 17.7 for the Falken Sim Racing Team Teal car, a 17.7 for Josh Thompson. Thompson's quite happy to just sit there to get his fuel number. Then you look back, it's an 18.1 for the Mahal Racing team, 17.9 for Diogo Pinto in that team, a BMW M Team Redline car.
Yeah, and I think what's an interesting dynamic here, and whether it's like this in real life, I think everyone would assume that the Ford Mustang must be really, really fast in a straight line. But it's not. It's actually one of the slowest cars in the straight line, and that's always an interesting dynamic to me, at least what we currently have on iRacing in this current build, and it does make choosing it a bit of a different circumstance. I think that, you know, looking at its strengths, it's obviously quite good here at Spa, but not because of the straight lines, and I think that a lot of development has come across the last month or so with setting up the Ford, but also setting up the Corvette, which originally both these cars looked fairly uncompetitive, but I think as the teams have developed the setups on these cars, they're starting to become way more competitive. And this evening I really do think the Ford is the car of choice while the weather is dry.
Oh, that is what happened to Norbert Leitner. So obviously that looked like a disconnection, didn't it?
Yeah, something like a disconnect or a hardware failure. What I think's happened there... Oh,
Yeah.
It's weird. I thought he might have alt F forward before he hit the barrier because he knew he had like his brakes failed. But considering we see the car reverse and blink in and out, like, so I think maybe a disconnection or something like that.
So that's what's happened to the Impulse Racing number 66. So that's why they are on pit road right now, and significant repairs needing to be done to that car. The two leaders, though, now are the best part of 3 seconds clear of that second group. So they're making a little bit of a run of it. It's almost like the breakaway at the front of the Tour de France. You got a couple of guys try and make a breakaway at the front, and then the peloton just following on behind, all working together as their big group to try and pull themselves back towards that breakaway. But Thompson and Woods, they're quite comfortable at the front for the time being, but it's Riker and Pinto that are the two closest together, third and fourth place. And yeah, that's going to be interesting. Now, Pinto is right up behind the bumper. Does he pull out? No. He is doing fuel saving. So you said it, Will. I mean, is it a case of, with him pushing that little bit earlier when he was trying to get ahead of Nicolas Roubelaire, has he used a little bit more fuel at that point and he's having to bring the fuel back to that number that he needs to hit?
Spent a long time trying to catch Riker. So when you consider that amount of cleaner running in a race, which is still dictated by fuel, although less so, I think, than last year, there's no wonder that Pinto can go faster than Riker ahead of him. And at the minute, fuel number is more important than pace to that number 20 car. And with Diogo stepping aside in the next hour for what I expect is Chris Lulham, it'll be interesting to see where Chris is able to take that car.
I mean, I do see that Gianni Vecchio is there registered for the team, but I think that's more of a spotting role for them as a race engineer. But yeah, Chris Lulham is here in sim, and it looks like he is going to be that next car. Josh Thompson, well, he's got a choice of drivers, hasn't he? Sam Kiter and Ollie Steinbacken are sat there in sim right now. I mean, if you're that second place team in the Team Redline number 21 car, who are you throwing into that car after the run that Thompson has had here in these first 3 stints?
I think whoever jumps in that car is going to make a very good account for themselves. They're always so prepared, the Redline guys. But I think I expect to see Sam get in the car. Sam's a great guy to speak to, and I think that he's very calm. If you've ever spoken to Sam, you'll realise how calm he is, and I think that a time like this, when it's still very, very close, someone like Sam could really do a good job. So I think we expect to see maybe Sam and Chris get in those Redline cars. For the other cars, I'm not so sure. Some of them already switching drivers last stop around.
They certainly did. So we patiently wait here and see what's happening. We're about 6-7 minutes away from the pit stops. Although saying that, Damon Woods on lap 21 of the stint, Josh Thompson laps 22. We do expect the 001, Nicolas Roubelaire, in that virtual coach GG by Grid and Go. We expect them to come in first because they're in lap 24 of their stint. So they did come in a lap earlier than the rest of the leaders at the last stops. We'll see whether they've just done that little bit of extra fuel saving by dropping back and just dropping at that pace a little bit, been doing that fuel saving to get them that extra lap there. Well, although it's dropping off the back of this group now. You want to be sat in that draft.
Yeah, and I think the dynamic for me is when is the 44 going to pit? Because I certainly didn't expect. I mean, they went that lap longer the previous stint. I think they've going to have burnt at least one of those laps advantage in fighting at the front at the minute. Getting a lovely shot of the sky across this 2010 landscape developed in 2010 for iRacing. The Spa scan is in its 14th year on the simulator, and currently, despite it being quite overcast, we don't have any rain forecast.
And none in the forecast in the next 4 hours either. So I think the drivers are I think some of the drivers will actually be thankful about that with what you've been saying about testing with the lap delta of different performance of cars in different weather conditions. So I think they'll be happy that it stayed dry and is going to continue staying dry for a little while longer. 5 minutes to the hour in this race. And it's still Damon Woods in that Falken Sim Racing Team Teal car in the lead in that BMW M4 GT3, leading the Ford Mustang of Team Redline's Josh Thompson. Then a little bit of a gap, about 3 seconds back, to the number 10, of Marla Racing Team Elias Riker. It's BMW M Team Redline in fourth, Diogo Pinto with the BMW M Team BS Plus competition of Phil Denez. Williams Esports Pit Fit with Parker White is in sixth, ahead of their Williams Esports Racing Prodigy team in seventh. The virtual coach GG by G&G, Nicholas Rubler in eighth, but is just dropping back up of that front group. And then you're talking about 11 seconds back to ninth place, Williams Gaming Club in ninth, ahead of the Falken Sim Racing Team Blue of Jonas Vanna in 10th place, only just ahead of the Sim RC of Jürgen Frank in that Ford Mustang. So the majority of the top 10, there's only one car that isn't a BMW M4 GT3. It is the favoured car in these conditions, but we have been seeing, and with you so helpfully doing a bit of testing as well, Will, that other cars should come to the fore a bit more if the conditions do change.
Yeah, and I think that the car selection reflects not only what's fast, but I think a bit of, well, if they're choosing that car, I'm going to choose that car, which is quite surprising from these teams, because I think that a lot of these teams will have selected the Ferrari up until the BOP change on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
And I think that when you look at that, the Ferrari obviously had a bit of a nerf. It's still competitive. It's definitely still within a couple tenths of a second. But I still feel like people have jumped to the BMW a bit too soon. Now, the likes of BMW Team Redline and BS Competition are mandated to drive the BMW, being BMW factory teams. So, of course, they're going to drive it. But I have the feeling that, you know, maybe the likes of Apex Racing Team, who, when you look at who they have in the car and how good they can be and have been across many events, for them to be running, and this is no disrespect at all, for them to be running behind the Ford Mustang of Sim RC, that's quite telling for me, because I think despite Sim RC being an incredibly good team, the quality of driver in that Apex Racing Team car to be behind the Ford Mustang of Sim RC either suggests that they've not quite got what they needed out of the BMW in the days that they've switched, or, you know, maybe they should have evaluated the car choices a little bit more extensively before picking a BMW, because I think that they're just missing a little bit. But it'll be interesting to see what happens across the course of the race. They're only 21 seconds back, and I'm open to be proven wrong.
Jonas Vollmeyer in that BS Plus Turner car onto pit road for the first pit stop. So that's about 2 minutes short of the hour. There is a car with a mechanical meatball warning flag out there, the 120 Mag Performance. Pierpaolo Rapucci is the driver and has got that mechanical meatball warning flag. He got it down at Rivage, or whatever they call it these days. I'm still old school. It's this corner, Rivage, that it happened at. So they're driving that car back to pit road to try and get repairs done to it. If ever you're going to trash your car, at least do it on the hour when you do a pit stop.
Yeah, actually, a very good point that you make there. Here we're seeing a replay. You can see that. Yeah, wow, actually, that's quite I'd say that's quite clumsy, to be completely honest. For me, I'd actually put that on impulse. The Mag Performance car's on the inside, and obviously it looks from that angle that the squeeze that the impulse car's tried to put on to the Mag Performance car is just too tight. And when you're internet racing, sometimes you can have a bit of contact slightly before you actually would make contact, and yeah, unfortunately that's caused damage for both the cars, and quite severe rear suspension damage for the Mag Performance 120 car.
Which is a shame. It's one of the few Audis that's out there on course. It was Vladislav Shopov that was driving the Impulse Racing car. As well as expected, lap 26 of their stint, the 001 Virtual Cuts GG by G&G is onto pit road. So again, that little bit earlier than the rest of the leaders. I think it's just going to show throughout this race that if you're having to stop that lap earlier every time, you're going to struggle to then keep up with that leading group.
Yeah, and I think that comes really from their early stints where they obviously short fueled, because ultimately car in the lead's on 23 laps and the car in second's on 24, so it's not like they've been out fueled. Like 26 is still fairly respectable in terms of a stint time, a stint fuel length, and I think that unfortunately for them they're going to be a little bit against it. But then again, these big races can come down to that sort of margin, but when we've got wet weather that could be thrown into the mix in the night which is horrific, I can only imagine, we could see many upsets yet.
I feel like whenever we go to the quad box, I always feel like Scott Hansen on NFL Red Zone right there, going to the quad box. Great to see. We've got cameras everywhere, well, not literally, but we have got cameras trained across multiple parts of the track to see who does what, where, when and how on this race. We have gone over the hour here in this iRacing Falken Tyre 24 Hours of Spa here on the iRacing eSport network of channels. RaceSpotTV's coverage here with myself, Paul Smith, Will Chadwick on commentary. We're going to be here for a little while longer yet. And, well, it's been, again, a bit of a slow burner hour, that one. It's all about just waiting for pit stops, waiting to see who does what strategy, where, when and how. But what has been intriguing is the pace of the front two being able to pull away from the rest of that leading group that we had 8 cars at one point together.
Yeah, and I think ultimately this comes down to one incredibly small mistake that Diogo made in the previous hour. You know, he missed his box. That cost him 0.7, 0.8 of a second. He lost additional time due to the BMW fueling slower than the Mustang, for example. And despite them coming in level, they came out 2 seconds apart. And ultimately, that was the difference between second place and 6th place. And that has really affected this stint so far. And it shows the fine margins that can take place in these races, which can really matter. And despite it being early on, and it's probably not going to matter in the whole scheme of things, we would think so far, I do think that race between the Redline Ford and the Redline BMW is an incredibly interesting dynamic.
It certainly is. I'm trying to keep our little bit of a highlights sheet up to date with information that's going on, just to give you a little bit of the behind the scenes here. We like to keep a sort of sheet together of key things that have happened in the race, so that when other commentators come on, they know what's been the key things to happen in this one. And so I'm just been updating that as we've got that pit party just past the hour in the race onto pit road. And it's that mixture of BMWs, Ford Mustangs, there's a Mercedes in there, a Porsche in there as well, a Ferrari, the 296. You mentioned it, the 296 up until Wednesday, it was going to be a all Ferrari race apart from those that were mandated to drive other manufacturers' cars, wasn't it? It was seemed to be the car to be in, and then Wednesday comes along, iRacing say, hang on a second, chaps, and they change the balance of performance. Before you know it, it's BMW's the favoured car.
Yeah, and I think the drive performance between all these cars, or at least the top 4 cars, are very close. I don't think that when we look at the balance of performance, we could say it's bad by any means. See, BS car, the number 10, or the Marlow car, I should say, coming into the pit lane, so that shows you a little bit of a fuel disadvantage to the likes of Denez and Pinto in the 20 and 89 respectively. And yeah, like I say, I don't think the delta between the top 4 cars in class, that being Ford, BMW, Ferrari and Mercedes in the dry, I don't think it's that large. Or maybe even the Corvette, I should say, is still quite up there. And I'm actually really disappointed to see the Corvette not picked as much as I was hoping it would be.
The Apex Racing Academy, Tom Rea, has got a black flag, so that must be on pit exit, I would imagine, because they would have served it if it was on pit entry. So pit exit, maybe just getting the speed limit wrong, or even cutting across the white line on pit exit up over the top when you're running through the runoff of Radion. That can get you a black flag as well for an unsafe pit exit. So maybe that's what's happened to them. But you are absolutely right. Marla Racing Team, 26 laps they managed, compared to Williams Esports Racing Prodigy with 27 laps. So an extra lap got out of the fuel for Beckham Chasia there. Really shows the little bit of advantage that they had. Although saying that, Marla, once they lost the slipstream, they were forging the path for that next group of cars, so will have been using more fuel.
Absolutely, and I think it tells a lot when you see the likes of Pinto actively basically deciding to lose time to still save a bit more fuel and make that 27 laps, and it must show how tight it can be for those cars up at the front. Expecting to see the leading lot in this time by watching an Apex Racing Academy car peel off to the pit lane, one of the many BMWs in this top split here in 2024. Very interesting.
That's the 98 car with the black flag entering into pit road. So how long is the actual cone-to-cone delta then, just without taking a stop here?
Oh, you've caught me off guard. So it's 85.5 seconds with a full stop. Cone to cone is obviously the longest, probably the longest of the special event season. I'd imagine somewhere in the region of about, I think it's about 35 to 40 seconds, but I'd have to get that checked.
Yeah, if you're able to find that out, as your leaders do come onto pit road, but Phil Denez staying out there onto lap 27 of the stint. So, Damon Woods, Josh Thompson, Diogo Pinto, Parker White, all onto pit road as here comes Tom Raya. Oh, it's do you know what? There's no worse feeling than having to do a drive-through penalty at this particular version of Spa. If it's on just the historic, the endurance, just the original endurance pit lane, or if it's just on the Grand Prix pit lane, it's not too bad. But when you've got that combined pit lane, oh, it's so bad.
It's so bad. Yeah, I can only echo that. It is really, really long, and it's so easy to just get one small pit lane penalty, like you say, just through just not leaving the pit lane limiter on for your teammate. Something like that, because a lot of these drivers don't run pit lane limiters, and maybe they enable it in the box. Maybe people just have slightly different ways of doing things, and if you're not switched on, it can be really easy to do. Ollie Steinbretten into the number 21 car alongside Chris Lulham in the number 20. Interesting to see what other swaps are going on down the field, but like we say, we saw a few people do swaps after 2 hours, so not expecting that many teams to swap drivers this time around.
Falken car comes out ahead again over Team Red Line number 20 now. Sorry, above the 21 and the 20. So those two out pretty much together. Yeah, you see the 20 in the background of shot there. We can give you a delta cone to cone, by the way, because, well, a driver's tested it for us with a black flag. 59.1 seconds.
Wow. That is a very, very long time.
And it's and the pit lane speed limit here is, it's 60 or is it 80 kilometers?
60 kilometers an hour.
Oh, yes. It is painful. I can tell you a story. You know how you said about, some drivers not using pit limiters? Let me tell you a story about another endurance race that I did here in a private league once. And I did the opening stint in the car. It was a 4-hour race, so we were basically just changing driver every pit stop, because the length of the pit stops was you weren't losing any time. As the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car of Phil Denez comes onto pit road for his service. So I came into pit road, pulled up in the garage, had pit limiter on, handed over to my teammate. My teammate then drives through the pit lane, gets to the exit, and can't accelerate because he hadn't mapped a button to change the pit limiter. I can tell you at pit lane speed limit, it's about an 8-minute 12-second lap. Why we didn't tow the car, I don't know, but it was funnier.
Oh my word, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, there's so many stories that I'm sure so many people can come up with from these 24-hour races, and it's rare one ever goes through without any small incidents or small funny stories that you can tell. And I think that something that iRacing definitely embodies in when we see all these races go by is the spirit that you can have in one of these 24-hour races, just racing with your friends, all having fun, all just giving it your best and just seeing what you can do. And I think it really is a unique sort of event in gaming itself, for where you can have a lot of fun with your mates.
Well, here we go. Phil Denez comes out of pit road, but he's going to be feeling the pressure of the number 20 BMW M Team Redline car, and in fact, there it goes by him. So Chris Lulham jumping into that BMW M Team Redline 20 car. You go from Diogo Pinto to Chris Lulham. I mean, you're basically saying, okay, here's one of the quickest drivers in the whole of sim racing, and now let's hand it over to one of the quickest drivers in all of sim racing. It is incredible the strength and depth that Team Redline have there, and it shows just with their performances all the way through the special events here. The last few years, they've been imperious, haven't they? Well, they've just been the team to try and beat.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the drivers that they have and the resources that they have, thanks to recent investment and great marketing from their side, I think that they just are so hard to beat on their day. And I think that any team that does manage to beat them, you know, is a real testament to them. And it's if Redline are entering a race and they're not forced to use a completely uncompetitive car, you can bet they're going to be up at the front every single time, without a doubt. And I think that's a testament to how strong they are as a team, but also as an organisation. And I think it often goes to the unsung heroes behind the scenes of these sorts of organisations, those who run the live streams, social media, engineering, which also have a massive part to play as well.
As we go through, and just seen somebody in the iRacing Twitch chat asking if there's anywhere that you can put a wager or two on these sim races. It depends on your local legislation, first of all, as to whether you can do that indeed, and if you can, if any companies will actually take your bet as to whether you can or not. Because I mean, I only know a handful here in the UK of companies that will do any motorsport other than MotoGP and F1. There's only one or two that will do other series.
Am I right in saying that back when we had the first season of the Porsche Esports Tyre Super Cup, we had betting on that? I think there was some kind of betting available for that.
There was one bookmaker who did that, yeah.
Yeah. I remember a bit of controversy going up about that, but we won't talk any further amongst those lines. But yeah, it would be interesting, wouldn't it? Maybe you could bet a few iRacing credits on the iRacing website. Put 5 iRacing dollars on, I don't know, Grid and Go or Williams to try and get a bit of money back. Maybe, I don't know.
I know that there's a few countries across Europe that will not allow you to use so like in Twitch you can have predictions where you can use channel points and you can win channel points through that. Some European countries have legislation where it doesn't allow you to do that. Denmark is one of them, I know that for sure, because I've got a couple of Danish viewers on my channel, and they mentioned that, and I'm like, Really? I didn't realise that. So I thought I was doing something fun for the for my channel, who were watching me racing in TCRs on Tuesday night on iRacing, and in the end it was a case of, well, no, we can't, because legally we're not allowed to. But there we go. Further down the field, we've not had much love further down the field, but Simify Esports have just moved up to 26th in their Porsche 911 GT3R. Behind them, is this car, the fiercely forward pink of Luke Peters, who in this race, from where they started, has gained 8 places. Has this fiercely forward pink BMW car. Behind them, though, Pro Sport Sim Racing Red, Victor Brill, is in 28th. So a few close cars together. Further down your field as well, the leaders are pretty much saying as they were, although I say that Phil Denez has just got back past Chris Lullum, so I think Lullum is going for the fuel numbers once again. I think it's Team Redline have got a, nope, we've got a number, we're needing to stick to it.
Yeah, and it's strange to see the gaps that have opened up, I think, at that front of the pack. You'd say that Phil Denez and Chris Lullum are some of the... I mean, again, it's a story of, oh, these drivers are really good. Oh, wait, they all are very good. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting fact. I remember seeing Damon for the first time, I think back late 2022. The first time I became aware of Damon, and wow, he was so fast and so talented. I remember back in the Fordzilla days, before that unfortunately disappeared.
What a time for it to disappear, by the way, when a Ford Mustang comes along.
I know. It's a shame, really, with that. I really enjoyed my years that I spent at that team. But yeah, I remember seeing Damon for the first time, and I know we really wanted to bring him on board there. Before things started to come to a close, and I think he's a fantastic acquisition for Falken Sim Racing. Of course, I think still run by Dura Esports. And you're looking at the second one of those cars in Jonas Warner.
Yeah, 10th place for that Falken Sim Racing Team Blue car, ahead of Luca Kita in that Apex Racing Team number 99 that's doing a bit of a recovery drive. Not far behind them is Jürgen Frank in the Sim RC car, and then a little bit back is the WSR Esports book kicker car of Alex Davidson, and he's got Team PGZ Samuel Ward to keep him company. So there are a few closer races. I won't say battle, although I think that race for 13th place could be a bit more of a battle potentially than these guys. But yeah, it's, I say race rather than battle, because it's just people picking and choosing. Okay, I am significantly quicker than sitting behind. I need to get by and get my fuel number a different way, as movement in your top 8, and that's Marla Racing Team just losing out to Williams Esports Pit Fit. So Sammy Matty Trogan, I can remember commentating on him in the iRacing World Rally, the Rallycross Championship. Those are the glory days for me. Sammy Matty Trogan, my goodness, talk about a young driver coming onto the scene. He was a very young driver at that time, coming onto the scene, and well, he just keeps on going from strength to strength, and he's with again another really well-rounded and competitive esports outfit in Williams Esports.
Absolutely, I think that Williams embody a team that has developed a very large roster of drivers across the years. They've been home to many talented sim racers, and I think with what they do at the site in, well, I think near the factory. I can't quite remember where.
Well, it'd be Grove, wouldn't it, if it's near the factory?
Yeah, with the sim racing facility they have there, and rent out to certain people or have events at, I think is fantastic for the community. And what I think I've seen in recent times is a transition of seeing more sim racers, and particularly good sim racers, getting opportunities in real cars, and I think that's a really good shift for the industry, treating, you know, the sim racing landscape to be almost a new form of grassroots racing for real racing itself.
See, the thing is, if I ended up going down to their facility, I would want to sneak off into the Williams Museum and have a bit of a geek out, because I'm a child of the 80s, and I grew up with Williams being that absolute pinnacle of Formula One. Not just Formula One, but also touring cars as well, producing the Laguna for Renault as well. They managed that outfit for a few years as well. So it showed the level of money and support that was going into it side by side. And a change of position there, Marla just dropping back. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy moving forward. Beckham Jassia now up into 6th place. I just get the feeling that Marla are going a little bit through the phase that the 001, who've now got Sven Hasse behind the wheel. Talk about an exciting driver, shall we say, Sven Hasse. Not without his controversy, it must be said. I just get the feeling that Marla are in that spot that the 001 was in the last stint right now, and they're falling to the back of this top 8.
And I think it's what we kind of talk about, that small differences between drivers perhaps. Elliott's a fantastic driver, maybe struggling a little bit with tyre wear, with balance. I don't know how much teams have experimented with changing bars and wings at this sort of stage of the race. I know that there are teams doing it, and there are teams that have done it in the first hour. But it is an interesting dynamic, because it was never something that was... It was always something that when you had a race, one of these 24-hour races, you had to make a small compromise, at least at the start of the race, or in the cold temps, because your setup would not work across all the temperatures, and it would be unbalanced at some point in time. And yeah, as we see some more moves going on there, I think that it's an interesting dynamic, at least, for sure.
Sven Hasse trying to lean his way through at the chicane there, trying to show his pace, but I tell you what, Elias Riker showing that he's not going to be a pushover. But to be honest, if you fight like that between each other, you're going to slow each other up, and you're going to lose the draft of the cars in front. Speaking of draft, Chris Lillum sat in the draft of Phil Denez right here. It's BMW M Team BS Plus Competition in 3rd, and it's the BMW M Team Redline in 4th. So the BMW Works outfits are doing well, bottom of the podium, almost and also almost into the podium with Chris Lillum in 4th.
Yeah, and here you see a nice little graphic of your manufacturers in this race. Of course, that one sole Ford of Team Redline up inside the top 10 with the swarm of BMWs, now topped out by the Apex Racing car, which is making a little bit of progress from earlier on. You see a lot of those cars sort of, 20s back, being, Ferraris, Audis, Porsches. I massively respect people that are driving the Porsche in this race, because I really don't think it's that good in either wet or dry. But, for some people it is really a car of what they feel so comfortable in. It's certainly definitely a different driving experience to something like a BMW, Ford, Audi or Corvette, something like this, for example. And I think it's super interesting to see the split at the moment, and I really am. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm waiting for rain. We need a bit of rain in this race.
We're going to have to wait a while, because looking at the forecast, it's giving the forecast up to 12:15 a.m. right now, 0% precipitation showing right now. Air temperature doesn't drop that much. Now, having been to Spa a couple of times myself, I can tell you that it is either blazing sunshine and in the 30s, or it's overcast and in the teens, or it's absolutely bucketing it down and you're quite cold. Those are the extremes that I have experienced at Spa. I didn't get the snow. I went to the World Endurance Championship the year before they had snow during the race at Spa, but it is one of those venues that you have to pack for all weathers, basically. But it is spectacular, and I urge anybody who's never been to Spa, go along. It is fantastic. Adam Volkovic in the Team Helsingval Ford Mustang, just losing a place then to the Team BGZ car, so that's down to 19th for them. Like Rabia up into 18th place, and they're just behind the Scherer Esport Mercedes AMG in 17th place. That is a car, by the way, the Mercedes. It doesn't look like it's going to work. When you look at how a GT3 car looks, the majority of GT3 cars, that Mercedes with that 17-yard long body, it doesn't look like it's going to work, but it's one of the most successful GT3 cars. Okay, it's had a couple of Evos here now and then, but it's one of the most successful GT3 cars in the last 10-15 years.
And I think it's a testament to how they've managed to build that car as a faithful shell of the real road car, but also in mind of trying to develop a car which is good for racing. Of course, having that engine so far back that it's a front mid-engine car certainly helps the balance of the car. And I think that when you consider that that car often is topping the speed traps, it makes it a very, very hard car to beat, even at a circuit like Spa.
Yeah, it's got a thunderous engine as well. I can tell you feel it in your chest when one of those cars go past. A little bit like the Bentley used to as well. When that was running, that you could feel in your chest. The noise from that engine, it was spectacular, I can tell you. Especially if you went to Alton Park, because you can get nice and close to the track at Alton Park. Will, you know exactly what I mean as well.
I remember when they first arrived at Alton Park back in somewhere, I'd like to say between 2010 and 2012. Around the sort of time when Autosport, not Autosport, what's the name of Zach Brown's GT team or endurance team?
Yes, United Autosport.
United, yeah, okay, there you go. So I am right. Yeah, I remember when they first rocked up with the Audis, and you had the new fresh Audis that were onto a factory program. You had Bentley with their ludicrous factory program supported by M Sport, and yeah, what a time of GT racing that is, and what a time we have now for GT and endurance racing with the new GTP/LMH classes, and GT3 having a real resurgence as well.
Well, with World Endurance Championship going to GT3 regulations as well, going away from GTE. Okay, it's Le Mans GT3 because, of course, the ACO had to make it a little bit different to the rest of GT3. But it's great to see that there's yet another series. If you've got a spare $1 million in your pocket, you know, get yourself a good GT3 car. Then think about the spares and dig a bit deeper into your pocket for some spares and to be able to run the thing. But there's so many series that you can run GT3s in. That's absolutely incredible. Okay, you're not going to get into the World Endurance Championship straight away as a newcomer, but you can join the 24-hour series. With Creventic, they're more than happy to have you along, and you get to race on some spectacular venues. I mean, Mugello for one of them this year. Okay, once the heavens opened, it was a bit tricky, but you know, somewhere like Mugello or Monza. I mean, I was lucky enough to go to Monza last year. It was the first time I'd seen the Ferrari 296 in person, and yeah, what a series like that, great entry level into the world of endurance racing. It gets you known, gets your drivers known as well. If you've got somebody who's maybe a brand new bronze driver, they can get themselves a seat in one of those cars, get a bit of experience under the belt, and move the way through SRO series, British GT Championship, all sorts of different series, and work their way through.
And so what me and Paul are really saying here is, if you have a spare £1 million, we would love the donation.
Couple of million.
Probably more, yes.
Well, if I was driving it, you'd need a couple of million to pay for the repairs. Williams Esports Prodigy just moving ahead of the Williams Esports Pit Fit outfit. So Becca Chisia just moving forward. Now, if I'm those two teams, it's a case of, right, work together, let's pull both cars forward towards the BMW M Team Redline car. I think that's what I'm saying now if I'm in that team.
Yeah, I was told before this race to expect a lot of bump drafting, like we've seen many a time across many events before. We're watching a little bit of a replay there from a nice little sort of blimp camera / chopper cam from the section of the track, Lecom. Yeah, I think. No? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Lecom.
Yeah, yeah, you do need to work together here, but I think you can't underestimate how much the likes of BS and Redline are also working together. And in fact, an interesting dynamic I just noticed on our time in Tower is that Redline are really dropping away from Falken.
I mean, they're back to a second, just under a second back from the race leader. It's not the end of the world. They're still in the slipstream there, so there can still be fuel saving. But Ollie Steinbratton will be looking at that and be thinking, we need to just want to be within half a second to be nice and comfortable with that. One thing I have been noticing with these shots, it's very hazy out there on track. The relative humidity is 96%. So there's a lot of moisture in the air. So you do feel that there will be some rain at some point in this race. It's just a question of when rather than if. Although right now, mostly cloudy turns into partly cloudy after about 10:30. So the clouds are moving away as we head towards the evening.
These, just like in real life, just like in any engine that you get to drive, humidity being higher means less power generated. So if we do see a bit of a drop in humidity, expect lap times to fall a little bit, particularly in a GT3 car or a GT Cup. In fact, the humidity can be a large factor to the lap times that you see in today, but not only today's, but many other events. That Redline car, I must say, under the command of Ollie Steinbratton, does look rather loose at the moment, and I would not be surprised to see that Falken sim racing team able to gap Ollie in the next sort of 5 to 10 laps.
If you're Ollie Steinbratton, because this is his first time in the car when he jumped into the car just after the hour, so you've had 3 hours of rubber going down on the track out of the cars running round here. He jumps into the car having, the last time he will have been doing any laps would have been in a test situation, wouldn't it, where he wouldn't be in this server, so he's not getting the exact conditions. He jumps into the car, and if that car's a little bit loose, is it a case of maybe adjusting an ARB in the pit stop, something like that, just to help try and tighten the car up a little bit?
I mean, thankfully, due to the new system, they have got free reins to do that. So if Ole comes in for his next stop and goes, this car is just far too loose for me, I'll go one up on the front ARB, stiffen the front, or I'll go one down on the rear ARB to soften the rear. They can be doing that to adjust the balance of the car without any time loss whatsoever and any implications for the next stint or the next driver that gets into the car. What you rightfully state is that it is incredibly hard to replicate the feeling and how the car drives in this server when we've had 3.5 hours of rubber to what you can do in practice. The teams try their very, very hardest to get a rubber line down via AI or just by having loads of team members running around for a long period of time, but you just simply cannot replicate what the track is like in one of these 24-hour events without being in one of these 24-hour events, and it can catch drivers off guard. And really, to see Ole drop out of the toe of the Falken car is quite surprising, and that car does look very loose.
Sven Hasse moving forward, splitting the two Williams Esports cars now. So up to 6th place for the virtual coach GG by Grid and Go, the 001. I know a lot is said about Sven, about how aggressive he can be at times and things like that. And of course we've got that famous viral clip from an event last year where him and a certain Verstappen became at loggerheads with each other and wiped each other out. One at Sven down at La Source, and then Max at Rivage. So you know, he can be aggressive, but he is a really quick driver. You cannot take that away from Sven. He is a really outstandingly quick driver.
Absolutely. Sven's been excellent for a number of years now, particularly back when he was part of Euronics in that Lamborghini Imperius, the setup that they had on that car, and the way that Sven could drive that car was a domination at times, especially in more general events. And yeah, I think it's interesting with Sven. He's obviously trying to make a move on now from where they have been, and you know, moving ever closer to that car that will host Max Verstappen sometime this evening, I would assume. It would be this evening when we're seeing Max in the car. So not long from now, you never know. Those two could have a little hello to each other again at this circuit.
Please don't. That's all I say. Please don't. I don't need the stress. I mean, if it went viral again, then fantastic. But I don't think we want to see that in this race, and you wouldn't see that in this race, I don't think. Because
it's important to stress that event where they had a crash was more of a fun sort of charity or a slightly lighter-hearted sort of event, and not as quite as
it wasn't, and it also wasn't a public race.
Yes, and it's important to remember that, I think, in that sort of incident.
But it did make people sit up and say, oh, there's a sim racing thing, and you've got Max Verstappen taking part in it. You know, if a Formula 1 World Champion is doing it, then it must be something good to get involved in. As Sven now is ahead, it'd be interesting to see if he's able to pull away from Beckham Josiah here. I think the Williams guys, they're working to that number again still. They're still hitting that fuel number and worried about that. I think Sven Hasser has just been told, we can maybe ignore the fuel number a little bit, get us back up towards not the front two, but at least that second group to the podium. I think there's a possibility of that coming into play here.
Yeah, and I'd be surprised if he can pull a gap. If he's that fast, that is really a testament to the rest of the field, or a warning sign, because it certainly means that when Sven is in the car, he is going to be pushing forward. Of course, he now kind of heads that sort of second group that we have. Important to look at kind of the gaps that are really developing at the front of our race. To me, it looks a little bit like the overall fastest cars at the moment is the likes of the 20 and the 89 together, working together, are, you know, over the course of the last, 10, 20 laps, have brought down that gap to the lead by a few tenths. It's not a lot. They really are quite close. Really, the main one is the drop-off of the 21 from that lead too.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm looking at my average 5-lap count as we get some stunning shots looking down the endurance pit lane, looking at the sun slowly coming to a set here this evening at Spa, near, of course, Stavola as well. At the other end of the track, you can head down to Stavola itself. You can drive on some of the old track as well, because they're part of the public roads around there. I've done that on one of the visits that we came to Spa, and you can still see old barrier there from when it was the full old quote-unquote circuit, so you can see the history of the venue here. But the 5-lap average, it's interesting to see Damon Woods in that Falken Sim Racing Team Teal car. Average lap time for the last 5 laps has been a 17.7, 2 minutes 17.705. For Ollie Steinbratton in the Team Redline number 21 car, it's been a 2:17.911. So that's what, best part of 0.2 of a second per lap for the last 5 laps. So that's a second in 5 laps that Ollie Steinbratton has dropped back. Phil Denez, 2:17.641. And Chris Lillam, 2:17.642. So those two, as you're quite rightly saying, are two of the fastest. The fastest out there, actually, is Sven Hasse. Last 5 lap average, a 2:17.595. So he really has picked up the pace here. I just get that feeling that team have just said, right, let's try and push forward here. Let's try and get back to at least 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah, certainly really interesting to hear those numbers, and it does kind of sit with where I thought the dynamic was at the moment. Impressive to see the times from Sven, but the one thing I will make clear is that Sven is 17 laps in, and we've got the likes of the leaders who are 13 and 14 laps in, which means that he will have, let's say, 10 litres less of weight on board, but still showing some really good pace at the moment, and I would love to see that front battle closing up a little bit more, and maybe, just maybe, a bit more chaos in here.
And it's taken until now for the leaders to finally reach some traffic. That's one of the beauties of this race, is that it is all one car category. It's GT3s only, and you've not got that cycle of right, they've caught up to the back markers and things like that, and going through the lap traffic. Now, me personally, I prefer an endurance race where you have got that mix of classes. I like that element of endurance racing. But here, with it all being one class, and with this field being so close, as I said, the top 41 in qualifying were covered by less than 1 second. It takes a while for the leaders to be able to catch up to the first of the back markers here, so it's taken quite a while for the field to get that field spread.
Indeed, and I think that shows the testament of the quality of drivers here this evening, and it will show you the quality for the rest of the race, and I'm super interested to see how this pans out. I really can't see it going away other than Redline, but I do think we've got some really interesting dynamics with some super fast individual drivers in their respective cars, which could definitely throw something into the mix, especially during some changing conditions.
Yeah, I can see people have been asking in the iRacing Twitch chat. Hello to all of you there. No water in this race? No, not yet. We didn't get any rain shower in the first couple of hours like some of the earlier races did. So that's just how things have been. Also, there are Porsches in this race, not many, but there are Porsches in this race, much like there's Fords, you've got Mercedes, you've got Audis, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, there's even a Chevy. Okay, it's towards the back of the field after having an incident, but there is a mix of cars, but by far the majority of the cars here in this race is the BMW M4 GT3. And we've been talking about this, and we'll bring it up now because we were more talking about at the start of our time on Commentary World. But you were mentioning that BMW, when the wet stuff starts falling out of the sky onto the track, that is going to be significantly slower than some of the other cars.
Yeah, and I think it's really easy to say that I should say the balance of performance is potentially bad just because it looks bad at the moment, but it really isn't. I must stress that. I know the deltas between these cars, and there isn't more than 0.2 of a second between the top 4 or 5 cars. The real interesting thing, I think, is that because this race is so dry, that when we do switch to the wet weather, or when it does switch to wet weather, it's not really long enough for the likes of, let's say, a Corvette or an Audi or a Lamborghini to make up the difference. And if it was a much wetter race, so let's say we had half the race scheduled for rain, I think the Ferrari would be rife in split right now because it is the most consistent car across the two conditions in terms of lap performance and lap speed. And I think that the whole reason why we've got so many drivers in the BMW is through just familiarity. I can't say it, but you know what I mean.
Familiarity, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And that I think sometimes you do get the essence of people copying others or going, well, if they're doing it, I'm doing it. I do think that if we were looking off what is the ultimate fastest car in the dry, we'd see a few more Fords. But let's see how this race pans out. I'm very excited for the wet weather, and I think the iRacing BOPs as of late have been a lot closer, and I do know that specific teams seeing so many BMWs were shocked, to say the least, at the breadth of them, because they don't believe it would be necessarily the chosen car.
It's also great that some of the drivers in the race here give us a view of them behind the wheel. There's Beckham Jassia, currently 6th place in this race in that Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car, the number 1 car. And I always encourage people to join our Zoom call if you are in the top split of the race. I encourage people to take part and to give us that view. If nothing else, it gets your brand out there, and it gets people to know the person, know a little bit about the person behind the wheel, rather than just seeing a name on a timing sheet and on the side of a car. I like that drivers give us their view and be able to show us that. Although I think he does need to activate Windows by the looks of things in that right-hand monitor.
What a spot that is from you. We do not condone not activating Windows, it must be said. If you change equipment,
it can happen. It can happen. So you know, I'm not saying that he's doing anything untoward.
No,
I'm just saying activate it to get it off the screen.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. Yeah, I do think that if we are looking at any underdogs in this race, the Porsche is probably that. I don't really think it's been given a fair balance of performance. And do you know what? Since the update of recently in the recent patch of iRacing, we've had bump rubbers added to some cars, and what's very apparent is, despite people feeling like the bump rubbers would massively help the Porsche, it feels like the recent update has actually hindered the Porsche a little bit, and it's actually struggling to be competitive at a lot of tracks. See adjustments across the next build, and iRacing are always striving to have an equal GT3 field, at least across a wide variety of tracks. You must remember that every track is different. iRacing simulates literally everything, so at tracks with higher altitude, the balance of performance is completely different. So there is a massive effort to try and get every car as close as possible. But if you were to be looking at any underdogs today, I certainly would suggest that the Porsche is one of those.
Well, you look at, say, I'm probably going to pick a wrong track here, but I'm going to say it. If you took this same field to Okayama, for example, where they actually simulate that low grip asphalt that they have out in Japan for their racetracks. If you took that field out there to Okayama, or somewhere where it's a slower, more technical, slower corners, not these big sort of high speed, mid to medium speed corners, you would see different cars competing at the front of the field.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it depends on the balance of not just the balance of performance, but how the cars go around the track. Because one car might be really good at a slow, twisty, tight track, because it's a shorter wheelbase car that's got a good pointy front end on it, so you can. Whereas some cars are more of cars that can deal with medium to high speed corners and lots of long high speed straights. That suits this track.
Yeah, and I think that there's a massive dynamic as well between sprint and endurance races. I think that when you look at something from a sprint perspective, you might choose the Mercedes because it's hard to pass. So therefore, in a 40-minute sprint distance, you might be able to defend your position a lot better. Whereas when you're looking at something of an endurance perspective, you can assume that a lot of the race you'll spend it alone, or at least not fighting for position, not actively defending, actively making large lunges. So the dynamic across many circuits can change vastly, and just because we've got one car that's more favoured than the other doesn't actually mean that it's necessarily the car of choice. If this car, I promise you, if this race was wetter, and when this race gets wet, that BMW will be the slowest manufacturer on the circuit. I promise you that.
Somebody clip that for when that's an incorrect. No, we trust you there, Will. But what we can say safely right now is that it is a BMW M4 GT3 leading this race for Falken Sim Racing Team Teal. They have led 43 laps of this race right now, and they've got a 3.1 second lead over the Team Redline 21 car of Ollie Steinbratton in the Ford Mustang. So, you know, it's interesting to see how Ollie has dropped back on this stint, and he is getting towards the clutches of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car of Phil Denez and the BMW M Team Redline car of Chris Lullum. So second place is soon going to be second, third and fourth together. The virtual coach GG by G&G car of Sven Hasser is in fifth, ahead of the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car of Beckham Jasiah. Williams Esports Pitfit is in seventh, with Sammy Massi-Trojan behind the wheel of that car, and Marla Racing Team Elias Riker, who's in eighth. This is the thing that gets me. The top eight are still separated by 12 seconds. It's not actually that big a gap, is the front, and it only takes one mistake for things to really change up. Ninth place is the Williams Gaming Club, with Apex Racing Team, Luca Keita, Thibault Preva, by the way, behind the wheel of the Williams Gaming Club car. Luca Keita for Apex Racing Team is in 10th place right now. That is the top 10, and the top 10 is covered by around, just give me a second, the top 10 is covered by 25.5 seconds. That tells you that the gaps that we're talking at between 8th and 9th place, that is a cavernous gap of 9 seconds.
Indeed, and it shows you how open this race can truly be. You can think that the gaps are opening up a lot. I know the feeling from racing in these events. You know, I raced in the last 24-hour event we had on iRacing in Top Split. You do always feel like it's getting, like, oh, it matters so much with, oh, I can't believe this gap's opening up, and you're thinking, oh no, or I want it to be this way, or blah blah blah. It's been 4 hours, there's 20 to go. And you really have to remind yourself that, because it's so easy to get so narrow in your perspective of the race and what's happening right now and how important that can or cannot be, than to think of the bigger picture. In 10-12 hours time, unfortunately, we will see some of these cars not even running anymore. Some of these cars will have had tremendous stints, and the dynamic can change so quickly, yet it is such a long race that you really do have to remind yourself of that.
Yeah, a lot of talk in the iRacing Twitch chat, by the way, about stints. Somebody was asking what the sort of stint length you're looking at, and it's absolutely correct. 3 hours is what Redline appear to be doing for their drivers, whereas 2 hours for Falken and BS. So we do expect at these next pit stops potentially for another driver change for both the Falken Sim Racing Team Teal and BMW M Team BS Plus competition. It depends how the driver again, you'll have a plan at the start of the race, and you'll have your stints all planned out. But sometimes half of it is, how do you feel, mate? Do you think you can do another one? And you get that sort of feel, and before you know it, they can do a triple stint, even though the original plan was for a double spin.
Yeah, and I think that when you end up in these races, you can have a plan which can change, and it depends on, like you say, how the driver's feeling, how they're doing, how in the zone they are. I know when I competed at the last Nürburgring 24 hours race, we did have a plan, and we did try to stick to the plan, but ultimately, whether I, Luca or Julian was on a really good stint, sometimes we extended it by one, and I think it massively depends on where you're at, and it's just about keeping everyone updated and having a clear idea of what's really needed to be done.
And the race leader, by the way, is catching up to a bit of lap traffic now, and it's the Only Frauds Audi, Evan Marion, and then the Maniti Racing green car just in front of them. So that's two cars that are fighting for position. That can change the dynamic when you're the race leader, because they've been so focused on their own battle that suddenly you've got a race leader behind you, and it catches them out, and the race leader loses time potentially. But then the next car's coming through to lap. That team is now more prepared to be on the lookout for that lap traffic, aren't they? You can sometimes wake them up being the leader.
Yeah, and I think that another aspect is that blue flags are shown, but they are not enforced. You don't have to move out the way. You're encouraged not to defend or block against a leading car coming through, but you are in no obligation to pull out the way and wave everyone by. You, of course, hope and that happens when you're in a leading car, but like you say, it can definitely alter your lap time by a few tenths of a second, depending on the car that's ahead of you, depending on how their pace is, damage, whatever. And it can slowly change the course of these races. I think a really good comment in the iRacing Twitch chat talking about Falken's first sort of stint. Damon, I think, has had a phenomenal stint so far, and I think his run is, we're looking at these times, he is running at the likes of Chris and Phil Denez's pace, despite running by himself, and I think that's a massive testament, because do not get this twisted, the number 20 and the number 89 have been working together for the last 20-30 minutes trying to extract the maximum lap time with still hitting the fuel number that they want to do. So massive shout out to the Falken sim racing car right now.
And we kept on seeing glimpses of it, but the Ollie Steinbratton car was struggling to get past that Mercedes, had to make a bit of a lunge into the bus stop chicane at the end of the lap, and that goes back to what you were saying about that Ford Mustang being not one of the fastest cars top speed-wise, whereas meanwhile that number 11 car nicely gets out the way of Denez and Lulham. It's how traffic can fall for you in a race like this.
And it can be so frustrating, and you really don't want it to get to you. It's so easy to let traffic behaving in certain ways get to you, whether that's right or wrong in your mind. I certainly know from the driving perspective you always think you're right, and I'm sure all these drivers do, but yeah, you can certainly get frustrated, but again, it's about taking the emotion out of it, operating in a very clinical and methodic manner, something along those lines, and just hitting your marks and staying calm, because we've still got 20 hours to go.
Yeah, plenty of time left in this race. There's no point in throwing your car at the scenery or another vehicle at this stage of a race, because you've got so much to lose with very little to gain, and so it's sometimes discretion is the best part of valour in those types of circumstances. And yes, you might get frustrated and upset, but you've got to realise that other cars that you're racing against may also receive that type of treatment a little bit later on in the race. So it's all swings and roundabouts. How things pan out for cars out there as to how things go. We've got a minute and 47 seconds before the top of the hour here in this race, and we've got the first few drivers onto pit road from further down in the field. And the good news, he says in the style of James May talking about the Dacia Sandero, is that 41 cars are still running in this race. We had 47 take the start of the race. Sim Spirit out out of the race. WSR Esports book kicker number 16 out of the race. Same for Zenith Gasnock as well. Impulse Racing Team number 66, they've retired the car. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, the number 46, that's out as well. And Mag Performance, we saw them have their issue out there in their Audi with their contact with the Impulse car number 69. They are out of the race. So still 41 cars remaining in this race, and it has been an interesting race to start with. Not the most exciting start to the race. It was a nice clean start for everyone. There was no crashing, although Apex number 99 did suffer a slowdown penalty right at the start of the race, which meant that they had to serve that all the way up the Kemmel Straight, and they're on a bit of a recovery drive right now. It did stack up at the bus stop chicane. Impulse Ferrari did send it into the Sim Spirit car. That's one of the cars that we've lost from this race. Team PGZ, then the next lap in the 124, spun at Les Combes by the Apex Academy car. Altitude Esports had an incident at Malmedy, and they ended up towards the rear of the field. They are still running in 39th right now. Marla, Falken and the BMW M Team BS Competition cars, they all went one lap longer in that first stint, and that is how they have been running pretty much the entirety of the stints. The Williams Racing Prodigy car, then after an hour and 27 minutes, it went and forced the Falken number 44 wide at turn 1 to get P5. Got to remember that number 44 Falken car since then has got to the front of the field and has led 48 laps, so it shows how things have changed for them. The Grid and Go car then at the not the last pit cycle, but the one before that, pitted a lap earlier than the leaders. Dino Lombardi then, with about an hour and a quarter ago, had a major issue hardware-wise, it seemed, out of curve Paul Freya in the 002 Virtual Coach GG by G&G car, and that 002 car is further down in your field with Simone Minio Marceno behind the wheel in 37th. And the 44 and the 20 did pull out a 4-second lead over the rest of the top 8 by the last hour. This hour, however, it's a 3.5-second lead that Damon Woods has over the 21. That's how things have been going right here in this, the iRacing Falken Tyre 24 Hours of Spa. Paul Smith and Will Chadwick here on commentary for RaceSpotTV, broadcasted across the iRacing eSport network of channels. It's good to have you all here on Twitch, on YouTube. Official Demo, by the way, giving us a shout out from South Africa. I hope you're having a lekker day down there in South Africa. And yeah, it's been a really intriguing but slow-burning race, but one thing that has surprised me is how that Falken Team Teal car has been able to pull out such a lead over Team Redline.
I think it's a story of two sort of areas of this race. A fantastic stint done by Damon Woods over the last 2 hours with a slight downturn in pace from the 21 car once the driver swap had happened. Looking at the likes of the 20 and the 89, they have been pushing on, and they've gained over the course of this hour, not a lot, but 1 second or so over the course towards that number 44 car. Other factors indeed would be the 150 and the 1 that you see on your screens right now, completing their final few laps before a pit stop is due.
Yeah, they certainly are, as pit stops are still ongoing. We've got the triple box here, so on board up above from Sammy Matty Trogan, we've got the number 10 as well of Elias Riker in the Marla Racing Team car, which did lead early on, don't forget. 27 laps they led at the start of the race, this number 10 car that we're on board with. So you've got to remember, at this stage of a race, we're talking about Ollie Steinbratton losing time to Damon Woods. at the front of the field. But this has only been 2 drivers out of those teams. There's still enough of, 1 or 2 drivers per team that are going to be jumping into those respective cars. So, again, you could see the dynamics change once again here, Will, with different drivers getting into those cars.
I think with the quality of where this race is at the moment and how optimal everyone is driving, those small changes in drivers could mean a lot. And I really do wonder what sort of pace we're going to see from the other drivers in that Falken sim racing car, because I think that Damon's put up such a good stint and has been so good for himself that it'll be interesting to see kind of what the sort of pace is. But, I mean, they do have a good roster of drivers, just looking among who is registered for that car.
The 003 is onto pit road, change of driver for them in that virtual GG by G&G car. Jakub Kaczorowski in behind the wheel of the car now for them. We're still waiting for the top 10 to come onto pit road, but there's a big pit lane, and Team PGZ 119 and the Apex Racing Academy number 97, so that's a different Apex Racing Academy car, both have got black flags, so they're going to have to come on down for the pit road, so they'll see themselves sorted. But now look at this, Will. You've got 2nd, 3rd and 4th all together on the screen right now.
Indeed, and you saw a move, a move has taken place for the 20, between the 20 and the 89, and he's now pushing his fellow team member to try and gain a little bit of pace, but it looks like they're going to switch it. So what's always interesting is you would usually put the car that's slower in the straight line behind the car that is faster. The BMW having generally a better top speed and clean air would mean that your better car for pushing would be the 4, but for a few laps there they were reversed.
Yes, and now we'll get to see, because they did that right at the start of the race. After 2 laps, I think it was, Josh Thompson went and relinquished the position to the number 20 of Diogo Pinto, as it was at that point of the race. So it'd be interesting to see now if Ola Steinbratton being able to hang behind his teammate, or whether Chris Lillam has just got that much more pace than his teammate. I mean, the 5-lap average I'm looking at here is about 2.5 tenths per lap quicker for Lillam compared to Steinbratton. So race leader, by the way, 2:17.352 average lap times right now. You can tell that fuel's burning off.
Yeah, absolutely, and very fast last time around, pulling 2 tenths on this trio behind. It's an interesting dynamic, and one that will inevitably develop across the course of the next few hours. We are expecting cars in, I would imagine, either this time by or next. Yeah, maybe we get 27 from a few of these, but they're all on 25 at the current moment, so we're not long off until we see some more pit stops yet again. Falken into the pit lane. Yeah,
so that's 26 lap stint for Damon Woods from the race lead, as does the Team Redline car of Ola Steinbratton, pitting on the same lap as them. Now remember, last pit stop, Ola Steinbratton's, when he took over, it was a 27-lap stint for the Mustang. So you can tell, as soon as he's lost that slipstream, he's been having to work that car harder, which means he's not been able to get that extra lap of fuel out of it.
And again, shows you the importance of keeping the toe, and how that's not only an important factor for overall pace, but mileage as well. Still under the hour, quite comfortably for these drivers. It's always helpful to have a few litres in hand as you enter those final stops. Be interested to see if we see Damon get out of the car, because he's now done his 2 hours. Maybe he'll stay in, maybe he won't. Let's have a look.
Up on the jacks the car goes, and yeah, change of driver for the Falken Sim Racing Teal car then, and Jonas Rutten is going to jump into that car, and we'll see how he is able to get on in that number 44. The 44 that has led 50 laps of this race. We are on, right now, lap number 107. So just under half of the race has been led by the number 44 so far here in the just over 4 hours that we've been here. As away out of the pit road goes the Falken Sim Racing Team Teal car, and Ollie Steinbratton then is not that far behind. About a second quicker in the pit stop though for Ollie Steinbratton, so maybe at that stage where he knew he couldn't do a 27 lap stint, but it means that he still had enough fuel in the car that he didn't need to take as much at the pump.
How much quicker that Ford is, because the delta between those now has come down by a second. So it shows you that that delta in that pit lane will be important. Your two leaders on the road for the time being are into the lane, both completing, I think, 26 lap stints. Is it, Paul, or is it 27?
27 laps for Chris Lulham, 26 laps for Phil Denez.
Interesting.
The BS competition now, is that a case of they've decided we'll pit at the same time as the 20, but it means that we're going to be taking less fuel because we've not done the full 27 laps that we normally would do?
Well, absolutely, you will see. The fact is that BS competition car will have to take less fuel. There is no doubt in my mind. So we would expect a slightly shorter stop time. But again, interesting to see who jumps in, who jumps out. We've seen 2 hours now of Phil Denez. We'd expect at least how they've gone on the first stint of a driver. They'd be switching now, but we do expect to see Chris Lulham keeping that car.
Well, Phil Denez, if he jumps out, it's going to be Ryan Barneveld, I think, that's going to jump into that car. No, Denez is going to stay in there for another stint. Chris Lulham, of course, he's still comfortably in his stints right now, so he's going to be waiting patiently for the fuel to finish. I personally preferred it when we used to have to change the tyres separately from the fuel, but there we go. It's what they do in IMSA, and considering the great partnership that iRacing have with IMSA right now, it doesn't surprise me that they do sort of match those regulations, and the BS competition car eventually, they sort themselves out, comes out ahead of that red line car, but the Falken Sim Racing Teal car comes out ahead of both of them. But what's the delta? Once they get through Lecombe and Malmedy, we'll see how close those two have actually got to that number 44.
Yeah, and it's crunch time now. These two are both, they've both stayed in this car across the course of this hour, so they're warmed up, they're ready to go, they've got a fresh new set of boots on. Can they now go and make some inroads into the number 44 of Jonas Rutter?
Well, the gap that the 44 of Jonas Rutten had pulled out on the 21 of Team Redline was about 3.5 seconds by the time that they switched the two, the 20 and the 21 around. The gap between first and second now is under 3 seconds. So Phil Denez staying in that car, he's more comfortable in it. He's in the rhythm right now. Jonas Rutten is having to get into the rhythm of the race. He's only been a lap and a half behind the wheel, and he's crucially stuck behind some traffic as well through Stavolo and Paul Fryer. And as you mentioned, blue flags, they're only advisory, they're not mandatory here. Things could be turning in the favour of these three cars that we can see on screen right now.
I think that it's an interesting dynamic, because breaking through those traffic cycles can be quite difficult, especially if you tend to err on the side of caution. And when you do tend to do that, it's when you're getting into a fresh car, your car's leading, so I don't expect Jonas to be taking any risks, and that ultimately is costing him time.
Look at that gap, it's plummeted down as the gap between the leader and Phil Denez in second place. It is the Falken Sim Racing Team Teal who still lead. but it's the BMW M Team BS Plus competition of Phil Denez in second, and the BMW M Team Redline car of Chris Lulham in third, with teammate of Team Redline Ollie Steinbratton in fourth place. And those two will definitely work together. That Mustang is sticking a little bit better to the back of his teammate, although he's just dropped like a little bit from them. And only now is your leader finally making it past the Delatraz Automotive car. That is the Augustin Bernier behind the wheel. Only just now have they made it past.
Yeah, and that's an interesting one, really, because will we see the same treatment to the following cars? And that's going to be interesting to see how quickly they are able to get through. I would certainly be sure that the mindset of the likes of Lulham and Denez are a much more aggressive mindset, so I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a slightly riskier move or decisive being put on that number 8 car, which is being lapped for the first time at this moment.
Now, the leader does have a couple more cars in front of them, back markers. The Gurecki Motorsport car, the 667, just in front of them, the Ferrari 296, and it's another Ferrari 296 of Impulse Racing. That 69, of course, made contact with another car earlier on in the race. So, yeah, we're seeing how suddenly things could turn on the head. But you're absolutely right there, though, Will. It's how the lap traffic then treats the others, and you generally find lap traffic, they're more likely to let you by if you're in a group rather than in a single car.
Yeah, it definitely can be the case, and I still think it's the case when you consider something like whether you're the leader or whether you're in 10th, and that can also make a big difference as well about how you are treated. Looking at a really good gaggle of cars for the sort of low ends of the 20s, fighting it out, a lovely amount of manufacturers in this one. They're going to be interesting to see how this kind of pans out. I really respect the Signify car for being in the Porsche, and I think that they're doing a very, very good job as things currently stand. And yeah, it would be good to see them progressing a little bit forward as this race goes on.
Well, you look at it, you've got a Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini and BMW all together, and not that far back from them is Mercedes. So 5 different manufacturers there, a little bit further down in your field. So you know, for all of the people out there who've been saying, oh, it's only a BMW race, you're seeing that with a lot of the cars at the front, but there are other manufacturers and cars out there on track, so you definitely do have that to see through the field here. It is 19 hours, 42 minutes and 52 seconds remaining in this race. There's the BMW, the Team GGZ car making the move on the Lamborghini. And it's Oskari Kakkonen making moves on that Apex 1 car. And so trying to get past, but not able to do so there as they come through La Source. Plunge downhill. And let's just give you a little bit of RaceSpotTV fan immersion with the Team PGZ car. Let's go on board with the BMW as it fights for 24th place. there we go. We saw Team PGZ able to move a position up there in their BMW. Oskari Kaikkonen will carry on that fight to move forward here. Looking at 23rd ahead now. Valkyrie competition, and then Simify Esports in front of them as we head on up the Kemmel Straight once again. And it is uphill up here. I can tell you that from experiences. Down the inside of the Ferrari goes the BMW, and Team PGZ then moving up the field up to, that will be now 23rd place. And they've got the Porsche in their sights in front of them. I have to ask, Will, have you ever been to Spa-Francorchamps?
Only once. I went to Spa, but not really for any race event or anything. I was driving to the Nürburgring. I thought, well, it's on the way, might as well go. And I was very, very lucky to get to see a Porsche 963 and a BMW MV8 hybrid testing at Spa on that day in carbon liveries with the number 2024 written on the BMW. This was just before they obviously entered the WEC Championship. And yeah, it was super interesting to see the track in real life, and that 35-meter elevation between the bottom of Eau Rouge and Radion is mental in real life.
Well, it's not just it's the fact that you climb up that elevation, up the steps, up the footpath. And then you think, oh, right, well, I'm at the top of that hill, I'm out of breath. And then you look up and you see it's still climbing up the Kemmel Straight. It's an uphill section, is that into Les Combes. That's why you can brake so late into Les Combes, because it's uphill braking. Your gravity is helping you in all of that. I did do the walk in the opposite direction of the track, and going from Pouhon all the way up to Malmedy, that is a long slog. Oh my goodness, that is a long slog. You get fit walking around Spa-Francorchamps, I can tell you.
Yeah, and what a wonderful track to have available on the simulator. What a light track. You know, so many people love this track, and it's a bit. I think after we've had so many editions of the 24 Hours of Spa, to think that this is the last one with this current track model from 2010 is quite poetic in a way. I think that it's going to be really, really intriguing to see this event next year when we've got an entirely different rendered track with reprofile corners, repositioned barriers, and it'll be a new look and a new life for sim racing's most popular circuit.
I just hope that they put in the little gravel traps like they have got now to discourage the off tracks, because you saw it there at No Name Corner. I think it's actually Jackie Ick's corner now, is that corner. And the amount that people go off there as we're looking at a replay of the Hersingveld Mustang, and that is just carrying just that little bit too much speed around the corner, and you think, oh, I can save this. No, I can't. Watch you rejoin. Yeah, that's safe enough.
Unfortunate incident there for the Team Poison car. Easy to do, very easy to do. Just going into the corner, a little bit too much speed, trying to trail and drop that a little bit too late, causing the car to over-rotate around the front axle, and very easy mistake to make, but one that, you know, ultimately is quite costly in a race as competitive as this one. Dynamic constantly changes, and this fight that we've been seeing for the last few laps, and we obviously have that wonderful fan immersion on board the 119 PGZ car, is a fantastic dynamic with multiple manufacturers. It's just what makes it so interesting, in my opinion. And yeah, I'm still waiting for rain. I still want a bit of rain.
And that is suboptimal way of going through La Source, getting into the back of that Porsche, the PGZ car. Well, it's all well and good flashing your headlights, but I'm sorry, it's you who's driven into the back of that Porsche. You've got to get past safely, and so you know it checked up at La Source, and what that did, it then had a knock-on effect to the two cars behind them as well. You saw how that concertina effect happens all the way through that little gaggle.
And what did I say earlier on? In the driver's perspective, they are always right. And a flash of the lights can just mean that I am right. You stopped too much. And you can't blame the driver for thinking that they're always in the right. It's what makes these drivers so good at times, because you've got to be confident and decisive amongst the races. And yeah, it's certainly an interesting point, and I think that, you know, following a Porsche compared to a Lamborghini, the minimum speeds might be quite different. And yeah, it can just be a misjudgment or something like this, and it's very easy to blow out of proportion. But, you know, yet again, all drivers made a reasonable attempt to avoid the incident after the fact, and good to see them all still circulating around with minimal to no damage.
Well, you more often than not at La Source see that happen when it's a multi-class race and you've got prototypes, especially like an LMP2, because those prototypes are so much slower through the really low speed corners of hairpins like La Source that the GT cars suddenly catch up mid-corner, don't they? And you have to take that into account in a multi-class race. You see that more then than when it's all one class.
Yeah, and I think, though, because the margins are so close, everyone's trying to run so close to each other that eventually, sometimes, if you have a small disruption in the train, something's going to check up. And it's unfortunate, but when we consider how this race has gone so far, the fact that we're talking about this sort of small incident is great, really, because it shows us not being too many big ones. We've really seen great driving standards.
We certainly have, as we do carry on here then, watching this particular battle. What I will say, however, the race lead has been closing up. It's now 1.8 seconds between the Falken Sim Racing Team Teal, number 44 of Jonas Rutten, and Phil Denez in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car. And Denez has been running about 1/10 of a second a lap quicker, lap after lap after lap, and that's why they've just been able to close up that gap. And the thing is, he's dragging along with him the BMW M Team Redline car of Chris Lulham and the Team Redline Ford Mustang of Ollie Steinbratton, so that's what's happening for them. The 111 is onto pit road. I was wondering why it was showing a yellow flag for them, but Dennis Grabowski is actually heading onto pit road in that Altitude Esports car that's really on a struggle. It's on the struggle bus. It's trying to survive the rest of the race, and I think, if I'm correct here, Will, that is the only Chevrolet Corvette in the field, is the Altitude Esports by 3M car.
And it's such a shame about what happened earlier on, because from my understanding, at least, and from the information that I've been given and seen myself, I do very much believe it's the truth. That is the fastest car in the rain at the moment, and I would love to have seen the dynamic of that car, which is, in all fairness, is still running pretty fast, and was running, you know, in those low 20s, the dynamic if we were to switch to wet weather. However, you know, we were maybe expecting a little bit of rain by now. We were maybe expecting the weather to be changed up, but it's looking like an early morning affair if we are going to get any wet weather whatsoever. And it's a very dry race at this moment in time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at the weather forecast looking forward, because not only do you have the radar that is here available on iRacing in the UI on iRacing, but you also have a forecast then below that. At the moment, mostly cloudy, 19 degrees, zero precipitation, winds from the west 14 kilometers an hour. Looking, and that's mostly cloudy. 10:30 goes to partly cloudy, and then from around 12:45 in the morning, clear. So the clouds are actually clearing away here at this track. Now, if I remember the sort of predicted potential rain showers, we were looking in the morning around, what, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, so just looking kind of at the predicted that we got, the weather forecast we got from iRacing, this was kind of a 20% chance of rain that we're currently sitting under. It looks like that's not going to be coming true, and really the chance of rain from now kicks off again at 4 a.m. So we're looking at 4 a.m. in sim, that is, all the way through to about 10 a.m. with the peak sort of chance of rain being about 60% for 2 to 3 hours.
Just to give people a little bit of perspective about timings in sim, it is currently 9:34 in the evening here in sim. The lights are starting to take a little bit of an effect out there on track, so the sun is setting here on this, the early stages of this 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. The iRacing Falken Tyre 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and David Haynes has woken up very early in the morning for him, I must say, saying, "Hey up, Paul, hey up, Will." Now, if I'm correct, Will, with you being over in Lancashire, they don't say "hey up," do they?
No, not really. More like "Yuri," something like that. Yeah, but more around those sorts of regions.
Yeah. So there you go. So most people just hear northern and it's like, oh well, it's all the same to them. But yeah, as we look a little bit further up in the field, and this is the WSR Esports Butt Kicker BMW in 14th place, just behind the Team PGZ 114, and it's a gain of 7 places for this WSR Esports Butt Kicker team and 5 places for the Team PGZ 114. WSR Esports, it's been quite the sort of rise for them, because I think back to 2017, they started running a series called the World GT Championship, which we show here on RaceSpotTV on a Monday evening. In fact, it's the season opener on Monday evening. I'll have to ask our producer if I'm actually working on that this season. But it's been quite the rise, because that team, it's had a bit of... It used to be the purest. It used a lot of those people in that WSR Esports team used to be a part of Pure Sims, which is Ashley Sutton's team. Of course, if you know Ashley Sutton, the British touring car, only British touring car champion to have won in both front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars. And there was a bit of an acrimonious split, shall we say, and the WSR Esports Butt Kicker team was set up. We saw Pure Sim sort of start getting into these top split events, of these special events, and then WSR have continued that. They've been slowly making progress up a field, and to see them here in 14th is pretty good going, I think.
I can certainly agree with that one, and I think they have some fantastic drivers. The one that always stands out for me is Alex Davidson. Fantastic driver, fantastic guy, and someone I worked with a number of years ago, actually. And I took a little bit of a break from sim racing for 1 or 2 years, but he's now very much back, and I think certainly surprised a lot of people with his pace in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain this year. And yeah, looking forward to seeing him compete in some more things in the future. Certainly an incredibly talented driver.
Can I just say, Will, that you were very lucky that you were driving in that series and not in the commentary box, having to say the Rafa Racing Club Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain. That's one of the longest series names I've ever had to say the name of on here. I'm sure we do have some other series that have had even longer names, but for myself, I think that's one of the longest series names I've ever had here.
Yeah, certainly could be the case. I always feel like it's harder to say Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. I don't know if it's a tag or it's a bit harsher, but I always struggle a little bit more with that one.
I have no problem with Tag Heuer. If they want to send me one of their connected watches, I'm more than happy with that. We are looking at third place right now. This is Chris Lulham, still sat on Jonas Rutten in that Falken Sim Racing Team Teal car. 60 laps led for the number 44 right now, as through the left-hander of Pouon, the double left. Actually, I keep on calling it Pouon. It's not. It's double gauche. Do you know what that means?
Double left, is it?
Yes.
Oh, what a terrible name.
So we've changed it from Pouon to double left.
Yeah, terrible. I don't know why they keep changing the names at this circuit. Can we not just keep them the same? Debate that I'm sure will be brought up across many commentators among the 24 hours. So if you do get sick of hearing it, just let us know. Don't
get me started about tracks like Snetterton, which went and changed some of the historic names so that Jonathan Palmer could have his name, have a corner named after himself. He ruined that track, I will say, when they took over, building the 300 layout. But that's just mean. That's just me and my opinion. Spa is one of those tracks where you do have certain corners, La Source, Rouge, Radion, Le Com, Malmedy. They've kept their names. Blanchimont, another one. They've kept their names all the way through its sort of history. But then you've got corners like Rivage. I think that's Bruxelles now, is Rivage. You've got No Name Corner, which is now Jackie Hicks. Lafania can also be known as Piff Path. You got Stavelot, which can actually not be Stavelot, it can be Campus, which then leads to Paul Freyer, which isn't Paul Freyer, it's Stavelot now, and what used to be known as karting is now Paul Freyer. You can see how it can get confusing for commentators to know what on earth they're talking about with corner names.
Do we often like and champion corner names? But
yes,
in this incident, we might actually need to champion corner numbers because they don't change.
Well, I mean, you look at some of the most iconic circuits around the world, and you can name the corner names, or like the Nürburgring, you can name sections of the track. They're that iconic of those sort of setups. How many people know what corner is corner 4 at Sonoma?
Exactly, yeah. And you bring up a very, very good point.
Or Road Atlanta, don't get me started on Road Atlanta. You got turns 1, 2, 3, 4, then the S's, which is multiple corners, then it's turn 5. You've got the back straight, which isn't the straight, so therefore it's got to have a corner number in there, and then the chicane, which is turn 10A and 10B.
This is why Road Atlanta is the worst track. It's the worst track. I hate Road Atlanta.
I love racing it. I love driving it. I love commentating on races there. But the corner numbers are absolutely shocking and need to sort themselves out. And I know that somewhere in this world you're going to have Drew Adamson who'll be suddenly just woken up from whatever he's watching or doing, and he'll be in the chat and saying about how Road Atlanta is the greatest track and don't you ever say any bad things about it. And if you are wondering who Drew is, he is one of the broadcasting team, in fact the director of broadcasting at iRacing. So he's got a very strong opinion about Road Atlanta. He thinks it's the greatest track in the world. I would disagree about in the world. Certainly North America, it's one of the greatest.
But if we sit here and say that Alton Park is the greatest circuit in the world, no one will believe us.
That's because they haven't experienced Alton Park. We have got 20 minutes to the hour here. That lead gap is coming down, by the way. It's 1.2 seconds, so it has been slowly being eroded away by Phil Denez there. And so he is carrying on that charge and that push. What's been interesting for me is that the car in third place, Chris Lulham, has now pulled out about a 3-second lead over his teammate, Ollie Steinbretten, in the Ford Mustang. That Mustang, right now, seems to be really struggling, certainly with Ollie behind the wheel. Maybe it doesn't suit his style of driving quite right.
Yeah, potentially that is the case. I think that obviously we saw it be very, very fast early on with Josh Thompson, so it'd be interesting to see when the likes of Sam get behind the wheel or Josh re-emerges in the night stint is when I expect to see him next in the car. Whether that car picks up pace again, I would assume it would. And it's unfortunate for Ollie because he's been so good at many, many special events in the past, maybe just struggling a little bit more at Spa than the others. But yeah, we've had a good amount of stints so far, and that lead gap is coming down. We're almost in tow for those front three.
I just want to give a quick mention to one of my former teammates, David Baker. Good evening, David. I hope you are doing well. Yeah, we carry on looking at this race further down in your field while we keep an eye on that lead race. They've got a bit of traffic. They're going to be about... I'll tell you what, they're just going through La Source are the leaders. There is a group of 4 or 5 cars up the Kemmel Straight that they're going to catch in the next couple of hours. It's going to be a couple of hours. That will be interesting when they do reach that group of cars as to what effect that traffic has, because like we normally see in these 24-hour special events, it's usually a mix of classes and you've got a speed advantage of multiple seconds per lap to get past those slower classes. Right here, you're talking tenths of a second, up to about a second at most. Like I said, less than a second covering first to 41st on the grid. So it's not that much of an advantage that you have as the leading car trying to lap those further down.
Indeed, and I think that will be an interesting dynamic because you can end up losing a lot of time behind these sorts of cars if you're not careful. And these drivers are all very, very good, and they'll be managing that and aware of that fact. And it'll be interesting to see how it develops. I always find the interesting dynamic among the drivers that we can sit here and pick out drivers that are very good in GT3 machinery and have been traditionally good in GT3 machinery, like Sven Haas. Very rarely strays away from the class. He's doing a great stint at the moment. He's caught 2 seconds to the leader since he made those last few moves that we saw and covered on the broadcast. But the ones that interest me a little bit more are the guys that drive everything. Think Diogo Pinto, think Chris Lulham, think other drivers amongst this field. Sota Muto, you know, we saw him in the IndyCar qualifiers just the other day. He's now driving a GT3 car. And the dynamic between how hard it must be to change between cars and classes in such a short period of time is really interesting to me, and it really shows some of the drivers' strengths of being adaptable and being able to change their driving style amongst several different cars.
And I've always admired those drivers who are able to get up to speed relatively quickly in different machinery. It's just always amazed me when you see drivers being able to jump not just between different cars in a category, but being able to go from open wheelers to a GT car to prototypes, you know, being able to swap and change and be on the pace straight away. That adaptability, I think, shows the true all-rounders. You always get people who are specialists in cars. I mean, you look at like the Lotus 79 community. There is a whole community there of specialists that are quick in those cars. I think you could put someone like Pinto or Lulham or Denez or that into those cars, and they would be up to speed after a short time because they've got that adaptability and being able to figure out how to drive a car. Me, I'm like 3-4 seconds a lap slower than people in GT3 machinery. I'm way off the pace. Put me in a TCR car because it's front wheel drive. I'm used to driving those cars. I'm not as far off of those top drivers as I would be in GT3 machinery. That just shows how you can have specialists in cars, but it's those drivers at the pinnacle who are able to adapt themselves into different machinery that really show why they are the top guys in sim racing.
And do you have a personal favourite right now, someone that really stands out to you? Any driver that comes to your mind when you think of adaptability, or just in general, the performances over the last 12 months?
That's a really difficult question.
It is.
I think someone like, and I know he's not racing in this race, Sebastian Job. Because not only has he had, I mean, he's unbelievably quick in a Porsche. He showed that this year, not just in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, but also in Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain. He's brilliant in a Porsche, in a Cup car, but you could throw him into a GT3 car, he's quick in that. You could throw him into a prototype car, he's quick in that. You could throw him onto a different simulator entirely, and he's up there with the very best who have been focused purely on that simulator. I think that shows someone like him the level that he is able to work at.
I agree. I think that's what separates the great from the very best in sim racing, and I think that you see that across a number of the top drivers on the simulator, and their adaptability and how they can switch across sims across sims is the really impressive one for me. Like, across sim, it is so different, you know. Although you can suggest that the difference between a GT3 and a GTP is vast on iRacing, the difference between iRacing and another simulator can be way bigger than that. And like you say, that the ability to be competitive across all simulators is a rare talent, but one that is often emerges in the very best.
Who are you thinking then, in terms of that adaptability, that way, be able to switch between cars and be able to be up there at the front? Who would you say is another one that sort of stands out for you?
I think solely on iRacing, so not thinking about other simulators, I think that I'm his friend at the end of the day, so I might look a little bit biased here, but Chris for me is so incredible. I've had the pleasure of working with Chris and seeing how quick Chris is in multiple different cars, whether that's even the old LMP1s. I've done a few charity races with him, GT3, GTP. You know, if you look across what Chris has done this year, he's done PESC, he's done LMDH, he's won LMDH top splits, or GTP, however you want to define the class. He's now racing in this GT3 race, running at pretty much the highest pace alongside the number 89 and the number 44. That sort of adaptability, at least on the iRacing platform, is mental. And the same can be said for someone like Pinto as well, that I can see someone's brought up in chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Sinster in the chat there saying, you know, if it's iRacing related, then it's Pinto, Fast in GT3, LMDH, PESC, etc. Yeah. Again, another really, really good choice. I just think that there are so many people who are at that level who can just pull out performances and pull out time. It's just incredible. And the fact that there's a number of drivers that we can say that about. What I would love to see more of in the world of motorsports or full metal racing, so not sim racing but full metal racing, is what you see in sim racing here, and people being able to go and race other series. So like we saw a few years back, Nico Hulkenberg went over to Le Mans, won Le Mans. You know, Fernando Alonso's won Le Mans. Drivers being able to prove themselves in different categories of racing. I think they should have more opportunities. I understand the finances and the risk behind that and all that, but I would just love to see drivers being able to compete in different series. I know you get the Race of Champions, but that's not really
it's fun,
fair,
but it's not proper.
Yeah, it's not a fair competition. It is more of a fun event. And I'm not taking anything away from Race of Champions, by the way. I enjoy watching that. It's a bit of fun. But being able to see those drivers, I'd love to see Max Verstappen at Le Mans.
I think you will.
Love to see that.
I think you will, 100%. I think that Max is a great example of real life and simulator, and I think that he does a great justice for all these simulator drivers. You know, I think he speaks really highly about everyone that drives on the sim, and he's had the pleasure of working with the best in the simulator. And, you know, in several interviews, he'll say that they do everything correctly, and it really does show the integrity of iRacing as a simulation software to develop and harness these talents in real life. Because you think about who... I don't want to always pick out Redline drivers because it looks like I'm just talking about Redline, but I'm really friendly with them. I know the likes of them a lot. But, you know, like Rogers as well is a great example. Rogers, Pinto, both very, very good at karting. Same with Lulham. And maybe they didn't have the funds in real life, so they turned to the simulator, and they're really fast here. And it shows that there is definitely that crossover between being a really, really good driver in real life and being a really, really good driver on the simulator as well. And you can see that in the reverse with Max Verstappen.
I will give mention to Team Redline. They're streaming on their Twitch channel. Luke Crane is presenting that, and you get to see some of the drivers behind the scenes with them. I know Williams Esports have got their point of view as well. Are Apex actually broadcasting this one? I don't think they are.
We do have a broadcast, but I didn't see anything. I'd have to check.
Yeah, but I think it's great to be able to see these teams also give their perspective as well, and to give to show the personalities of the drivers and show what they're like, not just, you know, the corporate. When you're doing an interview with myself or with Arjun or whoever, you know, not just giving those sort of more corporate sort of answers. You're seeing that that personality behind the people, and that's why I say I think it's great when we get to see drivers on screen on our broadcasts, seeing them and see their environment, you know, being able to poke fun at having a Windows activation notification on screen and things like that, you know. That's what I love about sim racing. I'm going to mention him, but the World Sim Racing driver, Ethan Critchley, for a while in the background of his shot, he had team-branded toilet roll because he had a cold one race, and so they ended up sending him team-branded toilet paper, and it was in the background of his webcam shot.
That's fantastic, and that's what makes sim racing so unique, that anyone can do it, anyone can pick up. Yes, you in the Twitch chat, and I'm sure many of you do that are in the Twitch chat and watching this race, can pick up. You can try your very hardest, you can get a bit of iRacing, and maybe one day you will be competing in this event. Maybe you might be watching this for the first time, think, oh, I want to see what iRacing is all about. You pick up a subscription, you get yourself some simulator gear, and here in this event next year. It's not impossible, and although these drivers are incredible and the level that they perform at is exceptional, it's open to everyone, and you can truly experience that on iRacing, and that's what makes it so great.
And as we count down the time towards the hour and we're getting towards the end of our little stint on commentary here, Will, I will say that anyone who is watching who has never tried sim racing at all and thinking, oh well, I ain't got, you know, an absolutely maxed out, tricked out computer, and I haven't got all the latest direct drive wheels and things like that. You don't need that. iRacing can run perfectly well on a good sort of mid-tier computer PC, and you can pick up a Logitech Thrustmaster wheel for relatively speaking cheap when you compare it to some other sim race equipment. Bono House, I always point this out, he won world championships with a Logitech G25. Hugo Luis, I think he was on a Logitech G25, our producer, when he won the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship Series. So it shows that you don't necessarily have to have the absolute latest and greatest high-end equipment to be able to be a top driver.
And I think we've seen it in recent times as well with I think the development in sim racing equipment and the cost that has been brought down for direct drive wheels, and even like you say, the stuff that Logitech produced, the cheaper stuff, it's so important to stress that you don't need to start with thousands of dollars of equipment if you can just pick up a Logitech G29, a little monitor, and get the idea, get the feel for it, see if you actually like racing on a simulator and you like the dynamic. You can be competitive. There is absolutely no boundary to competitiveness on a simulator, and yeah, it really is open to everyone, despite the fact that there might be some stigmas suggesting that you would need $1,000 wheel or something like this. It truly, I believe you put any of these top sim races, you genuinely put them on at least a mid-tier system, maybe some Fanatec pedals, which might be seen as slightly higher end, but something with a load cell and even a Logitech base, and they would be able to lap within a second, I think, within an hour or so.
Certainly would. Well, we've got 19 hours, 4 minutes and 28 seconds remaining in this race. Our clock just stopped then for a second then, but it's got back going again. So we're coming to the end of our stint here, Will. Now, I know you've got some more commentary stints later on. I haven't. This is my only commentary stint. So what are we looking for in the next few hours when David Haynes and Derek Watson take over from us? What are we looking at for the next few hours then?
So I think that, looking forward into this race, I think it's really important to just keep an eye on the gaps and kind of how cars are ebbing and flowing. Of course, your commentators, your wonderful commentators, will keep you updated with the weather, which will ultimately be a big factor in this race and could really throw up some interesting circumstances. I'd watch out for any of the redline cars, the BS cars looking really, really fast, and the dynamic of Falken, who I think have surprised everyone here today, who are running a lot faster than some people expected. And let's not forget Sven Haas, who's put in a great stint over the last hour or so, who's caught up 3 to 5 seconds in that last hour. So keep an eye on everyone, and enjoy the race.
Yeah, as we head towards the next pit stop cycle, we've been seeing about 26 laps if you're at the head of the field. If you're in a draft, you can maybe get 27 laps out of a stint here in this race. But it's the Falken Sim Racing Team Teal, Jonas Rutten, who leads this race at the moment, but he's only just ahead. Remember, about at the turn of the hour, just before we had the pit stops, he had about a 3.5 second lead over second place. So that gap has been coming down. In second place, it's the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car of Phil Denez. I would expect to see him jumping out of the car at the next pit stop. Chris Lullen for the BMW M Team Redline car then is close behind him. There's not much time between the first three, it must be said. Less than a second covering the first three, but they're all sort of sticking there in a queue right now. In the 021 car, I'd just seen yellow flags for that car after Jackie X corner. So something's happened to them further down the field. The 021 car, I can't see them on my timing list.
We didn't quite see it, but you'll notice a change for the lead because they were rejoining in front of. Unfortunately, they rejoined in front of the leaders, and we've actually had a change for the lead there with a bit of a checkup needed from the 44 to avoid any contact. So maybe we'll be able to get a replay of that. So
it was the Apex 1 Lamborghini losing it then, carrying too much speed with that mid-engined Lamborghini, V10 Lamborghini, but then it's the leader, and you want to see the view from Jonas Rutten, because he's going to come round Jackie X corner, and suddenly there's a Lamborghini in the way. It's trying its best to get out of the way, but the problem is that BMW had gone to the left. It blocked the leader, and that's allowed Phil Denez and Chris Lullen to take the lead of this race. So it's BMW M Team BS competition who lead. Here's the view then from the then leader. He's thinking, oh, I want to go left, but that Lamborghini has gone left as well. That causes the checkup, and that allows those two in their respective BMWs to move ahead. Now, Team Redline 21, the car that was on pole position, the Ford Mustang, has dropped back a little bit in this field. It's now 5 seconds behind this lead trio here. And Ollie Steinbratton, I reckon, possibly got enough a stint to go in that car yet before he hands it over. Sven Hasser, you're absolutely right, Will, to point that out. He's been closing up in that virtual coach by G&G car in 5th place. But we are at the top of the hour. We are going to hand ourselves over then to your next commentators. And, well, Derek Watson, I'll bring you in first of all because you're here right now whilst David is just sorting out some technical problems. But my goodness, David, what a time for you to come into this broadcast.
Yeah, what an exciting time, right? A very, very close battle has been going on. A very exciting pass for the lead that was white knuckle almost. And the night time is coming rapidly, Paul. It's going to get exciting here. When nighttime falls, crazy things happen.
Well, that's it. We usually have like the silly hour, don't we? We usually have a bit of a dozy time during this nightfall period. But Derek, it's been a slow burner, has this race. I think it's fair to say this one has been a bit of a steady away job. There's not really, and I'm saying this out loud, and I'm going to probably regret this, but I'm handing it over to you guys. There's not really been any silly sort of incidents and crashes. It's all been single cars or equipment failing for Dino Lombardi, for example.
Yeah, as I say, as I've seen, what I've been checking in on throughout the day, a lot of single car incidents, like the one we saw at Impulse Racing a couple hours ago, but nothing of any real major, calamities so far. But man, as I said, it really feels like when the sun goes down, the track gets cooler, people lose their braking marks, and things just get a little crazy. Plus, I think we're all calm right now, but when that little 4-letter R word appears, if it appears in this race, things are going to go stupid. It's a better word for that, but it's going to get crazy fast here at Spa if or when the rain starts to fall. David and I are here for 4 hours. Right now, the forecast looks clear. I'm hoping as a commentator.
Well, before I bring David into it, we looked at what was the predicted weather that iRacing put out at the start of the week on Tuesday. We're not looking at until about 4 a.m. for that chance of rain to start ramping up again in Sim. So
yeah, there was some early rain that could have happened that didn't, like some very light drizzles that never came to be. So, and listen, iRacing has said all along, it's a forecast, right? It's no different than when you watch your local news. They're going to get it wrong sometimes. So, I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here and to cover the last 3 hours. But I'm going to hand on over to David Haynes, who's going to take you along with Derek Watson for the next few hours.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Ewan. Hello, Derek. 19 hours to go. 2024 edition of the iRacing Falken Tyre Spa 24 hours. Super competitive. I'm loving seeing this difference of the GT3 models we've got through the field. Oftentimes in the past, there's been one or two really dominant preferred cars in these sort of special events, but I think we're seeing all of them, and it is because of that 4-letter R word you mentioned, rain. We're hearing that the balance between the cars in the dry versus the rain can be different, and there is some rain predicted.
Yeah, in fact, right now, if you look at the top 10, I was looking on my side scoring panel to see it. Right now, it's mostly a BMW race in the top 10. P4 with Team Redline. They're in a Ford. But the rumor I heard yesterday, David, is if the rain happens, the Corvettes could make a sneaky appearance out of nowhere.
Like rain on your wedding day, isn't it ironic?
Oh, there it is. There it is. Good. That's a great start. I like you already.
And I want to know if you've ever seen the rain coming down on a sunny day. We're not getting any just yet. And this is your leading trio on track right now. 0.2 of a second between first and second place. Bit of a pit cycle happening right now, and that's what we love to see. Some strategy across these long 24-hour races. Lots of things to consider. Fuel longevity, tyre longevity. What's the weather going to do? What are your drivers and your driver stints and your driver times going to look like? And then eventually, what's the lap traffic going to look like? Bit of a moment there for Phil Denez, who's leading the way here. As down the Camel Straight, he had to pick and choose which way he was going to go to try to maintain his momentum and maintain his race lead.
And really had to maintain his composure, right? Because as a race car driver, all we want is for a car to be predictable. We'll pass you if you hold in line and be predictable. And I think Phil was probably not pleased in a certain way with how that Lamborghini tried to move over out of the way. When you try and move out of the way, you typically end up in the way, David. And I think that's kind of what happened with that Lamborghini, is they were trying to be helpful, but they ultimately weren't. But look at this. You're right. This is the most impressive part. Here we are 5 hours in. Look at the gap for first, second, third. Frankly, even fourth within 10 seconds. Like, for a 5-hour race, for everything to be this close, just talks about the level of competition that we're watching here in this broadcast.
Well, the traffic right now is just a little bit of a moment for your leading duo. It's the car in third place, the Falken Sim Racing BMW, that I think probably lost out the most. They wanted to be in that tow, in that slipstream of the race leaders going with them at this point. Now they're just a couple of car lengths back. This is it. Busy on pit lane. Fuel refills, tyre changes, a couple driver changes going on. There is one of those big boy Mustangs of Sim RC, as a couple of the other BMWs get out ahead on replay. So we're going to see the Ford Mustang on the cold tyres on this endurance pit exit, not the Grand Prix style one. And so it is a very, very unique pit lane proposition here at Spa. That's what I love about it. It's like a kilometre long of pit lane, and it's 60 k's an hour, and you've got the pit stalls split in the Grand Prix pits, the endurance pits. You've got to make that hairpin in the middle. You've got to make this exit up the hill, and then you get back into the racing and everything that we expect of cars on the racetrack. Bump drafting between first and second.
Yeah, bump drafting is something that's becoming more and more prevalent year after year in sim racing, for endurance racing, especially in the GT3 class. So you'll see it happening. But you're right, when you talk about pits, I think the one thing that everyone sort of doesn't talk about at Spa, or we forget until we come back to Spa, is that kink in the middle of pit road. Man, that'll drive a driver crazy if they hit that wall, because it's just so easy to do, and you focus so hard not to do it that it can be challenging. But what I like here is we're looking on screen, as we're seeing here with BS Competition and Redline. Man, Redline just seems content right now, don't they, David? They just seem content to ride, to draft, to fuel save. You don't need to pass them right now. Just take advantage of what you can get here, and maybe you win this race on pit road in a few hours.
Yeah, in an auction, you don't need to spend all your money. You only need to outbid second place. Well, in a race, you don't need to worry about anyone else. If you're right behind the leader, that's the only car you need to worry about, is staying in contact with them. On the Ferrari 296 GT3s leaving the pit lane, and you see, this is a longer pit exit here at Spa than some racetracks have pit lane full stop.
Oh, yeah, it's a very long pit stop. In fact, when you plan for an endurance race here and you're trying to calculate pit stop times, we sometimes refer to as line to line, pit exit to pit entry. It's about 2 minutes here from line to line, from pit entry to pit exit. And that's longer than what you plan for at almost any other track that we do a 12 or a 24-hour event for. Watch this here as we see another car, the blue and green car coming down the pit road here. He said 60 kilometers per hour. And man, when you're in that car, David, doesn't that just feel like the longest road ever?
Yeah, I'm sure it does, particularly if you were the pole sitter or anyone in the top 5, because the pit stalls get given out in qualifying order. So pole sitter is all the way down at pit exit in the old pits here. You've got more than a minute of just pit lane speed limit at the pit lane speed, trundling around before you finally and eventually get to your crew. So we've seen third, fourth, fifth, I think. A lot of the rest of the cars that we were just waiting on to stop past the top of the hour trundling in right now. You're just left with BMW M Team Redline and BMW M Team BS Competition, first and second, saving their fuel, running in very, very close proximity to each other, going one lap longer than some of the cars behind. Jonas Rutten into his pit stall, and then the Team Redline 21 goes past as well. It's a wonder that that Ford Mustang fits through the hairpin in this pit lane.
Oh, I know, right? It's amazing that it fits through there. Of course, the Ford Mustang, one of the newer GT3 cars we have now in the iRacing service, came out not too long ago, so a lot of drivers driving it maybe for the first time in this event, David, and really getting a feel for it. Of course, there's the new Corvette that's come out, and in the past year or so, we've seen a beautiful revamp of the GT3 lineup, across almost all the cars in iRacing, or at least, within the past, 3 to 4 years, a full revamp, it feels like. So a lot of cars getting used again. Hey, who would have thought a year ago we'd have said there's a Ford running in the top 3 at Spa, or top 4 at Spa?
Ford GT, GT2, my beloved. I remember when the 3 iRacing GT3 models were BMW Z4, McLaren 650S, and that Ford GT3. Well, now, just year on year, the last couple of years, really been bringing all the updates, Ferraris, BMWs, Mustangs, updates to the Audi,
the Mercedes not too long ago,
all of that. So that's a split in strategy there between first and second places. BS Competition Pit and BMW M Team Redline carry on for one more lap in the lead of the race.
Yeah, and listen, those one lap doesn't sound like a lot right now, David, but if you're burning up the spreadsheet, doing the math, crunching the numbers, who knows what that one lap gives you later, whether it means maybe 1 lap per stint cuts off a pit stop at the end or just makes it shorter. It's all the what ifs, and that's part of the fun of endurance racing, is just all the what ifs that can happen here. What if we go a lap longer? What if we pit earlier and get out of traffic? Or what if we do this? Or what if we leave a driver in? That's the fun of this, as a driver, as an engineer, as a strategy manager, whatever you are. For me, at least, all those what if questions makes this exciting.
And here's one more thing to think about with the very unique pit lane situation of the Spa 24. There is a 100 incident limit in this race, after which you get a drive-through. Is there any other racetrack in existence where a drive-through penalty feels more like capital punishment?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you're right, because of how long the pit road is here. And we're at a track also where it's not exactly difficult to pick up some off-track, penalties. So if either, depending on part of the track, either 2 or 4 tires come off the track, you'll pick up what we call a 1X, meaning, you were not on the racing surface. And there's some very easy spots across this track to do that without even trying. And yeah, I was trying to think of a more punishing pit road, but I don't know. I mean, I almost said, as weird as it sounds, I almost said Laguna Seca because of the pit exit there. I hate that pit exit, but you're right, lengthwise, this is far and away the worst punishment.
The only worst drive-through is when you go through and one of your items isn't ready and they tell you to park up out of the way, and then you're waiting there for 10 minutes for them to bring you fries that have somehow gone cold, even though they must have just cooked them somehow. And you're like, why did I even drive through when I just could have parked? I thought this was going to be quicker, but now it's eating up precious time in my life. And that's what a drive-through penalty feels like at Spa-Francorchamps. It feels like cold fries, and I think that is capital punishment in Belgium, serving cold fries.
Oh, especially, I have some friends from Belgium who may or may not be watching. Real punishment in Belgium, if you call them French fries in Belgium, oh, David, it's like starting a war.
Yes, yeah, I'm translating for our viewers, but in my head, best believe I said frites.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking of your whole cold fries thing. I was trying to relate that back to your Alanis Morissette song, like cold fries. I don't know. I don't have the rest of the words for that. I'll work on it in the 4 hours we're here, but I was like, man, how do I make that work in that Alanis Morissette song?
It's like a stop and hold on your drive-through day. I don't know, but heading towards the pit stall, the race leader, and they are all the way towards that pit entry. Chris Lolland brings the BMW M Team Redline BMW M4 GT3 in. Looks like he's staying for the moment. Not seeing any signs of a driver swap here, but we're definitely seeing signs of 4 brand new tyres and of course fuel going in to top that up. That's a good position that I think they find themselves strategy-wise for all of those reasons you point out. That you just add 1 lap here, add 1 lap there. If by the end of this race you can cut out a pit stop compared to some of your rivals, it's worth more than a minute.
Oh, yeah, right? And, you know, the calculations I did for this race a couple days ago told me that basically, if you just do the math, if you estimate the fuel runs here about an hour and 1 minute or so, we would end up with about a 30-minute run on your last stint. So anything you can do to cut that out, whether it's fuel saving or whatever you have in mind that can help maybe cut that last little gas and go out, that'll make all the difference in the world sometimes in where you finish in this race. Well, look at this. We see the headlights are getting brighter, David. That means the nighttime is rapidly falling. But of all the endurance races we do that I was trying to think of, this maybe has the shortest amount of nighttime of any of the special events.
Famously, the Daytona 24 has a lot of time running in the darkness because it's held in January in winter in Florida, and the sun sets early, takes a while to rise, and there's a lot of cold night running. And conversely, a lot of these endurance events, these 24-hour races held in Europe in summer, sure, yeah, it gets dark, it gets quite dark, but it's only sort of complete darkness for sort of 8 hours or so, or maybe 8 to 10 of the full 24 hours of running. Officially, the time in session now is 20 past 10 in the evening, and only just now would you confidently say it's near enough to full dark conditions. What it is pretty cold out there though for summer. 19 Celsius in the air, 20 Celsius on the track is kind to the tyres, but not kind to the fuel consumption. But with that good fuel consumption, that stint extending that BMW M Team Redline 20 BMW have been doing, we saw them rejoin this race after that pit stop, still in the lead. No pit cycle shenanigans going on there. They are your race leaders from BMW M Team BS competition. Still just a second back is Falken Sim Racing Team 44 in 3rd place. And we are watching 4th place, Team Redline 21, just almost break 1 second here on Sven Haase in the virtual Coach GG by Grid and Go car that is 5th place. Your top 5 still pretty close, but you look at that run down the Kemmel Straight and you can see that there is 7 to 10 seconds between 5th place and 6th place. A little bit of a gap there between your top 5 and the rest of the field. Beautiful, beautiful shots there, Derek.
Yeah, a lot of beautiful shots here and a lot of different racing going on, different battles for position. You talked about the nighttime and what it's nice to and what it's not. The other difference in my mind, David, what the nighttime and the colder temps are nice to is your lap times and your the grip and the tires. What it's not very nice for is all your braking points are going to change a little bit. You're able to dig in a little deeper, go a little further, maybe a little less brake in the corner. And sometimes if you get a driver maybe who's been in here for 2-3 stints and raced in the daytime, it can be hard for them to adjust. And sometimes I like to see different drivers come in as the night falls so they don't have that sort of that muscle memory of what they were doing in the daytime, because, you know, I was joking with Paul before you came in that when the nighttime falls, things get a little crazy because people forget how to race a little bit.
And when the night falls, the loneliness calls, and you might want to dance with somebody. That's what our leaders are doing.
See,
That's what Falken Sim Racing Teal is doing from 3rd place, and I have like 10 more hours of this, and I'm going way too hard, too early. That's a lesson for everyone in an endurance race.
Yeah, that really is, isn't it? Yeah, that's a great lesson I was talking with some teammates about last night is, you know, take care of yourself and take care of one another, because this is a long 24-hour event. As teammates, you know, I believe you have to, you know, be good teammates and make sure, hey, you know, have you had a nap? Have you went and had lunch yet? Have you had dinner, depending upon your time zone, or breakfast? And you can't, you know, lock in for 24 hours and not sleep. It's just not a healthy thing. And yeah, you have to do that here. But I was wondering, David, I'm going to try to slip one in here as well. Are you wearing your sunglasses at night?
No.
Oh, okay.
fiercely forward by name and by nature. You've just seen the number 12 BMW make a move into the bus stop chicane at the end of the lap, getting ahead of... Or was that Apex Racing making the move on fiercely forward? Either way, there's a 4-car little group here, led by Pro Sports Sim Racing, Apex Racing Academy, Fiercely Forward Pink, and the 002 Virtual Coach GG car. The 001 is the one that's up in 5th place there. So a couple of moves happening sort of in the middle of the field here. We did start with 49 GT3s. I think we've got about 41 running at the moment.
And that speaks to a lot to how well prepared these drivers are. It speaks to how little attrition we've had so far. That's something Paul talked about, is that, we've not seen any real major, multi-car incidents. A lot of things have been single car or hardware failures. We've not seen that kind of moment yet. And of course, that's the fear you have for any endurance races. Listen, I can prepare for hours running laps and practicing and learning in lines and looking at telemetry and whatever you want to do. But what I can't prepare for is what that car in front of me does or doesn't do in the right moment. And so I was thinking, as we're watching this 4-car train, I was pondering to myself, where would I want to be in this train? Do I want to be the lead car? Well, the benefit is, nothing in theory can happen in front of me from this train. Like, no one's just going to spin out in a corner. I'll be fine. I'll be ahead of it. The downside is I'm burning all the gas, right? I'm the one that's kind of burning the most gas and kind of pulling people along. That said, if I'm the car on the back of this train, if one of these guys loses in the corner, I may not have time to react to it and just end up a victim of something that I couldn't help.
So it is the Apex Racing Academy. BMW making some pretty aggressive moves, getting sideways, not close enough to really demand the apex of the corner. And Pro Sports Sim Racing's Mercedes will say, well, no, that gives me the inside for the next bit, and now I'm giving you nothing for free if you're going to be cheeky like that. Fiercely Forward could be under a bit of pressure from the virtual coach car there, but the move we saw a couple laps ago in the bus stop, perfection by Apex Racing Academy. That one, bordering on the desperate for this point of the race.
Well, I just asked, where does someone want to be in line? Apparently, that green and black car was like, I want to be the leader, because that's the move they tried to make there right after that comment. And now there's actually a bit of a gap, not a huge gap, David, but there's a bit of a gap here between these two sets of cars. We went from a 4-car train to almost, 2x2 tandem here. And we'll see another pulling off to the side. They're going to make a pass here.
Yeah, that's better along the Kemmel Straight. Much better run. Pull to the inside of the corner a little bit earlier. More overlap down the inside. And it doesn't benefit Pro Sport to, fight it too hard. But they were probably a little annoyed with the move earlier. It was late. It wasn't fully alongside. And it led to just a little bit of panel rubbing there. But then a little bit later on the next lap, it gets sorted. Apex Racing Academy, the 97, Dan Amor, is moving forward a couple of positions, as we've seen. Going to have to move up the road about another 6 seconds to find the next car for position 23rd place, Simify Esports.
Well, now, as I said, there was a 2x2 grid. It sort of has jumbled back up here with that pass happening, and it slowed both cars down and sort of brought these four together. But now we have a new leader amongst the herd, that black and green car. And we're now watching here with Pro Sports. And this is back in P25. This is 24, 5, 6, and 7 we're watching here. David, what I'd like to see the most about that car up front, that bright green. It may not be reality, but in my head, in my universe of sim racing, I like bright colors for endurance cars, because I hope there's a chance someone sees me at night if I'm spun around sideways.
Yeah, some people go for that. Some bright colors. You want to be visible in the mirrors, all of that. So yeah, I've heard people go for that before. I follow the logic, and at a certain point, even beyond that, Ayrton Senna went for the yellow helmet because it was very easy to spot. When you looked in the mirror, you knew which McLaren, which Lotus it was back there. You knew it was Senna, and you knew what was coming. So if you are, want to be, a fearsome driver, or a driver with a reputation, or a team with a bit of a reputation, then a brightly coloured car can go some distance with that as well.
Yeah. any kind of livery can get you a reputation depending on how you drive. But yeah, I like it for at nighttime racing. I want something bright that has those bright accent colors. Here comes a pass on the inside here. Look at this. Coming down straight into the corner, and that is a successful pass.
2 spots made recently by Jano Koch in the virtual coach G&G 002 BMW there, so got past Fiercely Forward Pink, just made that move on Pro Sport, clearly thinking they've got similar pace to try to run with Apex Racing Academy. And the other virtual coach, GG by Grid and Go car, also making some positions up into 4th place. Sven Haas has passed the team red line 21, so hey, good lap just now from Grid and Go.
So I'm going to take a stab at this and say that maybe Arjuna has or will talk about this during the 24-hour broadcast. But I have a theory, David. I want to get your opinion on as we're watching here, and we're watching the Fiercely Forward Pink team.
Does it involve birds being government drones, or is it a different kind of theory?
Oh, no, that's not until like hour 12 of the broadcast, I don't think. Yeah, watch this pass here, by the way, in the replay. That's just a beautiful pass right there. Made it, got back in line, clean entry into the corner. No, as little danger as possible there. And I guess they do have a little bit of that, I guess a pink accent on the side of the car. But if your name is Fiercely Forward Pink, shouldn't the car, be pink?
Absolutely, it should be. They should have gone to RaceSpot.media anytime in the last, forever.
Yeah, right? And uploaded something there. Oh my gosh, look at that, almost door to door there. That's Fiercely Forward trying to hold on to a spot. They've lost 2 spots in David, the last 5, 6, 7 minutes, and now trying to avoid losing another one. They are falling back quick here. It feels like as most drivers are getting quicker at night, something about this Fiercely Forward car is just not responding the way they want it to yet, I don't think.
Yeah, and you see what was a 4-car battle breaking up into the 2 bursting away that clearly have a little bit more speed, and these 2 a little closer in pace, still battling it out. On board now with Fiercely Forward Pink's BMW M4 behind Pro Sports Mercedes AMG. You see the effect of that toe, not down the Kemmel Straight, up the Kemmel Straight.
I'm going to try and stay patient.
That's a Mercedes sponsor. Probably one of the more respected Mercedes F1 sponsors this week.
I'm kind of waiting to see when the 12 is going to try and make something happen, or if they will here when they decide it's time to make that move, or if they're content maybe just riding. Maybe they don't want to make the pass, David. I think that sounds foreign, if you will, to some race fans, maybe if you've never done an endurance race before. A quote that got told to me last night that I kind of laughed at but also took serious. I don't need to pass you right now. I have 18 hours to make that pass. I don't need to pass someone instantly. Be patient and let that pass happen in a safer moment. Or when it's beneficial to me, man, it just doesn't look like Fiercely Forward wants to make the pass.
Yeah, and what we've got is, very, very equal cars, very, very equal drivers. The amount of extra pace you've got to have to make a pass, you got to be kind of, half a second a lap quicker. And when you look at the lap times, everyone's within 3-4 tenths of each other. So it takes a mistake or a very good run from yourself before you're in a position to then try to muscle alongside and, claim dibs on the corner, as it were. So when the pace is relatively close, there's nothing to be gained from trying to make really sloppy and low percentage passes with only 18 hours, 30 minutes still to go in this race.
Wow, sorry for that. I thought for sure he was going to try just to make a move towards outside of that corner, and I think maybe Pro Sport thought so as well, because they kind of had that momentary flash of the headlights. The universal sign for whatever you want it to be in the moment is whatever you wanted to say, but it can say a lot of things kind of flashing in the headlights. But here we are continuing on the race down this straight here, and we head up to the iconic parts of the track, David.
I think there's about 7 iconic kilometres around the endurance layout of Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. All of them very well known. Closer now significantly closer towards the end of the Kemmel Straight. Fiercely Forward having a look into Lacombe. Late look again. Pro Sport are like, can you be a little further alongside? I'm giving you nothing for free here. In the end, I think through Melmedy, Fiercely Forward could win out at Pro Sport. They're a little stubborn here as well. They're like, come on, either make a good, clean move or get out of this. And Pro Sport hold on through Rivage this time.
And every time that Fiercely Forward and Pro Sport begin this battle right here, they're bringing that 777 Valkyrie car behind them into this picture a little bit more. You see those headlights getting brighter, David. Every time you're both side by side, neither one of you is running the perfect line. You're both a little slower, and that car behind you gets a little bigger in your mirror. That's what's going to happen to the Valkyrie team here. So they're excited for this. They're saying, hey, make a few more pass attempts. Let me in this battle. And
I heard
make
you
it
fancy
three-wide.
trying to pronounce the name of the driver in the Valkyrie competition 777.
Oh, no. Hold on. You're going to do this to me, huh? Oh.
Well, it was either that or I had to try and you know, be the icebreaker that gets it wrong
I'm
first.
going to go, just so first off, let me ask this, because I don't know. I apologize. Do you know this, or are you just trying to make fun of me, or are we learning together?
We're learning together.
Okay. I have the last name is Kirkipa.
Okay, I'm going Rupa Augusti Kurkipa
That I'll take yours.
as the Club Finland driver driving the Valkyrie competition 777. You were just talking about potentially, well, no, almost assuredly closing in on what's been just a little bit of a scrap and a scrappy scrap, if I can even go so far, between Pro Sport, Sim Racing's 17 and Fiercely Forward Pink's 1-2.
Yes, like I said, they're excited for the battle. Just let it happen, of course. And if they can get within that draft range of that yellow machine, that Fiercely Forward, then they'll be more involved. Man, look at this beautiful camera shot here. See up above. You know, as the nighttime falls, David, one thing I love about endurance racing is how we have to kind of adjust the cameras we're using, right? A lot of our long straightaway cameras just sort of become white blurs, you know, of headlights. So we move into the in cars, we move into to the up above cameras, and you get much different angles, I think, you do during the daytime, just due to the necessity of, you know, lights and seeing things. But there you go. So for
The onboard's
now,
become
things are
far
calmed
more
down.
valuable. The onboard's become far more valuable. We're looking back up front again with Falken Sim Racing team leading the way now. Chris Lulham's dropped back into third. BMW M Team BS competition, Reina Telvar in the 89 there goes up into second. And they need to maybe worry a little bit about the pace that fourth place is putting down. Sven Haas is on a mission to try to close down the leading trio. The last 4 or 5 laps in a row, that's been the fastest car on track. The 001 next group of cars just in the back of shot here. Your top 5 closing up and your leaders just shuffling a little bit. I think the red line number 20, Chris Lawland, they're still really trying to hit those fuel numbers as well. But when you're doing that, you want to do it while you're still, you know, got your hand on the back of the race leader, not the race leader skipping away from you.
Oh yeah, for sure. And to make the point you made, the 001 is half a second faster than basically first and second, and almost a half second faster than third last time by. So you can keep an eye on that. But here we're looking on board with P10 driver Daniel Lafuente from Williams Gaming Club in the number 2 machine. And now he's trying to run down his competition in P9 here.
Yes, the Apex Racing Team 99 in P9, car number 99. I think someone probably got a bingo off of that call.
But, you know, I was watching this on board and it kind of reminded myself is to see, well, the windshield wiper turn on. That's interesting. There's no rain in the air. Sorry, that caught me off guard. I was watching as we were watching these past few corners and thinking, you and I had to talk about 20 minutes ago about the incident points and the off tracks and how easy they are to get here. And you watch some of these corners and how much they are in the grass, like right there, watch ahead. That is so close to, if not an incident point for being off track. That's the line we're running to get the fastest lap possible. That's the line you're teetering on, about fast laps versus incident points, and it gets really close.
Yep, and the race lead has already completed 142 laps with a predicted 481 more to go weather dependent. We'll see if it has anything to say about that. But yeah, the reality is you're looking at 600 laps and 100 incident points allowed. You can only go off track, run wide off the exit of a corner once or twice each fuel and tyre stint, realistically. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble before the halfway point of the race. So, when you're Sven Haase pushing to try to catch the leaders, trying to find a couple of extra tenths over Jonas Rutten, what you can't afford to be doing is running off wide off the backside of any of these corners, even every second or third lap.
Yeah, I think a part of the thing that maybe enough teams don't think about is how to balance a roster of drivers who are and are not aggressive, right? For every aggressive driver you put in who you think is going to burn up more incident points on a roster, you almost have to have someone who's maybe a little slower on pace, but more predictable, more safer. Because as you said, a 2-minute-ish stop or drive-through, for those incident points will just kill a race. I mean, it'll be demoralizing, it'll be frustrating, it'll be infuriating, and it can happen at any moment here if you get to that 100 incident point limit. And as you said, that number, that's assuming nothing else bad happens. That's assuming you don't make car contact with someone. That's assuming that you don't, actually spin the car when the rain comes around, if it comes around. You have to be very careful with the math of how often you can really do an off track, because that's assuming nothing else goes wrong.
You make a really, really great point there that I guess I hadn't even factored in there, that when the rain falls, the track limits and the white lines don't move.
No, but the cars will move all through. I mean, there's a couple corners that's going to be really easy to spin around here when the rain falls, if it does. As you said, we're a few hours from the prediction, I think, of the forecast. It's now 10:30 virtual sim time. I think the last I heard is about 3:30 to 4 a.m. before rain is a threat. So a long time away, assuming there's no surprise showers, which the radar looks completely clear in this moment. But man, if or when that happens, it's going to be crazy.
So RaceSpot.TV/pages/timing has the live timing, and if you look at that, what it'll tell you is that the race leaders, these three cars you're seeing, they're all sort of in the 217.7, 217.8 lap time range, while fourth and fifth just both equaled each other as they storm forward 217.5, and you're like, okay, over 7 kilometers they took 2 or 3 tenths out of the leaders, but they've been doing it lap after lap after lap, and Sven Haase is only 2 seconds away from third place, which means he's only 1 second away from starting to pick the slipstream of this leading train. Only needs 4 or 5 more laps than that, and you're looking at 5 cars for the race lead. And that's where the strategy, the fuel saving becomes important in balance with the pace, because the virtual coach G&G car has pace right now. Chris Lullum in the number 20 and third looks to have the best fuel economy. Where does one line intersect the other in 18 and a half hours time?
Well, and the other line maybe to intersect there is simply how comfortable are you in traffic, right? There's always the talk, and maybe not so much in road versus oval, but there's definitely a conversation about how does your car behave, in traffic versus in clean air. You had a great time catching these cars, but is your car going to behave the same right up behind somebody? If we get near the end of the pit stop, which we're still a few minutes from because we just saw the pit stops happen not too long ago, do you pit early just so you can come out and have clean air and run better laps? There's all kinds of lines to intersect here in that moment, but you're right. I mean, they're doing a great job in that virtual coach car of just bringing that BMW around and trying their best to catch that slipstream. And it's impressive the times they're turning. I mean, even once again here, as I take a look here, they're still a tenth of a second faster than the front 3 cars.
Yep, another lap completed. Another lap not only faster than the race leader, but I think critically faster than third place, which is the next rung on the ladder that you're going to get to. However, that fourth place car last stopped 15 laps ago compared to 10 laps ago for Chris Lullum. So now there's a 5 lap wedge there, about a quarter of the way into the race. That will, at the rate that it's growing, become a difference in 1 less pit stop for this car. We're right on board with third place, number 20, BMW M Team Redline with Chris Lullum at the moment. versus the kind of pace that the G&G car is doing and not extending nearly as efficiently.
Well, and not cutting a pit stop off of the time possible, David, but also talking about cutting time off of whatever last pit stop you need, right? That sounds more like a conversation you and I would have if we were broadcasting a sprint race versus this 24-hour endurance race. But if I can set myself up to maybe, let's say for easy math, I need 10 seconds, or I need 5 seconds of gas, and you need 10 seconds of gas in the last run, I'm going to be stoked that I got 5 seconds ahead of you on pit road. So it's not just about cutting a pit stop off at the end, which hopefully is possible. It's about really minimizing how long that last one is.
9th and 10th again, Apex Racing team being closed in by Williams Gaming Club at the moment. You wouldn't really fit another BMW in there in between them at the moment. You definitely wouldn't fit a Ford Mustang in between. They've got traffic next ahead. It's not for position, that Lamborghini. And so that will begin to weigh on the mind of Alejandro Sanchez.
I see David has a real opinion on the size of the Ford GT. It's something that a lot's been talked about a lot. I shouldn't just put it on you, but a very common topic amongst the community, I believe.
It's a big boy. Let's be real. And that's why it needs big bolts to hold on the splitter and rear deck lid.
Yeah, something that I think we've seen be an issue in real life racing as the year began. I believe it was Daytona we saw that problem.
Oh, it happened in WEC for like 2 rounds. It happened to all of them. That's why they had to go and make some pretty hasty modifications to the attachments for a couple of those body panels.
Once again, riding on board here, Daniel LaFuente still in this Williams Gaming Club machine, still very content back here in P10, which sounds odd to say, oh, maybe not. No, there he is. I thought maybe he's going to try to dip out here and pass P9.
It's full gamesmanship because the Apex Racing team car started coasting a little bit. LaFuente's like, do I stay? Do I go? And that's not a song quote, but it's a thought process.
Yeah.
I know it wasn't meant to be. Daniel LaFuente, yeah, he's sort of in 2 minds there.
But it does feel like, David, unless you see something I don't, it really looks like he is content to draft that car and save some gas in P10 and maybe set up a strategy for later, right?
Yeah, content for as long as the car in front will keep doing the pace he's capable of. There will come a point where if the car in front saving so much or trying to game you into leading. This is the 002 grid and go car, so 24th, 23rd, you see that's just swapped. Gonzalo Vergara getting ahead of Simify Esports Porsche, one of only a couple of Porsches out there, but very easy to spot in the dark with that red light bar across the rear.
Yeah, the car in front of him with the sort of that maize and blue or yellow and blue, whatever you want to call it, also very easy to spot here at nighttime as well. So all that yellow or whatever color that may be that I can't tell at the top of that car is helping
not
a
Grello,
lot in that moment.
Porsche. Yeah, so we saw this virtual coach GG by G&G BMW, the 002, making a couple more moves earlier on. We saw them get past Apex Racing Academy, get past Pro Sport, get past Fiercely Forward Pink, and now they're past Simify Esports. We're talking about, they're going to have to look another 6 seconds up the road to find another car to pass. Well, they did. Janokosh is on a mission.
Yeah, that's sometimes, that's driver to driver and what you think of that idea, by the way. Some drivers love to have nothing but open track ahead of them at night because they want to just have nothing to worry about. It's my own race. I run my own lines, my own braking points. Some drivers I find, though, David, when they get up kind of by themselves at night and be a 5-6 second gap ahead of them, it's easier for them to kind of zone out or not push as hard because they don't really have that feeling of competition that they would otherwise.
All of these cars have got a lap delta measurement in the dash though that can kind of egg you on if you sort of come out of a corner, you look at that, you come out of the next corner, you look at that. Valkyrie Competition have closed in. Rupa Akustik Gurkapa in the Ferrari 296 GT3 that we ride on board with, closing in on Pro Sport, whose lap was a bit sloppy one of the previous laps. It's just a bit slower than I would have expected. And then Fiercely Forward Pink's just up the road as well. Look at that closing distance. Massive.
Yeah, I was taking a look at this timing and scoring. The 777 car that we're riding on board with here last time by was like 4, almost 5/10 of a second faster than the car in front of them. So made up a lot of ground last time. Now they're clearly inside this slipstream, so they'll stay there.
In the rear-facing camera, you can see is lap traffic. But I think it's lap traffic that's looking to lap them, perhaps. We're close to falling off the lead lap for these cars in 25th, 26th, 27th. They are sort of 2 minutes 16 behind the leader, who's doing 2 minute 18 lap time. So that's something to think about for these drivers as well shortly.
Yeah, so that's something that the leader has to be concerned about, because obviously nobody really wants to get lapped, because
and it is the race leaders back there.
Yeah, it feels like a massive uphill battle once you get lapped to get yourself back on the lead lap in a race like this. So drivers tend to maybe race a little harder, hoping not to get lapped. And of course, when you are the leader, the last thing you do is have a car get spooked and ruin what you feel is a great run as the leader of the race.
So the BMW you see in the mirrors that you're about to see going ahead is the race leader, Falken Sim Racing, Jonas Rutten, and 1, 2, 3, Valkyrie Competition lets them all through, and we'll have to wait a little bit longer to try to attack forward for position like they were doing, but hey, it can become our camera car for the podium battle at the moment.
And no, sort of maybe what the 777's hoping for, by the way, is now they let those 3 lead cars through, they're hoping that they catch the teams ahead of them in maybe a worse moment on the track, and that the Valkyrie team is able to pass them a little easier just because of, hey, did they catch us in a corner, did they catch us in a straight, those kind of conversations. But yeah, look at this battle, or this car, pardon me, on the screen here, having a great run, doing a great job here. A bright white car. If you want to say, hey, I want to be visible on track, David, I guess bright white would be the color to go for, right?
Question is, how bright and white does the white stay over 24 hours? I can imagine a yellow, like, still looking fluorescent, but I imagine the white might get dirtier quicker. WSR Esports Bike Kicker made the move on this lap, so they get their BMW ahead of the Ford Mustang Sim RC back there. Daniel Sommer driving that one back there. Did you think off Jackie X corner that they probably picked up one off track this lap? Gabriel Detellier in the WSR Esports car?
Yeah, maybe. And that's one that's hard to tell from sort of the eyeball view most of the time about when someone does or doesn't pick up that incident point. And it's got to be pretty egregious to know for sure. And we don't get any kind of confirmation from iRacing, unfortunately, to show us that. But yeah, it's sometimes right there. I mean, it's so hard to tell. You can see those tires on the left, but it's just, you never know what fraction of an inch or a millimeter will cause the iRacing system to trigger and say, yeah, that's too far. And there we go.
It's like tennis or something. The ball's either in or it's out, and if a millimeter of the ball is on the line, it's in, but if it's not, it's not, and that's what the track limits are like here. The car's either in or it's out, and if it's a millimeter in, it's in, but if it's a millimeter out, it's out.
Yeah, and unlike tennis, there's no argument with the judge here. There's no appeal process.
No smashing rackets.
No. And you just got to accept the ruling and move on. I think we've all had a moment as a driver, Dave, when that's not an off track, and you realize you're just kind of talking to yourself because no one's going to take it off the board,
So yeah, sometimes you do feel like you did exactly what you did the previous laps. You feel like the car was positioned exactly where it was, but you are that millimeter wide, and you go, oh, come on. And sometimes it's like that at some other racing circuits with the slowdowns. So Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps can be like that. There's a few places where the good line and the slowdown are a millimeter apart, and that's perhaps even more. Even more frustrating and costly.
So, Dave, I want to ask you here, as we now are approaching into the 18-hour mark of this race. It's about 11 minutes before that. You've won endurance racing as a driver. I've had the pleasure of winning it as a team owner and a team manager. And I'm curious for you as a driver, when did the nerves kick in? Like right now, if you're, Falken up in the lead, if you're BS competition or even Redline, you're top 3, when did the nerves kick in as a driver? Go, hey, listen, like this is a real thing. Like maybe this could happen. Is it too early in the race for those thoughts to enter your head, or when does that kick in for you as a driver?
I don't recall getting nervous towards the end of races. I think the first stint of these races for me, because you're like, here's a chance to make some positions, but we've already set out what kind of strategy we think is going to be best and got to adhere to that, and you just don't want to be in a first stint accident in a 24-hour race. So for me, it was always the start of the race had the most tension, the most ability to lose and the least ability to gain. So maybe like leading at the halfway point of a 24-hour race and you're like, we won't count our chickens, we just got to keep doing our thing here. But the first stint for me in the endurance races was always the most stressful.
Yeah, I think as a team leader, I think it's right about the 12-hour mark is when you start to really think, hey, listen, like, this is going really well. Like, this looks like a really great run. I think that's, for me, that's when it kicks in. All right, well, we survived the first half of the race. We have a lead, or we're in second. We're running them down. And then everyone kind of starts to, it's interesting. I think that the voice chat, whether it's your TeamSpeak, your Discord, whatever you have that you're using, I think as you get later in the race and maybe you disagree, the mood changes, right? When you're leading or you're in second. At first, it's very jovial, it's very happy, it's very comedic, if you want to use that word. But as the race goes on and people realize how real of a possibility this is, the tone changes. We still have fun and we still joke around, but the conversation shifts a little bit. People get a little bit more serious, a little bit more focused in. It's an interesting moment.
Well, your top 5 is about to get a little more interesting. Looking at Rainer Talvar, who's in the middle of the sandwich for the top 3, but look how much closer 4th place and 5th place have gotten over the last couple of laps. Sven Haas is doing a good job for 5th place Team Redline 21 as well, towing them up while they burn a little less fuel than the 001 that we know has already burnt more fuel than a lot of the cars in front. 21 laps since they last stopped, 16 laps since we saw Chris Longam on pit lane. And the gap from 3rd place to 4th place currently sits at about 1.4 seconds, maybe about 1.5. Very, very close to just being able to get their fingertips on that next step and closer to the race leaders.
Man, that 5-lap gap really stands out to me, by the way. That's a massive number already for only what's going to be about 6 hours into this race. You're already 5 laps different on fuel runs. Like, that is a massive amount of time on track that, unfortunately can be kind of hard to really calculate moving forward. But that's 5 laps difference. About that, you'd be at the 12-hour mark, a difference in time. But to be 5 laps apart already is interesting. But here we are on board with Team Redline and the Ford, the one Ford in the top 10. Or they're actually the only car in the top 10 that's not a BMW currently, David. And they're doing a great job of holding their own.
It's my first time seeing the gear indicator in this Mustang GT3. That's cute.
The sort of Ford oval.
Yeah. Blue oval motif, which is interesting because it almost feels like, a Ford Mustang GT doesn't have any blue oval Ford badges on the exterior. It's all the Mustang emblem. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting that they go for that blue oval when it seems like they almost put the Mustang brand and badge ahead of the Ford blue oval in some occasions.
Yeah, it feels like maybe some engineer in real life got a little cheeky when I have an idea and just kind of slipped it in there and then no one objected, right?
blame Multimatic or M Sport or whoever it was that developed the GT3. So the pace has picked up from your leading three. Remember that I called out they were doing 17.8, 17.9. Now all of a sudden Jonas Rutten's picked it up to 217.4 on the last lap. It's matching what 4th and 5th, the cars that we can see right now, are doing.
Yeah, and you contrast that to cars back in, like, for example, in P8 with the Williams car, a 217.8. So, yeah, they're massively picking up the speed here, about 3-4 tenths of a second compared to when you called them out. So you'll see those start to pull a bit more of a gap on the top 6 or top 10, if you will. And we'll keep pulling away at a pretty rapid rate if that keeps up here, but...
Good time to pick that pace up as well, because Sven Haase is still now just out of the tow, just out of the slipstream at about 1.4 seconds back. So you have your top 5 cars within 3 seconds. That's a pretty good effort with almost 6 hours completed of the iRacing special event Falken Tyre Spa 24 Hour for 2024. If you're watching on YouTube, we're a couple of minutes away from switching over to part 2 of the coverage, so get ready to do that. If you're watching on your smart TV, get ready to click over whatever. Coverage will be uninterrupted and you will not miss a minute as RaceSpotTV brings you green flag to checkered flag, 24 hours of coverage of this iRacing special event, and it all hangs in the balance, at least with your top 5 for the moment.
Yeah, and of course, if you're hanging out on the Twitch channel or other methods, if you're watching a Facebook stream, it'll be one long stream as far as I'm aware, so you can stay right there and don't click anything. You'll just stick right with us. But yeah, the YouTube link will pop up. It's going to pop up in the YouTube chat as well, I'm pretty sure. They'll pop it in there a couple times, so you can just click right over and keep up with us as hours 7 through 12 move on.
Back with 25th and 26th place. Easy to pick that out for some reason. And one thing about the Lumarank panels is you can tell when a position's being made or gained on that lap as well. When you see, say, 26 in front of 25, you go, hang on, that's changed since they last crossed the start-finish line and the number panel's updated. It hasn't in this case, but we've seen a couple examples of that. Fifthly Forward Pick and Pro Sport Sim Racing. They've lost the 777 Valkyrie competition of just pitted. Let's ride on board with one of these cars for a minute now, as we bring you a RaceSpotTV fan immersion with Pro Sport Sim Racing Red.